don't talk. Aloha no kako. This is Aiai Bella. Welcome to day 2 of our conference, Kaulana Na Pua. And those who went on the march this morning are still out there, but we're going to be talking today. This is a conference on protecting our iwi, our children, our most cherished possession. And so our agenda for the day will be an opening that speaks of the prophecies that are currently being fulfilled. We will have later on Diego Rivera, who will speak of the red flags for NAGPRA in Hawaiian Islands. Following that, Tim Mentz will be speaking on prophecies and the Standing Rock resolutions. And at 1:30, we have Manu Ka'iama with a PowerPoint on the destination of our burial grounds. Later on, the island of Maui will be presenting, and they will speak of issues there in several different sites, such as the Grand Wailea Resort. We will also have a report about the children's boarding schools, and followed by finally a report on the Hawaii children's boarding schools from Manu Ka'iama and Jocelyn Costa. Later on in the evening, we will be sharing testimonies of those kia'i, or iwi protectors. You know, we in Hawaii, we face similar issues along with all of the First Nation people and Native American people across America and many other indigenous people in the world. And so we invite you to come and listen and to tune in to the Facebook Live, where you will also be able to ask questions and about what is said here today. So again, my name is Aiai Bella, and I will be starting with a pule, or a prayer. And this is not necessarily our understanding of Christian prayer. Pule in Hawaiian is a state of being. It's a vibration of energy that we use. And that vibration clears us and prepares us to be receptive to the Spirit and to the promptings that come from our kupuna and our ancestors. And so here we have our marchers who are just beginning to arrive. And we will begin shortly. It was a beautiful morning in Hawaii. The sun is very, very hot right now. And so as they settle in, I want to share a little bit about the iwi, our iwi. The word iwi in Hawaiian refers to our bones. And so the bones were considered sacred. And they were cared for because they were the physical representation that we still had in our possession of our beloved ancestors who went before us. And so they were treated with the utmost respect. However, the Western world and modern day powers that be, they do not see it in the same way. For us, our kupuna are always with us. Kupuna are our elders. And those are a couple words that you'll probably hear frequently throughout the conference. So iwi is the bones, ewe is our lineage, and the term kupuna refers to both our ancestors as well as our elders that are still here with us in flesh and blood. And so with that, as they arrive, our issues here have been that they do not allow us access to our EV. They have mistreated our EV. They have been thrown into cardboard boxes and stuffed on a shelf and not returned to us. We have the ability to continue to take care of them as we would our relatives that are living in flesh and blood. And yet we are not given that. So there have been so many stops. The little bit of legislation that might be out there, none of that is followed through. And so we go and we stand. We stand for our ancestors, and we stand for what is pono. The term pono in Hawaiian means correct or right. It is a proper way of doing things, and it is what the universe dictates. It is not what one particular group of people dictates. It is what, when we look deep into our heart, into our being, we know what is pono. We know right from wrong. And there are many differences. And as we come into the huliau, another word that you may hear spoken of is this current time in history where humanity is going through a tremendous change. And one of the changes that is happening is that we are being rebirthed into unity as all of humanity. And so this conference is even more meaningful in that it is inclusive of other Native peoples who face the same dilemma as we do. And so as we seek resolution, one of the unique things that we have in Hawaii is the understanding of aloha. And although it is translated simply as the word love in English by many people, it goes much, much deeper than that. Aloha is a state of being. It is a vibrational frequency. Aloha is sacrifice. Aloha is charity. Aloha is compassion. And aloha is also being true to our kupuna as they whisper in our ear and they speak to our hearts. And there are many people who are moved to stand and kia'i our iwi. And sometimes they don't even know why. But it is because they are hearing and they are heeding the promptings of their heart. That is what connects all of us, not just in Hawaii, but in the whole world. And so I would like to begin today with a few of our chants. This first one is called E o Umaukia'i. It's also known as the Pule no Kalamaikai, or a prayer to have a good day. E o Umaukia'i mai po mai, ina na ia mai kahalea kako, mai luna lalo mai kahikihia kahikihi, mai kahikina ke komohana, mai ka uka ke kai, kia I ia malama ia, e pale aku ina ho'opili kia ko kako no ho na mama wanu. So we call upon our guardians to care for us and watch over us on this day. From the east to the west, from the north to the south, from up above to below, from the mountains to the ocean. And we ask that they take away any obstacles and negative energy that we may encounter. Our next pule is pule whenever we gather as people and human people. We also call upon our ancestors. We call upon Akua, we call upon the gods, because there's nothing that we do without them. Yeah. So this next series of chants is just about that. And I'm going to start off with Oli Pale, which is to protect us. And then we will begin the invitations. You want to sit down? No, na kia kuai knai le ya le ya ki o ka wa ko o na kino malui kalani malue ho ho lu me na o la kai kona mo kau o mako no o mako no o mako no e ulu kini o te atua ulu kane me kanalo ulu o hi alo kwa me ka ie ai mai no hoi ko kua e ya kwaila he wai e ola no na umakua mai kala hiki a kala kau mai ka oku ia ka halawai na umakua ia ka hina kua ia ka hinalo ia ka akau I kalani o ki hai kalani o we kalani nunulu I kalani ka holo I kalani e ia ka pula pula ha o ko o ke au ne e malama o ko I mako e ulu I kalani e ulu I ka honua e ulu I ka pai ai na o Hawaii e ho me ka ike ho me ka ikaika e ho me ke aka mai e ho me ka mau popopono e ho me ka ike papa lua e ho me ka mana mama wano mai ka poa ke au mai ka hiki o wau ke kahi mai ka hiki na ke komoana mai ka uka ke kai o wau ke kahi mai loko a waho o wau ke kahi ka hale o ke akua ka laa ke o ke akua aloha o ke akua mahalo nui loa. Can I ask you guys on that table to allow the kupuna to sit there on that last table, if you don't mind? Because they were standing up over there in the back camp. They didn't bring the kupuna. No, that's okay. They have to learn. If nobody tells them, then we have to teach them. It's very important that they understand that. So, I was asked to speak a little bit today about the prophecies. And so I'd like to look at one chant that is a prophecy from Kapihe, who was a well-known seer and kahuna. And it goes like this. E hoana o luna e piana o lalo e huiana na moku e kuana kapaia. E hoana o luna e piana o lalo e huiana na moku e kuana kapaia. E hoana o luna e piana o lalo e huiana na moku e kuana kapaia. kapaya. Okay, so that's what I want to talk about today. E kua na kapaya. So, here we are, and at this gathering, that is what we're doing. We are bringing together different parts. You know, the word moku has many meanings. So when we say e Hawaiian na moku, moku can be the islands, moku can be a boat, moku can just be pieces. If you moku something, you cut it up or you divide it up. And that is what has happened to us. The powers that be have used the divide and conquer technique so many times. And so now what we are doing is we are gathering those pieces and we are coming together again. We are coming together as a lahui, as a people. We are coming together with our cousins from Turtle Island, and we are coming together with other indigenous people around the world. And so all of this is so exciting. We are living at a turning point in humanity. And although there may be some things that seem very negative or bad, there's a lot of emotion out there because a lot of feelings have been repressed for so long. But we have hope. We have a generation of keiki that olelo. We have a generation of youth and opio who know their protocols and who know what they need to do. And unlike the past, we are coming together in unity through diversity. And it means we don't give up who we are as Kanaka Maoli. It means we don't ask us to, put on the side your traditions. And don't do that anymore because they don't understand it. And yet we have to fight. And so as we fight, we stand proud to do so. It is so important for us to know who we are. You know, somebody was talking yesterday, I think it was, Kaiali'i. Yeah, olelo is important. But you know what? Action speaks for itself. And not all of our kupuna, my kupuna were hit and beat because they spoke. So we have kupuna that are with us who they don't speak. And yet, we know that in the olelo, ika olelo kamana, but makahana kaike, yeah? So this way we get it from all sides. So as we come together and as we are rebirthed into unity, e kua na kapaya, the wall will stand. Now I have past experience of, I was there when the earthquake knocked down the walls at Pukohola. And so we were there for 4 years because we chose to rebuild by hand instead of bringing in the heavy equipment. And it was really interesting what we found inside the walls, because the last time it fell, people were not pono. And all of those people who worked on those walls, they all went hala very early in their life. And one of the workers with us, I think it was either his father or his uncle, and he was the most adamant about making sure that we did things in the right way. So again, that word pono, for those of you who may not be as familiar with the Hawaiian language, pono is the correct way to do it. It's the right way to do it. It is the way that brings peace to everybody. And it is the way that the universe will respond to. Yeah. So that prophecy happens again and again and again. You know, I often teach this chant. E ihoa na oluna means the things from above are coming down. Yeah. And the akua, our kupuna, they continue to bless us no matter what, right? Technically, you know, Tutupele can just throw us all off one time. Haumea could just fix everything. And yet they allow us as humans to continue to learn so that we can reach those decisions on our own and fight if we have to, but that we know what is pono and what is not pono. And the second line says, e pi'i ana o lalo. So when you think of it, what is it that could be rising? What is it that's going to climb up? It's us. It is everyone who has been thrown down, who has been repressed, who has been oppressed, who is striving to learn, who wants to do the right thing, who wants to take care of things. And we reach upward, and it's slow sometimes, and it's hard, and it reminds me of when Hiaka was trying to climb the mountain with Pau'o Hiaka, and she told Pau'o Hiaka, just hang on to my skirt no matter what. And I think, who was it, Wahine Oma'o, her other companion, hang on to my skirt, I'm gonna get us up there. And it takes all of us. It takes us coming together. And so we're so excited and we're happy that we'll be able to share time during this conference with the First Nation people and with Native American peoples who are at Standing Rock. And that maybe as we talk about our dilemmas that we seek solution to, we will be able to learn from each other, we will be able to work with each other, and we will be able to support each other. And the hope and the end goal will always be e kua na kapaya, so that we can stand, and we can stand, and our kupuna can be proud of us, and they can be happy with us. Because if they are, when things are pono, everything falls into place. And it is not an easy struggle. It is not easy. And probably a lot of us will die before we actually see that come to be. But I have seen changes, and as I watch the youth, I have so much hope, because they are learning to listen with their heart. That girl who spoke yesterday, Mia, I want to mahalo all of the kia'i on Kauai. Mahalo nui to the kia'i on Maui, because Claire is from Maui, and this is where it's at, I'm a kapa maker. I make the kapa that rewraps the bones, and our kapa went to Maui, because that's where my kupuna are from. And so, there are kia'i iwi on all the islands, and there are kia'i iwi around the world. But when we can come and stand together, that is e kua na kapaya. That is the prophecy being fulfilled. Because there is one more prophecy that says, I kawa I kauna hoku I kalewa, kauho ke kapua na poki, a puhoa na kalani. So at the time that the stars are once again in the sky, and the kapu, and kapu are, the kapu is a deep word, there's so many meanings. One translation is taboo, but kapu makes sure that things happen how they're supposed to. So like, if there's a kapu on picking manako this year, that means we don't pick manako, no matter how much we honor for one manako. Because when the kapu was placed, there was a reason. And so those kapu allow the natural processes to take place. And it allows for our honua, for our ao, to be in balance. Because
recording in progress.
We can no longer just look at ourselves as Kanaka and we happen to be living on this earth. We need to know that we have to bring a balance between all of the aspects of nature that exist, and that it is not just balance in peace and harmony between one another. We need to malama our honua. We need to establish a relationship so that we know what the honua needs, And the honua knows what we are willing to do to maintain it. Because if we malama the aina will malama us. Yeah. So, there's one, I was going to teach you this short chant. So, how's you guys olelo Hawaii? Can we go, can we say, I ho'ola ka aina, I ho'ola ke kanaka. So we depend on that aina as much as the aina depends on us. Yeah. So this chant goes like this, and it says, Ina kua, ina uma kua, ina li, e kala ho'i, and you answer, I ho'ola ka aina, I ho'ola ke kanaka. Yeah. So ina li e kala ina kua ina uma kua ina li I ho'ola ka aina I ho'ola ke kanaka e kala ina ka huna I ho'ola ka aina I ho'ola ke kanaka e kala I ka hu ka makaina na I ho'ola ka aina, I ola ke kanaka. A lele vale pule kia kala kia ya o. A mama uanoa. So, Claire. And here is our fearless leader.
Mahalo everyone, and welcome to day 2. Today we have we will be speaking today about the children's boarding school issue, and for the first time, I think, in Hawaii. This will be the first time that we will speak as a group here about that. And there are many people, I guess, who've gone to Kamehameha school. Yes? And that's probably the most famous boarding school there is. So I think many stories can come out, and I've heard many stories from the first people on the continent tell their stories. So without further ado, we would like to start with finishing yesterday, and that would be to finish the Maui EV report. And so if Jocelyn would come up and share her mana'o about current EV issues and actions that are being taken on Maui.
Aloha.
Don't laugh, we're going to look like we're the same size.
Yeah. So my name is Jocelyn Costa. I live on the island of Maui. I reside in Haiku, Hamakualoa, but my ainaha now is Nahiku, down the east end of Maui. And I was not raised with this understanding of reverence for our iwi kupuna. I was raised to visit my kupuna when I would come home from school, Kapalama campus, Kamehameha school, to the cemeteries. Little did I know that there were more than that to bring flowers to talk to honor. And as I became more aware, at first I thought it was too late. And a little voice said, Mai pui na ole. Mai pui na ole. You never forget. Because they didn't forget us. In fact, they're watching us. And so they're just waiting for when we wake up from this deep sleep to then come and join them. And so I got involved in the protection of Evie and Aina. And when we speak of Aloha Aina and Aina itself, for me it is one in the same of the Iwi Kupuna, because in my religious understanding, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So everything that is around us is the essence or the particles, the remnants, the spirit of our kupuna. It is what makes this aina. It is what fertilizes this aina, which then feeds us. And as I was going through that process, I got involved in the political spectrum and agencies, one in particular called State Historic Preservation. And at first I was more like a fly on the wall to learn and understand what this was all about. And as I started to learn and understand and read, I then would question, why is it that they're not protected if all of these things are put into place? And so instead of looking at it as if it doesn't work, I wanted to use it to make it work. And as I read what was put together for our Iwi Kupuna in chapter of HRS 6E, there are very particular, there is a lot of important language that is supposed to be there for our betterment. What I have found is the wordsmithing within the laws can be sometimes so broad that there's like escape doors. I heard the other day that, if you can turn this on, that there is a hard time when it comes to private property and Iwi Kupuna being there. Well, within the 6E laws, there is a clause for that. Not only within private property, but also if you're outside of the private property and you're starting what they call a burial treatment plan, if it requires the usage or the access through that private property, it gives you that relief. And so I would encourage those to want to read the 6E law. But first I'd like to bring attention to 6E 43.6. In this law, it says that when you come across human remains, you first must call a representative of the medical examiner or coroner's office and a qualified archaeologist that shall examine the remains to determine jurisdiction. So, in other words, can Shipti just take possession authority upon our Iwi Kupuna just because they were found? There's laws there. Why would they need to bring out the examiner? There needs to be a determination. What happens at that point? The department shall gather sufficient information, including oral tradition, to document the nature of the burial context and determine appropriate treatment of the remains. So if they determine that this is not iwi kupuna, it is then turned over to the proper authorities for further investigation, i.e., someone had fallen in a pit, had passed away and no one ever noticed, and the bones are now there. Yeah, so there is a determination there before the authority can take possession. Then at that point, if it is determined that this is of our iwi kupuna, it then goes to the authority of the State Historic Preservation and their heirs and assigns, or the descendants or the cultural representative of that area. In Maui, there is a large project that my friend Claire here has been advocating for the iwi kupuna. This project was large. What we had found is the proper authority or jurisdiction was never handed over to the State Historic Preservation. However, it was just assumed. And the reason I asked this, I state this, is because I had asked them for the coroner, medical examiner, and archaeological report that gave them, that handed over that authority. And it was told to me in a burial council meeting by the head of the Maui office at that time that there was no report. So, how was the determination made for all of the iwi that has been disinterred thus far within, I would say, about 500 acres? Right? About half of the property, yeah. Maui land. So, you know, they didn't do the full 500, but at that point, there were hundreds, if not close to 1,000 iwi already disturbed. These iwi, if they are of our kupuna, has the right under our kanawai, because they were not born of the state of Hawaii, of the United States, but of ko Hawaii Pai'aina. And so they have laws that protect them. And it is actually recognized by the state. It is just never applied. And that's where we need to get to apply the rights and the laws that govern these people. They are people. They're not things, they're not objects, as stated sometimes in some of the documents within State Historic Preservation, DLNR. Oh, it went off. Also in Maui, we became proactive when it came to state historic preservation through the Moku establishment. And so I'm the Hamakualoa representative for Maui under the Moku. What had happened is someone within the burial council had suggested that, and I'm not going to mention names because I didn't ask them permission to mention names, but it was within the burial council that they talked to the head and the staff within Maui State Historic Preservation to relieve them of their inventory that they have been storing at their facility for many years, some of them over 20 years, and allow us, the Moku, representatives from each Moku, to then gather them and put them to rest. Each Moku was able to bring out their own method to bring them to rest. And that has almost been completed on Maui now, so that their inventory can be 0. And they now, instead of just when they get called out for inadvertent fines or projects with burials, they don't necessarily will just come and collect the iwi. They will call on the ahamoku to ask us as to what is proper. So sometimes diplomacy does work, but there are other times when you just have to bring other means of communication forward, such as standing. Yeah. But I would encourage you to read the 6E, and not just read it for face value, but also read it in reverse, like I had said yesterday, because sometimes you can get caught up in it to the point where you're trapped in it. So if you can read it, so you can find out where you have your escape routes, and that you can now stand firm for the iwi kupuna, I believe that would be proper. There was 2 events on Maui, one with a developer that months later reported to State Historic Preservation that there was some fragments found while they were digging on private property, and so they have taken care of it properly, don't worry, was very respectful. Well, the law does not call for that type of action. You stop work, you call the authorities, you make the report, you bring it to the burial council, and there will be a determination as to the repatriation of those iwi. So there was a violation there. I went to make that claim of violation. No one knew where this claim is supposed to go. So it would probably end up in a dead file. Dead file. So just so happened there was a representative of BLNR there. She's a archaeologist, and she says, "Oh no, you need to report it to DoCare." So I did. DoCare really didn't know what I was trying to do, because I don't think it's ever happened, or if it does, it's very infrequent. Yeah, thank you. It's either infrequent or they don't educate their staff on it. So I did that. And they were very kind to me, and they would take the information, and they're supposed to make the investigation, report it to State Historic Preservation, their findings, and once it's found to be a violation, move it to the BLNR for determination. Within these violations also is remedies, such as fines. And did you know that if in violation, you may be, you may be, well, they don't get arrested, but you may be able to acquire all the equipment that was there at that violation, i.e. trucks, confiscated, thank you. Well, no, not confiscated, just turned over. You can collect it as, reparation. So I encourage you to just read the laws more. And so what happened? DoCare told me they turned it over to State Historic Preservation, and then that's where it ended. There was no follow-up or determination or letting me know what would be the next step. It also happened on our beaches in Maui at a famous little cove where some tourists were sitting there, and while she was sipping on her coffee, turned and looked in the clay wall next to her, po'o from our iwi kupuna. And so she's like, oh my goodness, called some people over. They called the authorities. In turn, they called the media. In turn, they did a whole story and put it out there for the world to see. And it's a violation to even take a picture, let alone video, and let it go on the news. I reported that to DoCare. It was then filed to State Historic Preservation, and nothing happened. So there is a serious defect within State Historic Preservation, DoCare, and BLNR. I hope we're not the only ones that will read their laws, uphold their laws, and hold them to their laws. I'm hoping and praying that they start to do the same. Read, understand, apply, and do what was there, which was to protect our iwi kupuna.
I'd like to just update you on a couple of projects that are going on in Maui. One of them is again in the sand dunes, and on this one we were early. We were consulted early, 2 years before the project started, and at that time there were sand dunes on the project, and we walked the property with the archaeologist and the project manager and warned them. This is the Waiko Base Yards project of the Goodfellow Consortium of builders, and told them if they touch the sand dune, they will definitely be finding burials. And so what do you suppose happened? They planned their electrical and utility lines right down the sand dune. So they found iwi other places. By the time they found the second incident of iwi, we went to visit, and I wrote a letter saying, this is your monitoring plan. It says that you will consult the Burial Council representative and you will talk with them about redesigning if necessary. And this never happened, ever. So, consulted OHA, and OHA said, well, hey, that's not in the law. They don't have to consult the Burial Council representative for a redesign. And I said, that is the monitoring plan. That is the law, the contract. And OHA did not want to stand behind it. We called SHPD and said, listen, you have a monitoring plan which gives better protection, because what happened was there were cows grazing on about a third of the land. They never did any studies there. And of course, the sand dunes on that third. So what eventually happened was we got a county archaeologist, and she concurred that the archaeology had never been completed. And SHPD backed down and said, okay, we're sending this back. You need to complete this. You need to redesign. And so 8 more EV later, they're in redesign. And what they have redesigned is a road right where the sand dune was, right where they put their utility lines, right where the iwi kupuna are. And so you've got places where the iwi kupuna are next to this industrial road that's 55 feet wide, and the buffer zone's maybe 3 feet, 5 feet in some places. And they said, well, look at this. This one's all the way back 20 feet. And what they've done is they've started to use GPR and actually found iwi kupuna while they were, disturbed iwi kupuna while they were running their GPR machine. And what the GPR found in this road that they are putting in is 7 anomalies. So what usually happens is when you find an anomaly with this is ground penetrating radar. When you find an anomaly, you go and you investigate what's there, and you use hopefully the best management practices you can, which would be going by hand to excavate. And so they decided that there would be no desecration if nobody knows what those anomalies are. And State Historic Preservation allowed them to do that. So at this point, we are contesting the procedure that SHPD is using with ground penetrating radar. This is a tool which has been used extensively in sandy areas to find what is buried under there. And so if they're going to find anomalies and then decide, well, we're not going to look and avoid it, then I think we've lost the whole point of doing ground penetrating radar, except to check off the box and said, we did ground penetrating radar. So that's one of the things that we're trying to get changed right now with SHPD, but they are really dragging their feet. They do not want to look at having a procedure that will actually protect our iwi kupuna. So other things that are happening in Maui is in the sand dunes again. An iwi kupuna was unearthed, and it was an in situ burial according to the family. And the relatives said, don't move this iwi. And the archaeologist, who happens to be the archaeologist that Malama Kakanilua took to, did a contested case against their license, and has been responsible for desecrating literally hundreds to thousands of iwi kupuna in the sand dunes without finishing their reports. Moved this iwi, and according to Kaniloa, who spoke to the monitor, that was an intact burial. And according to SHPD, it was just a scatter. So in a lot of places, when you call our iwi kupuna a scatter, or a fragment, or one bone, they become nothing in the eyes of SHPD. So Malama Kakanilua has been trying to get the Grand Wailea project on the Burial Council agenda for 2 years. I've been trying. And we thought of a way to do that, and that was to write a petition, a legal petition, to say these are the 2 points. Point 1, when you have burials that are in a burial preserve, they are no longer inadvertent. And why does that point 1? Because when they went to Honokahua recently in the last 2 years, they said those burials are not protected. The Burial Council does not have purview over their disposition because they're inadvertent. The Honokahua burials are inadvertent. Then this came down from Hinano Rodriguez. So this is why we wrote this. This is a no-brainer motion, right? If you have iwi kupuna in a known and registered burial preserve, they should be no longer inadvertent. But, okay, point 2, anytime there is a disarticulated iwi kupuna, anytime there is a fragment, anytime there is what you call a scatter found, that is considered a person. Is that a no-brainer for us? Okay, we got a 240-page objection from Bill Mehiula's firm to those two petitions. And all we were trying to do was help the Burial Council out so that they make these motions all the time to try to protect our iwi kupuna, and developers ignore them all the time. Well, maybe not all the time, but there are times when the developers will completely ignore what our Burial Council does to make a motion to protect them with these two incidences. And so I just wanted to let you know that in the world of private land, they seem to have different laws that SHPD, DLNR, sometimes NAGPRA is working under. So this is our objection. All iwi that is found is considered a person. That is a person. I hope SHPD and NAGPRA will hear that. And burials that are protected in a burial preserve should be considered not inadvertent, but known and protected. So those are just two really no-brainer ones. We have many more issues that are more than that, but to think that we would have to fight for that after Honokahua 30-something years ago, that we would have to fight for those two small things that should be covered by law. But SHPD is not apt to do that because they are questionably working with developers to help them get their projects done and not following our traditions. So I think, Kaniloa, you have something you want to add?
Is that a trick question? No.
You have 5 minutes, maybe 3. No.
That ain't gonna happen. But, hello, my kako, Kaniloa, Koinoa. You know, from the Mokupuni, Maui, Ahupua, Wailuku. Well, and actually, I gotta correct that because I come from Waihe'e. According to the history books, Waihe'e, Wai'ehu, which is part of the Nawaiha, is actually considered a napoko, meaning that we actually belong to no mokus. So Wai'ehu and Waihe'e are looked at as separate and stand alone. We actually don't belong to a moku. And because in our place, of course, get plenty ali'i in our place. But my story kind of begins late. Unlike Agopali and some of those that are here, I was almost 45 years old by the time I kind of got involved. The only reason I got involved was because of the water issues. Waiha, almost, what is it, maybe 10 or some odd years ago, even before then, a lot of issues came up about the water. And so a group was formed called Hui na Waiha. And they basically were looking and got involved with native Hawaiian Legal Corp. And with that being said, they were looking for kuleana. I had no idea who I was. I had no idea what I was sitting on. And at that time, I lived like everybody else. And why is this important? Because you have to look at the trauma that is brought up. And in fact, even that word is kind of overused. Just look at what we was robbed. We was robbed. because we had no reason, no understanding of what we had. So for me, this discussion would never come up. You know, I probably would have gone along and agreed with, you know, moving along and, you know, digging up our EV. I would probably be in the same boat because I had no understanding. But with one issue comes other issues, right? Same thing like your health. You have one health issue followed by another health issue, followed by another health issue, right? So with all this happening, all of a sudden I find myself engulfed in dealing with iwi kupuna. And I wasn't even interested, truthfully. My wife, she was different. She was actually, she was introduced to this lady over here, so it's her fault that I do this now. Oh, sorry. Well, they actually both are to blame because, as was said by many of our wahine, yeah? You guys stand alone, right? You know? So in this group of advocates, I am one of two. Kane. No more anymore. You know what I mean? But, so my wife met this young lady here, got involved into law. And I wasn't interested. Until the guy, you know, that tall, skinny guy came with us with the papali, Kamaunu, Kahayali'i. Decided to bring these guys together and make a talk group, which is what we talked about yesterday. Once I started realizing this, then I met this person, or this lady, to my wife again. And they were doing burials. And I don't know what was going on. I just followed. And I just was checking it out, what was going on. And then we met this other lady. See? Hawaiian. Numokane. I just happened to fall into that place. But I was following my wife. Because she was doing all these things and I had to help her with stuff. So. But then, as I saw the long-term injury to one of our friends, she couldn't go to any meetings without breaking down. She's not even Kanaka. She's Portuguese. But she was living in an area where hell was being done. Her husband, yeah, Kanaka, but he wasn't involved. And she couldn't take it. She started investigating this place. So the name Kakanilua is on valley. It's on valley in Wailuku. Why is this valley important? Because your ancestors, Hawaiian from Moku, 1776, comes to Maui to battle his brother-in-law, Kaikili. Yeah? Even though he was told not to come, it's not going to be good for you. But he goes anyway. He figures he knows better. So he comes. And he comes with, according to Kamakakūokalani, he comes to take over. That means he has a big group. Because he's going to replace Kaikili and replace those people. And he comes with the Olapa. So they figure that's what they need. That's who they're going to win. Kaikili was told, bring them into the sloop. And when they come inside, close the gate. And his advice came from his cousin on Oahu. So what happens? They fight. And you got to figure, these guys must be unreal because they stay paddling. They're paddling all in front of the big island. Come around Hana, they stay fighting all the way through. Hana Ino all the way, coming out the south side. And now they got to go battle Kahikili himself. And their thing was, we're going to drink the sweet waters Kani in Wailuku. That was their goal. We're going to take Kahikili. Mistake. Kahikili was smart. Kahikili had spies in the camps. So he knew. So when they finally came, and if you didn't know our island, yeah, so south side, that's all the hot side, you know. So when you're coming up, they had to sail all the way up there. And then they did battle starting from the hot side. Ma'alaya. That's on desert. And if you look at the history, you cannot see them anymore. These pools, anywhere from 100 to 300 feet high. The story is told that they fight all day long uphill. That That is Kaulana Na Pua's warriors. These guys is mean. They fight all day. Then they continue the next day. What happens the next day? Oahu comes. They the gate to seal the fate of those from Moku. They come from the side and they slaughter everyone except for two and left to tell the story. Then what happens? Now Kaulana Na Pua has to make amends. So he wants his wife, Kalola, who is the sister of Kaikili. She tells him, I cannot go see him. We came to bring death. He's not going to let me live. So they send their son. So the son goes and he is considered, what is that word? Yapo, yeah? So high ranking, I mean, I cannot think of the word that they use, but nobody can touch him. So he comes to his uncle. And this is the thing you got to remember that. These molelos is important. Because in the end of this story, he goes to his uncle. Yeah? After all the death and destruction, he comes to his uncle. The uncle greets him, puts him on his lap. And this is a grown man. Puts him on his lap. And they cry. They cry for all those who died in the battle. All the heaven that came. They cry. So he allows them to leave. He allows them to leave. The warriors that came remained. Kaikili takes all his warriors off the field. He only leaves the Olapa and those that came from Moku. Their bodies stayed there to rot. That was to be left as a notice. This is what to expect if you come to my island. But what is significant? Okay. So the other things now, when you go to Maui, you don't find any of these things. Do you find the puone? No, it's gone. What's wrong with that? They call it the Central Plains. It was never referred to as Central Plains. It disappeared, everything. And if you look at how big that puone was, 12 miles long and about 12 miles wide. Anywhere from 100 to 300 feet and higher in other places. All that gone. That's mean the molelo don't make sense anymore. That means all the bodies. There was head hunting. They was giving tours to the puone. And they was hunting for heads. And which warriors did they take? Which ones did they find? Those that lay from Moku. They took them. Museums was buying them, along with all the other facts that was with them. But the most cherished was the po'o. 300 feet. Something that you're never going to see on any other island. Gone. Why? Because they was making money. That sand was money. Cement, as I tell everybody, you see the cement in Hawaii? All the cement, the pavement that we walk on? As your EV. Your EV stay planted in there. All the construction work they did back in the day, your EV, they crushed. They took them all, they crushed them, and they put them in a mix. But they made millions of dollars off their pouring. So our bodies all over the place. And why? Why? Archaeology. And calamite to those that do that. And see, Kurt talked about us getting together and putting together archaeologists on Maui. What we actually wanted an oversight. We wanted on board of archaeologists. We wanted them to be licensed archaeology because we wanted them to pay, be responsible, and pay for the atrocities that you put upon us. Because without that ike, without that knowledge to go dig up our people, these developments couldn't. But if we make them honest, we make that board to recognize them, that they have to sit in front of, who will pick at them to make sure that that work that they do is pono. That they're not the garuts of the developers to give them passage to come into our lands, these foreigners who have know nothing, who take our mo'olelos, who take our places and destroy them for their own good. No more puones. They keep digging. Now look at it, 300 feet. Still to today, they say down 300 feet. They still finding them. They still finding them. They find them by the hundreds. And we keep telling them, stop. But I say, Speedy, they're the criminals. They entrap us again. They enslave us. We have to free our minds. Don't follow their rules. Their rules is wrong. All this crap we talk about, their laws, a bunch of crap. None of it, I don't care, anybody says it's good, it's not. Because if it was good, they would stop. Probably know that. If it was good, wouldn't they stop? They cannot even determine what is on previous found. They cannot determine what is on burial site. They cannot determine anything. You come to that, also, over here is a burial site, but nothing is over here. They go 10 feet. Oh, oops, inadvertent. And they get away with them. 10 more feet. Oops, inadvertent. Now 10 feet down. Oops, 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 sorry. Who crying? They crying? No, they banking. We cry. One incident we had, Mawilani. This is what we're known for. The incidents of Mawilani. Before Safeway came up, my wife was put together what we call a vigil. Our vigil was to honor Kupuna for 12 hours. We would pule for 12 hours. So we sat upon this hill that they were constructing this area for Safeway, a new Mawilani Center. We stood up there all night behind the screen. And one of the ones who's doing the kayas, the pulleys, said, they cannot see us. They behind. They hear, but they cannot see. So we did. We walked down to the front of the entrance. Beautiful night. Stars, moon, clear skies, cool breeze. Perfect night. Walk down to the front. We go in front, about 20 of us. We stand in front. And the first thing came to me is sight. So close your eyes and imagine you're looking into this empty space. In front come the kauna. He in his headgear and adorned with his robes. Then behind you see this pyramid of endless people. Guess what I saw? I saw all these people. I saw all my people. And the first thing they asked me was, who are you? This is what I hear. You cannot imagine the piercing to your soul because they couldn't connect to you. They say, why you come now? Why are you here? Why? Where you been? Why now? And I couldn't say anything. They said, Kalamai, never know. Then I turned to everyone inside the group and I told them, they want to know your name. They want to know your name. And they want to know why you came. We were robbed. The connection that was taken. And here we sit today, those from the past who gave all they could and still giving. And they still taking. And we still crying. And we still mad. And they still take. SHPD is the criminal. State of Hawaii is their father. The counties is their children that take and take and take. So what do? Where do we go? We know they have them. We hear them all over. Time for us guys, talk. Go to every meeting. Announce who you are. Announce your connection. And say, I am Kanaka. Those people is Kanaka. Don't insult them. Never call them Native Hawaiians. Do not put those plaques on them. You cannot brand them or own them. And if they do, they disenfranchise them of the law of 1860. If you're not familiar with that law of 1860, every Kanaka should know that law. We talk about laws. That is our law, provided by a kupuna. Not only for them to lay there, but for all of us. Why we stay in these strange places where they bury us? How come we not at home? How come we not can be buried at home? Or state said no care, not health. Who them? Do they have attachments and interests to our lands? Can they prove that they own Hawaii? Can they show their land patents and their authorities? No, cannot. But yet, they ride as if they can. We gotta demand no respect. No respect. I don't respect any of their laws. Because they never did anything good from any of us. Except take. Everything is a take. Every law you look, they maneuver and they take. Lawyers. That's why they get them. They paid liars. They paid liars. That's all they know is to lie. And they maneuver laws. The difference between lawful and legal, anybody know the difference between the two? Lawful, go ahead. Yeah, right. And so the difference is, lawful they cannot change. Yeah, lawful also has a sense of, what is that? Conscience. It calls upon the consciousness, right? Legal is only for them to shape, to make the round ball fit into a square hole. That is legal. That's the difference. You can check them out for definitions. But the thing is, to lift the heaven, we got to demand the archaeology change. The way it's done, the way the business is done. We have to hold them to a higher standard, not just get on permit from the guys who digging up allowing them to dig up our graves. They got to be held to some type of board, some type of system that will change the way archaeology is done, or to even stop.
So we're going to end with Jocelyn got something?
So I wanted to leave on a positive note. Although we are going through this, this is the pains of our growing. And so I want to leave with a solution, because we need to also come up with a remedy. Part of our angst is how these particular archaeological companies have been running rampant within our islands, in particular with large corporations and development. We need to create a way to regulate and audit them. And at that point, if within the criteria of desecration, that their license be pulled, suspended or pulled, never to do business in Hawaii again. Also, for those departments that regulate these permits, if they do not follow the law, or if they have used it so loosely that it has created injury, they should also either be on suspension or lose their job. But there is no accountability to what we talk about. And so if we're going to talk about it, then let's talk about our remedy. And if we need to somehow come up with some language to create that board so that we can now regulate what is happening and create the criteria on which they are held to, then maybe we can find and create our own solution. So I will put that into this cosmo universe, manifest it, and we can all create it together. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Mahalo for Maui. Okay. Do we have Tim back? Yeah, if you're hungry, there's some. Okay. Is Tim here? Yes? Tim Mentz. We're going to hear from Tim Mentz. Is he coming? Okay. So today is a day that we talk about the children, and we started the children's with the supporting Standing Rock and our First Nations about their boarding schools and children. And now the report has come out, and it's our boarding schools and children also. So I'm going to let Tim talk a little bit more about his mana'o, about the children, and about the resolution that he would like to see become law once again in Niagara. This is your second round with this law.
Wupida. Wupida tajituna. Taku detshe pinktana. Honey, the kunshime kag now. Long time ago, my grandmother. That's so wogra. Toksha toka najikta. Toka najikta nana wogra kingta. Grandma said, one of these days, it'll come, you're going to step up. Tohan nature makochi was there, and najikta na ta wogra po. There's going to come a time when you have to stand on the ground barefooted. That's the time you speak the truth, when you stand barefoot. So, honey, achimaki. Achima manako and sha. Shaked. There, petike, there, wahi. I heard that when I was young, and now today I come here to tell you that. You have a gift here. And maybe it's something that needs to be, if not brought to awareness, you are going to live the awareness of who you are. That's what an old grandma told me. She said, when you stand up to speak for the old ones, they have taken you there already. So you need to speak from your heart. And when I came here, I was thinking about all the times we did Zoom calls with relatives. And it was by chance that almost 2 years ago, a young gentleman by the name of Ron Martell, back home on Standing Rock, Fort Yates. Fort Yates is the center of our reservation. It's a fort. It's named after Captain Yates, who we killed at Little Bighorn. Sorry. We took his life. We took his life because he was killing women and children. He had to pay. Our grandpas made them pay for what they did. These are the things that probably happened here too. So it's not because of what we wanted to do. It was because we were forced to take on our pledge when we were young men, that we protect the innocent and the children, the orphans, the kunshis, the grandmas. But more importantly, we protect our way of life because we have an oral knowledge and an oral history that there's nowhere else in this world where it's at but right here in your Aina. Our makoche washte. That's what we call Aina. But what's important too today is that I'm hearing a lot of things that back in the early to mid 1985 to 90, what you just explained up here and what I heard, that was our fight. And guess who we fought? And no disrespect to anybody that is an archaeologist, but we fought the archaeologists. We had to take them out of our land. How did we do that? We had to get educated. We had to know their language. We had to speak their language. And we had to confront them with their language. And why we could do that is because we had our language. We had our oral knowledge. That oral knowledge is tied to natural law. It's what you're born with, the natural law. That's yours. And you can't forget it. You can't walk away from it. Just because of what blood we have going through our veins that ties us to our relatives, you cannot walk away. So at home when we go to these places, and there may be a handful, but all you need is just one person to start it. One person to remind everybody else of what you have, what you're made of, and what you're a part of. It was a long road from 85 to 90 to get the Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act. And up at home, up in the Midwest, North and South Dakota, we're right below what we call the medicine line, the Canadian border line. We don't recognize that border. That's all our homeland. That goes up into what they call Canada. It goes all the way down to the Republic River. That's 3 states down. Goes all the way to the Rocky Mountains on the western end of Montana. And it all goes all the way to the Great Lakes. All the way to the Great Lakes on the west side of Michigan. Wisconsin. That territory was the blood of our ancestors. You cannot walk away from the blood of your ancestors or walk away from where your people are buried. You can't do that. That's why they say walk careful, because you're feeling them as you walk over them. They not only influence you, but you got to recognize the natural law. What they had and what they carried in their walk of life, if you walk over them, you could absorb that. They carried the goodness, but our people had to defend our people. Our warriors had to defend our people. They were the protector and the provider. At home, our grandpas, they woke up every day that they knew that today could be the day I'm stepping over. So when you're a young boy, you're conditioned to make that ultimate commitment for the people, for the orphans, for the grandmas, the kunshis, for the ones that don't have anything, for the ones that need help. You're ready to give yourself to them. And I know that was here too, because we're all red people. And if you're red people, that's who we are. So it disturbs me to hear what's going on here. In '85, where you're sitting today, with how the dominant society controls somebody else, we were right there. I think they started on us and practiced on us to come here and displace you. Today they tell you you don't even know who you're related. That's what they tell us. Prove to me who you're tied to. Tell me who's buried right here. Can you tell me that? I don't have to tell them nothing. This is all my land. It all belongs to us. And that's how the positions were taken. And if they wanted to fight about it, we fought about it. To protect what we have. That's the oral and the spiritual knowledge of a people that will never go away. They say it's in every root of every plant. It's on everything that walks above the ground. It's all the subsurface. The life of the subsurface has to be recognized, because they're a part of us too. We have a word at home called mitakuye owasi. We are all related. That's very true. You probably have something like that also. You already have the ability to connect with your Iwi. I know that. I've met some people that brought your relatives to my homeland. And we seen them and we felt them in ceremony at home last August. So I know the power of the earth here. That's who you are. When we were little kids, our grandmother took us out. I was 4 years old. We stand outside. They line up the boys, line up the girls. The girls are always on the left side, because your left, everything's left is your heart, connected to your heart. So everything that's very spiritual, precious, you hold with your left hand. You feel their DNA, their moisture of their body. We knew all about DNA a long time ago. Today we do that. Anything we touch, we leave the imprint of what we call nagi, our spirit. So everything we touch, we leave the imprint of our DNA. You know me now, because I've touched a lot of things that were here that belong to you. Your relatives that came up to North Dakota last summer, they left their DNA there. And we said, we're coming down again. We're going to come back. And you're going to come back up there. Today, as I'm sitting here, there's a number of tribes, what they call us as tribes. We're Lakota. We're Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota. We got 3 dialects. They call us the 3 dialect people. When the federal government in 1851 to 1868, they couldn't defeat us, what did they do? They gave us a big chunk of land. They made a treaty with us. They gave us 66 million acres, but it should have been 258 million acres. What I just described of that whole area, we all shared that. Why? Because we can't walk away from our relatives that are under the ground. Our connection to them. Our connection is so real that when they went to the ground, they told us that they're going to come back. I'm talking in 1700. We have prophecies that went back even 500 years before that are coming. Those songs that they made when they got that revelation, when they prayed on a hill, we can still touch the other side yet. We can still touch the spiritual things on the other side. We have spiritual men that passed over that we have the ability to bring them back into a room, into a setting, and call them to help us. To help us. That's what you have here too, and you need to find that. Maybe you have it already. A lot of the people up there at home, they don't know what we have because we had to hide it. We had to hide it to save it. Now it's coming back. And all these prophecies that are coming, all of what they told us, we still remember them, but now we have to absorb it. So everything I feel off of you, or you feel off of me, that's the nagi. That's what we call a spirit, nagi. And so when I feel what you're feeling, we all have that ability, we just don't use it. But what I feel, that connection between you and me and the children, especially the children, that's so powerful. That little nagi that they carry. That's what we call taku wa kanshkanshkan. Taku, what it is. Wakan, very holy. Shkan, to me, move between you and I. We call it the great mystery. It's the movement of the sacred movement of our DNA to each other. We could connect to animals. You probably had that. You probably still have it. How did we know where the buffalo were at? We were buffalo people. It was their vapor. You go like that. What do you feel? Moisture. What we understand, and I'm not here to preach to you, I'm just sharing you some of the knowledge so you understand what I'm going to say about why I came here. But that feeling that we have towards each other, some of us make commitments. I heard that young gentleman said up there, I'm willing to give my life. Last night he said that. How many young men feel like that? How many of them are ready to stand up for their culture, for their people? And what is given to that little man that's coming up? Because when those kids start walking, we talk to them like adults. We're losing that. As soon as they started to get upright, they started to walk, our people talk to them like adults. We didn't do this baby talk. We didn't do this little pampering. They're adults. By the time they get older and older, they make that commitment. How did we make that commitment? It's where the women that have, yesterday I explained kamani, the first water. That is so important today, and we need to go back to, our women need to do that again. Home birth. Home birth. To be able to touch your child in the first water when it comes out. When that child comes out, still connected to the mother. Makagana. Makagana. To touch that little child right in that moisture of that earth ties him. Commitment. Never walks away from his people. For a boy ready to give himself. That's what we need to talk about now. That's what I come to share, just what we understand at home. So maybe we'll kind of put a charge into life, because we all need it. We all need to support each other. We all need to feel taku wa kanshkanshkan, the great feeling, that love we have amongst people. And you know who protects that? The kunshis, the grandmas, the older ladies cherish that. Because at one time, they brought children in this world. We ask for them in the stars. They come down because we ask for them. That woman puts that little spark of life, starts it up. It's a little engine that starts. That little one swims in the womb, the kamani, swims in mini wichoni, water of life. For 9 months, 9 months, that little one is what we know as mini wichoni, the first water. So that's so important to us to understand the first water. Why, as me, a man, I'm talking like this? Men at home don't talk like this unless they're raised by their grandmother. So when we're sitting in a big meetings like this at home, Polly and them seen our meetings at home, Claire's seen our meetings, all the ones that came that had a touch of our meetings. We recognize the men who were brought up by their grandma. That's the most cherished walk of life of a young man, is when he could say, I was raised by my grandmother. My grandmother shaped my life. She taught me everything. But she taught me also the gift of life, to respect women. That's what the dominant society, the archaeologists, they do not understand that when they start going out and digging. They don't know the story of our land. They don't know the story of our people, and they don't know how to listen. Same way at home. We fought that. We got it to the point where no archaeologist tells us how we're connected. None of us, they can give the historical data to that area, but we got the story. We got the history. We got the knowledge. And that's what we're pushing out to now the dominant society. You don't tell me who I am anymore. You don't tell me what's sacred to me, what's holy, what we call wakan. You don't tell me that, because I have that. I was the one that came out of my mother. I'm tied to the earth, Unchimaka grandma, and I know my connection. Because I was told that when I was this small. About 5 years old, they took me into ceremony and painted my hands red. So I'm part of a society at home that pick up the ones that went on. The ones that fell in battle. Make your hands red. When I was 5 years old, they took me into a inikaga, what we call as a sweat lodge. My grandpa told me, you're going to lose your hands now. It's part of your society, what we call okoda kiksia. Society doesn't even come close to that word, doesn't even come close to it. Doesn't come close to our language of how we interpret. Okoda kiksia bnahe na pedu ta hecha wakata ke hecha yankta. I was a little boy and I had tears coming down my eyes. Not supposed to show that, but I did. Because you know what he told me? We're going to cut off your hands and send them up to up there. I thought they were going to cut my hands off. And we're going to paint your hands red. Wapetu dito, that's your hands are going to be red. Realizing that after we went into Inikaga, what he was talking about is they're sending my hands to the other side so I can be able to pick up the old ones. That I can pick up the ones in battle. Put that blood on your hands. That's what it is. So certain things I can't touch at home. Sacred objects I can't touch because my hands were painted red. It's a ceremony that we go through. Certain things that we can't do in ceremony is because we have red hands, blood on our hands. It doesn't mean we're bad. It means a commitment that no matter where they're at, when the battles are going in 1850, 60, 70, 80, when they were fighting and that man dropped, it didn't matter. Your only purpose was to walk or ride right into that battle and pick up that one that just fell. Didn't matter what happened to you. That's your commitment. The commitment was so strong that you didn't even make a second thought, second guess yourself. You never second guess yourself. Today we need to feel that. You walk into these areas where your EV are at, don't doubt yourself. Don't walk away from them. Pick them up. Take possession of them because they don't belong to them. The problem is that they're calling the shots. They're saying what's supposed to happen because they're using state law. There's even counties that say that they have a regulation that you can't do certain things. Well, we got rid of all of those. We got rid of all of that. But that's something that we cherished, that walk that we wanted to put back into their minds. So we were compassionate. We're all compassionate people. We helped them. Well, once they strayed off, we straightened them right off. And that's what we all have to have, is that commitment. That commitment. That's a strong commitment that you were already born with. You just need to pull it out. You need to stand strong on those commitments. So today, as I was coming down here, after we got done with that walk, I was thinking about that. Here's a island. Trying to put in my mind at home the large land base that all of the tribes up there, what they call the tribes, us is Lakota, Dakota, Makoche. We have huge areas at home. But you cannot even walk over the hill and you're walking on them. You're walking on top of them. So we go to the places where all the really powerful, strong medicine people, where they went to fast for 4 days and 4 nights without water, without food, nothing but just what they walk in with, what they call the birthday suit. They fast, they pray, and they get that answer. Well, they're buried out there. We don't allow the archaeologists to dig them up anymore. Matter of fact, we go on the fight, so they know it. That's what needs to happen here. And I'm not condemning archaeologists. Some of my best friends are archaeologists. I got to be able to gauge my feelings. My grandma said, watch your feelings. Don't expose yourself like that. The worst thing a man can do is expose his feelings by showing it. Allowing people to witness that. So we had to be reserved. So when we were walking into 85, we went in prayer. In prayer, they told us that there was 2 things going to happen. The old ones are going to stand up again. They're coming back. You have to guide them coming back. you're going to have to ask for them. So what did they tie that to? This. Red. The most powerful color on this earth is this color. Probably universal to a lot of indigenous people. Southwest, red. Southeast, red. Northeast, yellow. For us, it's colors. And those 4 stars that come up, June 21st, you look west. Right around when the moon starts to get right to the top. Look for the 4 stars. They're perfect. 4 stars. Tate topa, the 4 winds. The 4 paintbrushes of Mother Nature, we call them. She comes to this earth and paints the earth 4 colors. So we're all tied to colors. So in '85, when they said red's gonna be the dominant color now, you gotta look to red. You gotta use the color red. So for us, we're buffalo people. What we made today was the horns. At home, all of what we have put away to hide, that we still use in secret. In 1978, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act opened the door. We started to come out and we started to talk about these things now. Because we didn't have to worry about getting thrown in jail, arrested. Still doing that up there. It's like the Wild West up there. But what was important about this is that we got to learn how to share. And that's what we're trying to do, because we are so, like, secretive. We're so secretive in hiding our walk of life, our spirituality, our knowledge, that we're the old ones that have that are going to the grave with it. So now it's almost like a movement now that's happening in the Great Plains. And they said what we did was we flipped the knowledge. All the nations, the red nations, are going to flip their knowledge, and they're going to have to take it into darkness, because that's the only place it has to go for us to save it, to keep it. But they told us also in the 7th generation it's going to flip back up. Now everything's going to be up here. And we're supposed to know about this up here by sharing this knowledge with the people that have the power. What I just heard earlier last night, just a little while ago, yeah, that's people of power who can make a decision over you are making decisions on your relatives. Same with us. We've gone through this, and we're still going through that. 2016, what did they do? With the Gahota Access Pipeline, they destroyed all our sites. Brought a bulldozer in. Some of you may have seen that on social media. 87 sites. In August 24th of 2016, the judge told us, where are your sacred sites? Show me. This was in court, federal court up in DC. Show me. That's what I mean about the dominant power. They want to be convinced. They want to be able to say that, no, I know more than you. No, there's a law that says that this is how it is. I'm interpreting this common law. Well, I'm standing over here and citing natural law. There's a difference. For us, oral knowledge is one gift, but on this side is oral history. So which one are you going to walk with? Are you going to walk with both? Or do you want to just know the old stories, the old knowledge, but yet walk into this world with just oral history? So what we did in 1890 when they killed our most reverend of all leaders, our grandpa, Katanka Ayotake, Sitting Bull. 2 nights before he died, he said, I'm going to tell you, I had a dream. They're going to take my life now. I'm ready to go. December 13th, 1890, he gathered all the spiritual men that all had this really beautiful gift of power. And now when I say power, I'm talking about love. They loved their people. And he said, they're going to take me. But 2 things are going to happen to wake up everybody. All the people in what now they call Turtle Island, they're going to wake up. Because when I hit the ground, 2 things are going to happen when they kill me. It's going to thunder and it's going to lightning. December 15th at dawn when they tried to arrest him, and this is soldiers from the Fort Yates, where I live right now, Fort Yates, North Dakota. 30 miles south, they went to Sitting Bull Camp. They wanted to arrest him because he was doing the ghost dance. And all that was communicating. So it's important to understand that when they talk to you, you got to listen. My point in this is that you have relatives here that are going to communicate with you now. So that's what's important about this. What you're going to realize, what you're going to live by. I was going to talk about this NAGPRA law, but yeah, we'll get information on. I don't like talking about these laws. We're going to change it though. That's kind of like hypocritical. We're kind of talking out of both sides, but what we're going to do with this law is going to change it because they pulled it out. Private land, church land, state land, county land. We're going to all put it back into this law. And maybe it's good or bad that a federal law, we have to use a federal law, but right now that's the name of the game. No state laws are going to come close to right now with federal law. So we're playing that game. So after saying all of that and changing what I was going to do here, I'm asking you to listen to what you're feeling. To listen to the earth, because they're underneath. They want to come up now. Don't be scared of them, because they're going to help you. They're helping us. And we're going to all be tied together on this issue. So I think that I may Mishma Dakotana Cheke Dako Washte Mija Hatcha Matcha Wachina Cheke Hatcha down Deja Yahina we are Chashin He's a Takojana that's them Yankemani after Wopida Tanka Chichuna. So that's all I'm going to say. All the ladies and men and even the children that came here, you have a purpose, just like we do. So I want to thank you for listening to me. I just wanted to share that knowledge of just a piece of it. Instead of coming up here, I kind of felt bad when everybody's talking about archaeologists and all the laws that just aren't working here. Thank you.
Thank you. You can stay right there. So the next part of the Standing Rock resolution, which is where we're going to change the NAGPRA laws so that all lands, all burials in all lands will be protected, is Manukayama. And is her slideshow ready? Oh, no. Here, you can have this thing.
I give you this one. You can sit with me, Jack.
Oh, you just
Hello,
press the
hello.
button. Press the button.
Aloha. Oh, hello. Sorry.
Okay, we're gonna put her right here so she can see. Can you guys see this screen? If you want to move closer, because I know it's bright.
Okay, I will not take long. Aloha mai kako. So nice to see everybody again today. So really great. This is actually an introduction to the next group that is going to or was going to come up here and speak about NAGPRA laws, which Claire is one of them. So this will be really fast. It's just like an introduction, okay? So just to make us all think about this a little bit, I know I'm speaking to the choir as I look at all of you, just because we've all been in this arena before. Is that better for you guys? Okay. So when fallen American soldier remains are found, in other countries, yeah, they're brought back to the United States. So next. There is a respectful handling of the remains, yeah? This is, I think, was from South Korea. Next. So the receiving of these fallen soldiers is very formal, very dignified, and they're treated with the utmost care, right? As they should be, as we all should be. Next. Okay. There's ceremony with the highest leaders, right, in the land. Next. So how about Hawaii, home of the visitor? How about Hawaii? Next. Okay, so greed and money replaces respect, dignity, and reverence. Next. Sorry I have to say next, but it's $1,000 thing over there, but we can't figure out how to do the stuff. So kalamai. Mahalo nui. Okay, so, there's our favorite, yeah, Walmart. Just one of thousands of perpetrators. When they were building Walmart on Ke'eo Moku Street, Kumu Lake, who's my kumu who I was studying Oli with, had needed to get a group of his haumana to come and to pray and do chants to let the kupuna know who have been unearthed that we're here, we're going to protect you, you're okay. There's this very disturbing idea that they have been taken out of their final resting place. Is that what you're asking me to do? Why you can't continue this? Is this? Well, why don't I just finish this? I think I only have 5 more slides. Is that okay? Okay, thanks. All right. So I just want to share this little story. He contacted me and I said, yeah, Kumu, I can go. I'll go right after work. But I had to cut work off and go pick up my daughter. So I went up to Sacred Hearts, picked up my daughter. And I said, Mom, we got to go do something right now. It's like kala oli. And we would always keep all of our mea, in the back of my car and stuff. So I was ready to get into my dress. And then got there with my daughter, and Kumu said, okay, we're going to do this and this and this. He told us all the different chants we were going to do. And he was looking at my daughter, and he didn't say anything. And then so she went and he said, you go stand with Auntie, with his, I think it was his wife. And so she moved back, and then we went up by where they had unearthed all the Iwi, and we started chanting. And at the end of our last chant, my daughter fainted. And Kumu looked up and he said, go tend to your daughter. And so I went and I said, well, what happened? I had no idea what happened. And so she came back to consciousness. I think she was about 13 years old. And Kumu, everybody was saying, you better take her to the doctor. This is so weird. I said, have you been drinking water? She dehydrated. She was fine. And so I said, okay. So I took her to Kaulana Medical Center. They had to, because I told them what happened, they took her, did an MRI, and they did all the blood work, and they said, oh no, she's fine. We didn't know what's going on. And before I left, Kumu told me, as I was getting in the car, he said, she's fine, but you go check her out. He said, I have to talk to you about your daughter. And so she actually ends up being a person who is very, very sensitive to iwi kupuna, and has proven so as she's continued to grow older. So it's something that he taught me about how to protect her also. So that was at the Walmart site. And the next slide, please. Oh, I thought you said it was for the... Okay, so moving on, you're all so patient. Okay, sorry. So the next slide, it says I should read the slide. It's not up there. So it's like, okay, I'll move to the next slide, okay, because it's gonna take a while to figure that out. And if we don't get the slides, you can just use your imagination. So anyway, the next slide I think shows like their disruption of all the aina. And I said this is what we have to do, right? We have to be maka'ala, we have to be alert. Find out, because the system is set up now to try their best not to let public know, because it's easier for them to do what they want to do, right? Don't want people to know if they have inadvertent discoveries, which is just an insulting term in and of itself. Bad decisions are made for us and our community because of the overdependence on tourism and military dollars, both evil economic drivers. So this is Walmart Moku. During construction, they uncovered at least 44 burial remains of Hawaiians. After receiving complaints, public was told that the burial remains are in an air-conditioned, darkened trailer in a secure location on the site. So you should feel very good about that, right? Whatever. And then, quote, if local or state authorities don't stop them, they will build over dead bodies. It's par to Walmart Realty's everyday low policy. So what this author was saying was that Walmart, why they have cheap prices is because they don't do all the things they need to do, and one of them is to take care of the kupuna that they find whenever they go and try to bring up a new store. Okay, next, I hope. Yay, okay, so this is where I was saying this is what we have to do, we have to be maka'ala. I believe this came from my Maui slides, but she's not here to confirm it. And I've talked about, for Hawaii, we really are in bad shape because our two largest economic drivers are tourism and the military complex, and both of those don't care about our iwi kupuna. They just, run rampant. Okay, next. Aye. Okay, so here, some of you who are local know what this is. So this is where our most recent kupuna that are found in construction sites in Waikiki end up, right? And of course, only heaven knows what they did with our ancestors when they were building Waikiki, right? We know on that sandy area that they have, the entire city of Waikiki is sand. So we know that they uncovered a lot, we just don't know what they did. And now that we're being more conscientious about it, they're trying to address it. So the next slide shows that this is their finished resting place. It's called Kahihali'a Aloha. And if you go to the next slide, this is what it said when they finished. This was sort of their little announcement about this great place. Yes, you're all reading ahead. Holds approximately 200 human skeletons dug up during various Waikiki construction projects. So this is something that was in the newspaper, yeah? Cost 200, they said in the newspaper, cost $250,000. That always sounds more than 250,000, right? So I'm a numbers person, so I said, okay, it costs $250,000 to build. Has room for 1,400 more displaced skeletons. It almost sounds like a hotel or something, yeah? It's a first come, first buried mound, you know? So when you die, you know, if you're in Waikiki, the choice side facing the Waikiki beach has already been filled. The choice side, okay? I got this off Roadside America, and I guess they go do that around all kinds of states, and they're trying to sell it, you know? Unreal. It's just so inhumane, right? I thought that was kind of interesting. Okay, next slide. Okay, so you may not see this, it's really tiny for those in the back, but that is a sign that says Makua Protestant Cemetery. I'm actually a lineal descendant of Makua, and my great-great-grandparents were a part of the church there. They signed over their property for the U.S. Army to use for during the start of the Second World War, with the promise that they would have it returned to them after the war was finished. Just so happens after the war was finished, they decided, no, we cannot. We're going to use it for some more stuff. And so that is my family. Now, when you go to this cemetery, you can see how this cemetery is very, very humble. Doesn't look anything like, you know, Punch Bowl, yeah, cemetery. And if you go to the next one, please, mahalo. This is kind of what it looks like on the inside. And you can see there are some headstones, and then there are some plants. And I remember being a keiki, we used to always go to Makaha for the summer and spend the whole summer there with my grandma and my 2 great aunts. And that was teaching time. And so, and we had a home, small little home that my great uncle built. And we would just go there and walk down to the beach and surf and learn all kinds of things. So I do recall one day my great aunt saying, come on, let's go, we're gonna go visit Kupuna. So we went there. Now, this is a more modern picture. Before, they didn't have the fence. And actually, the person who put the fence on got in touch with me and gave me a key. It has a lock. That key, maybe like 2 years ago, I tried, and I think they changed the lock, so I have to get back in touch with that uncle. But, well, that's gross. But anyway, so the next slide that that slide we were looking at, I went with my auntie and my cousins, and there were 17 of us, so it's lots of children, yeah. And she's like, do not run around. So we know, okay, no ways. So we're all being, you know, very attentive and respectful. So I went slowly and I looked at each headstone, and I was just looking for Helenihi, I was looking for Luning, I was looking for any of our Hawaiian names. I couldn't find any. So I told my great aunt, I said, I cannot find any of our kupuna. Most of them were haole names. And so she goes like this. She's standing in front of the cemetery and she goes, yeah, they're buried over there, okay? And what that means, you know, I mean, if you're versed in what we do with our, you know, our kupuna, and the old days is you don't know where they are. You kind of have an idea, but you're not told because it's supposed to be hidden, right? You're supposed to keep their bones intact and safe. So that is what she said. And my mother had told me that, yeah, it's kind of like on parts of the perimeter. Because they were Protestant, they were buried in a Christian way, but in a Hawaiian way, right? So in the Christian burial place, but honoring our Hawaiian tradition. So done at a time when nobody, maybe nighttime, yeah, when nobody was there, early morning. Okay, so next. Thank you, Oren. I know you have the most stressful job. Okay, so if we fast forward to today, this is a modern cemetery for our kupuna that construction projects rudely disturb in their sleep. Next one. Okay, easy to identify. Just look in any major parking lot. Okay, a lot of them look like this. Next. Yeah. Okay, usually it's identifiable with a black fence or la'i, tea leaf planted around, right, for protection. Okay, and a gate with a lock on it. Okay. Next one, please. This one I found had some chickens living in there. Okay, they had found a home. Next one, you can see the lock, yeah. Okay, here's another one, just that was in the same area. And then the next one. Okay, let's see. So what is sad about this is it's just so obvious, number one, yeah? Because like everybody, I mean, we all know what it is. It's all over the island. You can find it all over the island. It's just which is like disgusting, not good, right? Yes, mahalo. Okay, so next one. Okay, so here, what did they do in Waikiki or downtown Honolulu? So when this building went up, they found a lot of Eevee, and by this point, we were already getting involved. When you find Eevee, make sure that you respectfully place them somewhere. And of course, we don't really have a lot of voice in that of where we would like it, right? And so right next to it, this building is in Kaka'ako, and if you go there, you'll see quite a large piece of land, maybe a quarter of an acre, and that's what you see on the right side, okay? And it says there, na wahina ike a me nahana mai ho'opilikia ke olu olu. And I mean, I can translate Hawaiian language, but I think what it means, and those of you who are better than me, then let me know. But I know, like, even with Oli, it's hard to translate Oli a lot. So, na wahi'ina ike a me nahana. So kind of like know that much work went into this place, this wahi, okay? And then the last line is, don't make trouble, please, okay? So, I mean, that's my best guess. And then right below that, it says cultural preserve area, please do not disturb. Okay, so that's where our grandparents and our great-grandparents are buried. Okay, and then next. Okay, so then I wrote, so this is my intro to Anake Claire, right? Is this the end? And she's going to talk about the large development in Maui and all the problems we have there. Anybody want to comment or have anything before I hand over this? Any hands? Any? Ole? Yes, aloha. Oh, I'm sure they don't have names, because my guess is that when they unearthed them, they were like very old. However, if you know that your ohana lived in that area, you should be able to make a claim to it or say it could possibly be my ohana. But I don't know, I mean, someone who's more well-versed in the state agency that does that might be able to answer that. Yeah. Anybody out there know the answer to that? Yes, mahalo. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. But I'm thinking they're very old burials. They went deep. And so that's why we wouldn't think that they might be someone more recent that you might have a name for. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
That's another great resource that's pre all of this planning and development, where you can find sometimes ohana names associated with place that go back to my head, rural packet grants, LCAs. So that's why it's really important to see the aina from that perspective and time period, because you can't gather information from that. In addition to some of the place names that are in the body, like on the ridge lines and in different points and lines. Sometimes those are also named after individuals. And to me, I think that's where we're still held up, because it's that engagement of any type of bothering, any type of moving, revealing that is problematic, right? Communication.
Yeah, mahalo for that. Also, I remember my mom once telling me that we were in this area, our family, because of the street names. So street names too, sometimes they pull back from very old mo'olelo. Yes?
What you're talking about, they actually bulldozed a recognized Palestinian cemetery that's been there for centuries. And the reason was given to us, they wanted to build a museum of tolerance. What do you think of that? I mean, so you bulldoze those people's memories and bones and all of that, and build a museum of tolerance with a parking lot. So I certainly identify and feel what you're feeling. You're welcome.
Housed us, loved us like their own. They didn't know Morocco, but they understand. And that's the one thing that we gotta do. We gotta educate the ones that don't have the blood so they can understand. I'm sure everybody can understand some kind of heart in this, you know. Everybody has a heart. Support, emotional support during this time, you know. Oh, no, you're doing a good job.
I just didn't want you to grab it and sort
I really admire your demeanor and approach to this, and I wish I could be so calm. You just have this calmness about you and just this quietness. You know, just this morning we were talking about a rather more kue approach towards things as we were looking at the gaping hole that was left at the property of Kawaihau Church, the hall that has been removed. And more than one of us was moved to anger, quite fierce emotions, and the conversation went more along a riotous type of conversation. And that's more like the kind of like, I don't know if it's a personality thing or just, I just want to know how do you maintain such calmness? You know, I would assume that you get much more done with your demeanor and being calm than, or at least that there would be a different quality to your ability to ki'ai, being calm, and that having that ability. So how do you, being from Waianae and Makaha, especially because we're very ku'e, that side, how do you keep yourself so contained and discuss these topics that we're so eha right now, we are so nuha after just one day of discussions, and you're sitting there so calm and so okay, and not okay, but so contained, as you should be, as we all should be, try to be that way.
And through the end of it. And then we got kicked out of Makua, and then my grandparents were in Makaha, and then my parents were in Kaimuki. So, but I still have a lot of respect because that is the farthest we went back when we were studying our own genealogy, you know. It was Makua Beach. Now, why am I so calm? I think I'm old. Because when I was your age, I was right there in the front line as some of the people here. You guys all look young right now. But, I mean, I never swore or anything like that because I think swearing should be used for very, very special times. And because if you don't ever swear and you then do swear, then people are like, wow, this must be important. And that's what I taught my children. So my husband and I never swore in front of our children. But if something, and hardly ever happened, you know, once every 3 years or 5 years or something was big, and they heard us rattle out a swear word, they're like, oh, now I gotta pay attention. So.
I'd like to answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not answer your question. I'm just calm because I think I'm a little older, and I think that when it comes time and we need to be in the face, if I was in the face of the enemy, I would have a very different demeanor. I'm not a friendly person at all, actually. So.
Thank you. Specifically about interacting with iwi kupuna issues and being calm, I think that after you've done it for many years, you learn, I don't know that the emotion never stops. The tears might dry up, but you learn to find solutions and to believe that things can be different. And if you stay in the advocacy and start to win, then you can find a certain calm, knowing that we are not entirely helpless. Absolutely not. It's Heva what's going on. It's Heva the things they're doing. Going to Kauai today is a perfect example of that. I have watched Kalai, who testified yesterday, who talked yesterday, go through so many tremendous emotions about that place and that big puka there. But yet today we're sitting one day before they may find a solution. So I really wanted to give you guys that kind of hope so that you're not left with only angst. So I'm gonna call Palikapu up now, and if he'd share with us for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, his words of wisdom and how he's won some of these battles.
I was a little bit sore listening to this about us coming to a conclusion on issues. You know, I don't want story that I can read in one book. My stories is actual action. The tidal wave came up the south with South Point. When the NAGPRA was packed, we went to Bishop Museum and said, we like to put our bones back South Point because you guys didn't dig them up. So I came to bring the bones back. We got the bones back and we put them back South Point. Not finding out that South Point was Hawaiian homelands. So that means it was under a federal jurisdiction. At that time, NAGPRA was there. So it was easy to retrieve the iwi and put them back. So we took our kupunas, 170 of them, and put them back where they came from. And that's direct action. So I'm just trying to bring you that there is solutions, man. You just gotta go do them. And don't be afraid of doing them. I think we're really psychologically conditioned not to cross the line. And that's not our line. And that's not our conditioning. But if you accept it, it could be. When the tidal wave came, rough up Chile, and came all the way across, hit Big Island. So in Kona, the water came and pushed all the way up to the hotel, exposed all the iwi in the sand. The canoe clubs over there, paddling canoe, the canoes parked, the iwi all over, the kids young kids paddling canoes, stepping on all the iwi. Because a canoe, kupuna, whoever, teaching them, not showing respect about all the pieces of fragments that the tidal wave will push up. Anyway, that was going on while we're picking them up with one bowl. All the iwis all over, we picked them up. Me, Jimmy Madaris from Kona, now. He's the one that do the carvings on top of all those keys at the ahu over there and at the heiau. Well, me and him picked up all those iwis, and then we looked at each other and said, where are we going to put this iwi? Nobody's around, just us that saw that from the sand and made calls. We picked up all the iwi, wondering where are we going to put them for safety. So we looked at the heiau. We walked across the heiau, walk in the water to the heiau, took the center puhakus out of the heiau and put the iwi inside. Took us 2 weeks to pick up all the iwi. Then there was one whole body, 7 feet, brother was, maybe more. His shin bone, so big. And so we tried to, because it was exposed, half of it sticking up, we tried to take out the iwi. Things start cracking, breaking, brittle. So it took time. We took it all out. We put that back in the heiau. Now comes the security of the hotel. What are you guys doing over here? What are you doing by the heiau? So we don't say nothing. I'm telling you, just do what you're supposed to do. They got to do what they do. They call the cops. And the cops climb on our heiau with their guns on top of my church, arresting us guys for trying to put the bones back. But they never stop us. On the phone, call a mayor, Billy Kinoi. Told Billy, this is what's going on. And they're coming on the heiau with their guns. Billy said, just a minute. He called their captain. And their captain, all of a sudden, all our cops left. Never said a word. The word came, get the hell out of there. Okay? You're not supposed to be on the heiau with the gun. So we put the iwi inside the heiau. Not ashamed of what we did. We thought it's the safest place now for this iwi, our kupunas. Because of this historical landmark, that heiau at Ahupua heiau at the King Cam Hotel. You guys been to Kailua Kona? That's that famous little one over there. That's where we'll put the iwi inside. The following month, we get on the agenda to DLNR, because Bill Isla, who was in charge at that time, coming to Kona to do DLNR work every 2 months, once a month. So we asked to be on the agenda. So we was on at 2 o'clock, but before that, we put down all our names of our ohana that's related to that iwi. You prove I'm not. I don't have to prove I am. Put all our names down. We wait for our 2 o'clock appointment. Then Isla say, okay, bring our name. You guys up now? We get up and talk, what's up? We put a piece of paper in front of him that we told him what we did. He didn't know what to do. That's a National Register historical site. You guys got no right touching them. Oh yeah? The iwi stay inside. And you see this piece of paper? Lineal descendants. We all get right for Kamuya. He didn't know what to say and what to do. I just say go back and tell him that that's what happened here in Kona with the iwi. So I just like to say that there is success. We did accomplish. Maybe not change the law, but just act what was right, and you feel strong about what you're doing, you do them. I don't need one piece of paper tell me how to be one Kanaka. I don't need one foreign ideas to make up laws that I gotta follow. Burial treatment plan. You guys understand what that really is? That's telling you, I'm going to dig you up. I get one plan. But whose plan is that? That's mine. That's your plan. Then they tell we're going to do you monitoring. We're going to have somebody watch when they dig. I tell you, have somebody watch when you rape. Huh? What is rape? You get monitored for rape. That's what you're doing, bro. Why I got to accept your policies that's so desecrating and try to figure out how I got to follow you? That's heavy already. Your ideas, your laws is all heavy. I never tell you beat it, go home. I just said no touch this, no dig over there. I never said nothing pilau about you. And that's how we gotta be on the Big Island. We like that. My experience like that. Kaulana was like that. Push the pencil. You stay home. This your house. What you scared of? Somebody gonna shoot you. Well, you get family. You get ohana. You're not in some foreign land fighting one war, worried about one bullet. That's the idea. That stuff was past. We come home. You gotta be Kanaka. And no wait and accept. Make changes. I'm not telling you to get stupid. You smart as on Hawaiian, and they don't like you do that. Because they cannot counter your feelings and what you're doing. They know you're right. Why am I always living with somebody else's idea of how I should be? That's what they're teaching here. They're teaching all us to listen. I sit here and watch how academic we all are. What's academic about my tutu? What's academic you need to go stop somebody from digging up your tutu? What you need? Education. You need one profession. You need one degree. Why don't just be Kanaka? Because that's the appropriate thing to do. I'm just saying we did things in Kau. My experience is attack the issue, deal with the issue, and come out with a conclusion. Then I can fight you. You're going to win. But they're going to piecemeal it. Let you all out here while they go do something else over there. Yeah, we got to change laws. And you know, meeting the Indians, there was 200 years more fighting that guy than me. So they're 400 years scrapping with that same enemy we get for 200 years. They still never pukachu. 200 years more than me fighting for their iwi. They're still fighting for their iwi. So that's what I want to learn. And I want to learn how and see how they never give up their spirituality. They still practice their spiritual gatherings and ceremonies. And we all go to church on Sunday. That's how fast we gave it up. And it's a shame when I think about that and I watch how they are. Thousands of them. They said, screw you, Christianity. This is me. Sundance all day. Doing their ceremony all day. I watch that and go, man, we're so far behind. We're not even close to grabbing our spirit and putting them back in ourselves. That's where it's got to be. It's the uhane that we depend on. You know, my past experience is, brother, you go do your moral best, and when that no work, then you go ask for kukua from the uhane. No ask first. You ask last. You already get the here and here to do all you can do until you no can. Now you go pull it. You don't pull it for it. That's what Christians do. I screw up all week. I get hemo on Sunday, and I can screw up the next week. Hemo on Sunday. That's what they do. We're not like that. So I just get frustrated of listening that we're not stuck. We're not looking for conclusions. You are. You can make the answer now. Let them react to you. Like I said, you only one Kanaka one time. You don't can be two times. And if you're going through this life as one Kanaka, then do the best you can to be one. Because no more extra, no place else. That's how you got to be. That's my 15 minutes. I just like instill some some will, man, some strongness. You got to. This is your house. You run the house. No scared. Colonialism is something that we got to detox, man. That's it. Thank you for this. I just like empower ourselves, man. Okay? We got to empower ourselves.
Thank you, Pali. Thank you. What? You're going to get it. So the next two presenters are going to begin the conversation of boarding schools in Hawaii. And so Manu Kayama and Jocelyn Costa will be presenting this to you. I think you must use this microphone. Okay. You sit in the middle. Here, that one doesn't work.
No, does it work? This one? Aloha again, my name is Jocelyn Costa. Just so happened, I am the product of a boarding school. And I went to Kamehameha School from as soon as I could register from an outer island. So on my 7th grade, I was accepted. Surprising to me, because academic-wise, I was not there. But I guess they kind of liked talking stories with me. And that kind of won me over to get me into the school. So.
Okay, aloha, it's me again, the very calm one. Okay, I was not a boarder, so I wasn't quite sure why I was asked to do this. But of course, when Ana Claire asks, you say yes. So I am a graduate of Kamehameha Schools also. And if we look at the next slide, you can see that this is a picture of Kauikeauli, Kamehameha III, okay? And the first boarding school I'd like to discuss is the Chief's Children's School, which was founded in 1839. And I heard that you went on a site, and you may have seen, they were saying it was probably where the reflection ponds are, over by the Capitol. What I have found is actually that it was, the very first one was located in the barracks, you know, where the barracks are now. And so, why would our ali'i want to have a chief school? Well, they travel all over the place, and they visit all kinds of islands, all kinds of nations, and then they really did enjoy Great Britain and their relationship with them, because they had mo'i, they had ali'i, right? They had this kind of pomp and circumstance like we did. And so they had a very good relationship with the leadership in Great Britain, and that's Kauikeauli. He saw that all those guys send their kids, you know, to boarding school to learn how to govern, right, a country, and so he thought that would be a good idea, okay? So the next one, and of course children went there just by genealogy, you know, they had a list of everyone who would be qualified to go. And this is really too small, but it shows how the barracks was and where all the rooms were for each child when they first came over to the chief school. Okay, so that's the floor plan. So then we go on to the next slide, which is Princess Bernice Puahi. And it has her her married name at the bottom there. But she is the founder of the Kamehameha Schools, and she was one of those chosen to attend the chief school. She left her family and went to school there when she was 7 years old. Now, I don't know about you, but I could not imagine letting my 7-year-old child go and stay in a school and live in the school, okay? But she did, and it was more because the ali'i, you have to remember, right, our ali'i are coming from a perspective, they were brilliant, and they were very progressive. And they were also thinking, we've got to do something to keep our kingdom together. So let's make sure these kids are educated in the best way possible. And that's what he thought would be important, because he was using the example that he went and learned about. She was there in 1839. She stayed till like 1846. So she stayed there about 7 years, till she was about 14. The next slide shows you that the school was run by Amos Starr Cook and Juliet Montague Cook from the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, so they're missionaries. They had no children of their own and were not versed in parenting. Okay, journals, if you read through some of their journals, you'll see that Amos actually wrote that he spoke of whipping the royal children on their bare backs with rawhide whips when they were naughty, sending them to bed without any food or water. So they were always hungry. So it wasn't really, they do not talk a lot about these kinds of things. As you know, we don't see it a lot in print because we have gone through the systemic brainwashing, right, after the overthrow. They tried to hide all that kind of information from us. So yeah, those are the two parents. There were times when there's another one where I think it was Moses. He was there as a student, and one of them hit another child on the head, and he was like, you know, just so angry. And he was saying, whoa, you know, you're not supposed to do that. And he was telling these two missionaries who are supposed to be their teachers, you're not supposed to do that because kapo'o, right? That is our belief, you know? And then they gave him a licking because don't you tell us what to do. You know, it's like this struggle, right? We're just gonna beat you down so you can become the people we want you to become. Okay, so then the next slide shows that even though Pauahi was supposed to marry Lot Kapuaiwa, she ended up marrying businessman Charles Reed Bishop in 1940. You have to realize, 1980. I'm sorry, 1840. Mahalo, sister. Yeah, just 1940. No, 1840. Mahalo. Okay. And her parents objected so vehemently they didn't go to the wedding. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. She was only 18 years old when she got married to this Kane, who was 28 years old. Okay, he was like about 9 or 10 years older than her. So I want to talk a little bit about that after, about this predatory practices of males and females and young females, especially at Kamehameha schools. But for now, you can see that probably her adopted parents, who she was living with through a lot of her growth time, were encouraging her to do away with the bad old customs and to just go marry some businessman, you know. So we don't know. I'm just sort of hypothetically thinking about that, just sort of coming up with some ideas of why she would do that. Our next slide is Kamehameha schools. Okay, this is the Kapalama campus. You all know about the school. Pauahi died of breast cancer when she was only 52 years old. That was in 1884. It's really important for you to realize she died before the illegal occupation and the overthrow of the independent kingdom, okay, of Hawaii. And Lili'u was at the chief school with her, and they were like sisters, okay? So when Kamehameha starts coming out with some of this rhetoric about, oh, you know, we're American and da-da-da-da, I say, yeah, well, I don't know if our princess would be agreeing with you because she died before all this stuff happened, okay? So her husband helped to carry out her wishes in her will, and people always say, oh, we're so thankful to Charles because he did that. And it was a trust, so somebody had to do it, okay? She had plenty of land. Most of it she inherited from Ruth, you know, her cousin. But, you know, it's a requirement. And of course, because he was a white male, he made the boys' school first in 1887, and then a girls' school in 1894. So now we get to present. Kamehameha Schools is in, so we can go to the next slide. Kamehameha Schools is in trouble now, okay? Now this is just what we know of. We don't know what has happened before this time, right? Some people may be keeping quiet. Okay, maybe some people not coming forward. But this is a picture of a teacher, Gabriel Alisna. on October 2018, he was actually caught. He was actually sentenced, found guilty, and sentenced up to 5 years behind bars, where he went ahead and he would invite male students to his place, which he lived on campus, I believe, and he would go ahead and invade their privacy by filming them, secretly filming them while they were taking showers and doing things like that. Next slide. So he was indicted. This is a picture of Dr. Brown. This is the one we all know about, right? In April 24, 2020, it hit the news that Kamehameha Schools was paying $80 million in settlements because of what he did to many of Kamehameha School students. They involved sex abuse claims against him. He was said to have sexually abused children in the 1960s and the 1970s, so we're looking at 2 decades, while serving at the school as the psychiatrist to help these poor Native Hawaiians who need help. Okay. Next slide, we can see a picture of Emmett. If we have it, the next slide. Is Emmett your classmate? Emmett Leroy? So this is one of Jocelyn's classmates. He's an upperclassman when I was there. This is Emmett Leroy on the left. And he kind of blew this whole thing up. He threatened to make it all be known, and that is what caused Dr. Brown to go and kill himself with a gun that night, the next night. And I have right next to him a picture of Dr. Michael Chun. And the reason I have him is he was such a really beloved leader. Everybody liked him, loved him. He was very personable. He was very, very friendly. But when it started getting hot, and they said, and you knew, they found out that he knew for years about some of the things that was going on, but it happened before his time. He decided not to do anything, and they have him taped as saying, what did you decide to do about that? When you found out about what was going on with your students, he said, they said, you didn't make a decision, and he goes, basically said, to do nothing was my decision. So after that, it was a fall from grace, because, I don't even have to explain it, but, okay. So some of the, let's see. I just wanted to, I want to go to the next one so we can have some discussion, okay? And first, Jocelyn is going to share her experience as a boarder. She shared something very private with me, and she's willing to discuss it with all of us. So if you can give her a moment. I just want to do the background, okay? Mahalo.
Mahalo, Manu. It is dear and close to my heart because I was a proud alumni of Kamehameha School. And I still am for the intent and purpose of the school from whom it had been founded. But in that result of infiltration, there is suffrage and injury. I thought it was playful to watch the young women of the school flirt for a cigarette for people of staffing of the school and having it be reciprocated. I would hear stories of, I just went in for a stub toe or a cut on my finger. I don't know why I was asked to disrobe. So it is not so much that it was history. It is something that happened because we still are here living today. So it makes it current. And until these injustices or these proper investigations or these corrections be made and proper accountability be had, we are subject for it to continue. Yeah? And so, do we sit back and just talk about it and know about it and be informed about it? Or do we demand that it stop? Because that was never the intention for this school to be made. However, the school never told me the history that is being put in front of my face now. You know why you sing ra, 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 re, ra? Re, re, kamehameha. Because we were not supposed to speak any other language. Did I know this when I was singing that proudly, wearing the blue and whites? No. Had I known that, maybe we would be brave enough to say, we need to change our alma mater. Maybe that's where the change needs to start. But there needs to be a starting point. And we need to re-identify ourselves and the intent of that school and make it something that we can fashion to be proud of and have a history now that can be buried and not be current anymore. Because as long as it continues, or it has the ability to injure our youth, not only their minds, but their physical body, then we all become guilty. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yes, mahalo nui for that. So what she's talking about, I saw all the time when I was at school there. It wasn't necessarily a boarding department problem where they bring in these, they were, as all the ones I can think of were haole, were po'e haole, men who were at least 10 years older than us, and they were looking at all these 16, 17, 18-year-old, young women, and always flirting with us, and just making time and stuff. And some of these women have gone on and married some of these men. And now they have children with them. But the predatory practice should discontinue. It shouldn't even be allowed. Because a 16-year-old young girl or a 17-year-old young girl who has this old guy, I mean, not old, but an older gentleman interested in her for first time, she's thinking, oh wow, look at me, he likes me, right? And making a decision that really isn't based in, that isn't reasonable, and instead these professors and teachers should not be allowed to do that. That should be absolutely a no, they sort of not tolerated. I was told of a story of a Punahou student who was having a relationship. She liked a professor, and they were very quiet about it, and they waited till she graduated. She was like 17 or 18 years old, and to celebrate her graduation, he took her to Europe. And when they came home, as soon as he came back, Punahou schools fired him. He said, we're not going to put up with that. You can't do that. Now, is it because we're Kamehameha and we are, Oiwi, and we're brown skin? Oh, well, yeah, men will be men, boys will be boys, you women, it's good for you to marry somebody older. Then you be we were forced to take home economics, right? The boys took shop. It was just such a very bizarre world to be in. But the fact that women were a little bit less important, and to this day, I still try to push with Kamehameha that they need to have some policies in place, that protect these young girls. Now we're actually here talking about borders, and most of those students who visited with Dr. Brown, who's a huge perpetrator now, and we don't know how many others there are, were boarders, and they came and they had difficulties, and so it was just like a candy shop for him. Come, you know, come to my office, it's just you and me, shut the door, and had his way with them, you know. And of course, I read through parts of the report for Native Americans, and I mean the atrocities, you know, the dead children found on campuses, and just the way that they were treated, like they weren't human beings, you know. I know that Dr. Osorio mentioned that, you know, maybe Hawaii, we don't compare with Native Americans, but I want to say, let's not do that. Let's hurt all together. You know, let's not have a competition. Oh yeah, yours was way worse than ours, so okay, we'll just forget about ours. No, let's not have a competition. Let's support each other. That this type of racist activity and abuse has got to stop. So she wants to share with a story about being a boarder and something that had happened to her also. So,
okay. So I was, I believe, a freshman there, and I had gotten ill. I didn't know how severe my illness was until they admitted me into Haleola, which is kind of sort of like this hospital, but really it's like a dispensary with beds. And when they admitted me, I was put into this concrete room surrounded by windows. One side was almost like a pulley and trees blowing outside the window. And I was the only one there. And I broke out into a high fever, to the point where I would be dripping with sweat from head to toe. Now remember, this is not a hospital. So it took all of me to call out for someone who was on duty to come and help me. The help I received was to give me fresh clothes to change out my bedding, and put me back in that bed. Once I got back into that bed, I looked out at the window, watched the trees blowing in the wind, and wondering if I was going to die that night. And if my mother even knew that I was in this dispensary, because she was on Maui. My father was on Maui. And I was here on Kapalama campus in their dispensary in the early mornings. So I didn't know. If they knew, I didn't know to ask if I could use the telephone and make a long-distance call to my parents. All I knew is I was pretty sick. And I stayed that way for a few days until I finally broke that fever, was able to attend my classes again, go back to my dormitory, and call my parents. So, again, like I said, it's not something that, oh my God, it happened and they fixed it. We need to make sure that it is fixed. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for letting me share.
And just to kind of end on this note is, you know, I appreciate the report. I appreciate that they're investigating probably these atrocities that have been happening for centuries. It's like, yeah, maybe now that's the thing to do nowadays. Or maybe we are speaking up more than before. Whatever it is, it's good to have the report. But I am a little irritated because they're trying to, you know, the federal government tries to group all of us together. And they're putting us in this report for Native Americans. And us Hawaiians are not Native Americans. We're not native to America. We're native to Hawaii, okay? And so when they do that, they really change our whole history. And I think it's purposeful. You know, our cousins, Native Americans, We want the best for you also. We are all in the same Aboriginal pool, right? That, doesn't get the kind of respect that we should. But that being said, Kauikeauli, Kamehameha III, he got us an independent nation. We had treaties with over 40 other nations. We were a recognized independent nation. Okay, we're not from a tribe. We have a different mo'olelo. But you'll notice how the Department of Interior, or whoever it was that put this together, puts us into, with all of these other people trying to make like we have a tribe. We never had a tribe. We have a different history. And we can't let them whitewash it and try to say, now you guys are all in this same pot. No, we each individually have different stories. And our story is one of occupation, I'm not looking to reconcile with America. I'm looking for when they are going to deoccupy, okay, so that we can handle this place our way, with our customs, with our culture. Okay, so I just wanted to say I did see the report and I read it, and it did make me cry. I was very moved by it. But I just want to make sure that we don't forget all the hard work that our ali'i did for us. All the hard work that they had illegally taken away from them. And then we went back 5 steps. I mean, with our kingdom, we were very progressive, right? You all know the mantra, right? We had electricity before the White House, in the palace. We were the first with the Department of Education, right? We, country, right? We were, Sandra Day O'Connor, yeah, she was like the first wahine, right, in the United States of America on the Supreme Court. Hey, you know what? We had a Supreme Court too, because we followed common law. We did things exactly like how we learned, okay? Using both America and, Great Britain. All right, we also had a Supreme Court, and our first wahine Supreme Court justice, and I have her name, is Miriam Kekauluohi. Okay? Oh, when did that happen? Oh, that happened in 1840. 1840. Women could be governors of an island. Our queen, Lili'uokalani herself, she is basically a prime minister. She represented our country. Okay? And when you think about that, it's probably a little easier for a very racist country, imperialist in nature, to come in and say, we don't want, look, it's a woman running their country. She doesn't know what she's doing. And they made very bad cartoons of her and ridiculed her and made the rest of the world think that she wasn't the intelligent woman that she was. Okay, so, they really pushed us back. Then women couldn't vote, once they became a part of America. We were involved in the suffrage movement, which we never had to worry about during the kingdom time. Yeah, no slavery, right? If you were born here, it didn't matter if you were Chinese, Japanese, Haole, whatever. If you were born here under the kingdom time, you were a subject of the kingdom. It wasn't, oh no, just these people, but those people, no, cannot be, right? Based on their race. We're so progressive, and I just want to end on that note and just say, this whole boarding school thing was not an idea of us as OEV. It was something that we thought it was good. And now, I know that Kamehameha is trying everything they can do to try to make sure that they're protecting their haumana. And I hope that's because they really want to protect the haumana. And it's not about, oh no, we're going to spend all the money and we're not going to have resources. I hope that is what drives this. And I want to believe so. And just, yeah, I think that's about it. I know that if you've read it, you've probably seen what Dr. Osorio, who is Kanaka Maoli, said. And he was saying, about how when you're talking about what happened in Hawaii, you're talking about something fundamentally different from what happened on the mainland. I think he meant continent. And that's just a historical reality. Okay? It doesn't make what happened here better. It just makes it less physically violent. And so the next time I see my friend, I'm going to say, I don't know if you could tell the parents of the young man who was a Kamehameha student who was sexually abused for years and then got into drugs and committed suicide. I don't know if you could actually tell them it's less physically violent. every case is different. So we stand together with the Native Americans, and we also need to insist that we also have our own history here in the islands. We have an independent history. So mahalo.
Okay, so we are at the place where we have the speaker we've been waiting for to come, the woman who is responsible in part for the boarding schools report and who leads the organization that is doing an investigation along with the Department of Interior. But I can let her explain that. So are we ready to have Deborah Parker join us? And thank you, Tim, for getting that link to her. Okay, you have to come. All right.
School, but I was there way before Jocelyn. I was there from 1953 to 57. I graduated in 1957. Kalamai. Okay, so nothing of that was happening when I was there. And at that time, we were separate schools. There was girls' school and there was boys' school, lower campus and higher campus. And I remember getting sick and going to Haleola. However, it was fine. I could contact my parents back when I got sick, and they took good care of us. We had a good doctor, Dr. Mills, Hawaiian doctor. So that's all I wanted to say. That was not happening when I was there, from 53 to 57. I was proud to go to Kamehameha. It was a great school. I boarded. I made a lot of friends, all from different islands, and on vacations, we used to go to each other's island, go Huakai and go visit. And the boarding situation was really good. We had great food. We all had jobs. They all gave us duties. We had to, of course, clean our rooms in the dormitory and keep everything spotless and top shape because we get it inspected every day. Yeah, we fix all our drawers. You got to open the drawers. We had house mothers that used to come and check our rooms. We had ho'olaulea, open house. All our visitors came. My boyfriends used to come in my room. Just for check out, see where But we were separated, and so it was fun when we got to see the boys. Yeah, I loved Kamehameha, and I'm sad to hear some things about Kamehameha administration now. I don't blame the school. I blame the people that are running the school that has happened. But a lot of our children were protected when I was there. Yeah, loved it. I learned a lot. However, okay, at that time, they weren't teaching Hawaiian language. There wasn't much Hawaiian cultural stuff. Most of them was haole teachers, Protestant. We used to go to church Protestant services. I used to sing in the choir. That was wonderful. Learned how to sing the Lord's Prayer and all those hymns from up on the balcony of Kunia Hall, which was one of the big halls there. You remember Kunia? Yeah. That's where we had our baccalaureate and stuff, yeah. So, fond memories, and so that's not all bad about Kamehameha. A lot of us came out and became leaders and musicians and community advocates for our lands and for our water. So there's another side to the story. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Parker, are you ready to come on? We won't see her? Okay, Ms. Parker, can we put the camera on the back? We would like to do a welcome to you. On, right here. Okay.
And so now we present you with a lay that is our voice. Ele kle, ele ala, ele hiva hiva, ele kini pua, kuia li ikialo. Horuia e kapule kau ki e kalani ma kalapua mai ka ainai ola ia e na kupuna e ia ka vehi o kalapu Ele ola loai. Aloha no mahalo. You know, as far as lays, a lay of your voice is something that is stamped eternally into time, whereas a lay of fresh greens will wilt and lays will eventually disintegrate, but the voice will stay there. So aloha no and welcome, mahalo for being here with us.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you, but if you can hear me, I can see some of you. It just says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. That's all.
Miss Parker? Can
Yes.
you hear us? Thank you. We're connected.
Okay.
Thank you. We're ready to hear your words.
Oh, thank you. Asiam uti gwitsi cho mahalo. Thanking you, dear relatives, from the beautiful place of the sun over there. My traditional name is Sitsayeltsa. That's my grandmother's name from the Stohobj people. And I'm here in the, located in Washington, what is now Washington State. And so oh, there we are. Hello. Hopefully you can see me now. Once again, my name is Sitsayeltsa. It's an honor to join you. It's mahalo tigwitsi. Thank you for the beautiful song. It really touched my heart. It's something, our songs really lift us up. And that song really touched my heart. I know that in the spiritual sense that we're here together on this earth. And when we hear our songs, it raises our vibrations and it helps us, especially those who have come here to this world to speak the truth, to find justice, to live in harmony and in love and in peace. So I just want to raise my hand from our Coast Salish peoples and say, Ti Gwitsid, Ti Gwitsitiam. Thank you, dear relatives. I know we've had a little bit of technical difficulties, but it's really a pleasure to be here with you. I wish I could have joined you in Hawaii because here it was rainy. It's rainy here. So I know that sun really lifts my spirits. And so I'm hoping at another time I can come and join you. Some of our staff from the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, we can join you in prayer, in good relations. So thank you so much. So I'm not sure how much time I have to speak, but I wish I could be there to hear of your stories, to hear of your truths, to hear from your spirit on what you've witnessed and what you know in your heart and your minds to be true. We know the experience from your lands, from your traditional territories. Your experiences were unique, and those are your feelings, your hearts, your spirit. That's the story that you carry. And as we look at the boarding schools that impacted our families, our children in the United States, and definitely in Hawaii, we take a moment to just pray for those little ones who didn't have a voice, to ask the Creator and our ancestors to bless those children and to take care of the relatives who had to continue on without their children. And as we know, many of our children never came home when they attended, whether it was the boarding schools or the day schools. So this work is in honor of those children. This work is in honor of the parents and the families who experienced that great loss, and to the leaders in the communities and the nations who really have struggled to find the truth, because the truth has been stolen and taken from our people. And I say that in a way that we're not written in the history books. We're not talked about the atrocities and the hurt and pain that our relatives have been through. And so it's our story, and it is our time. At the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, we know that it is our time to tell these stories. It is our time to speak of the truth, and it is our time to lead in this work of healing and centering. And so I just want to thank you, Tikwitsi, mahalo, thank you to those who are doing this work. to those who are telling the story, the truth. And that's all we're asking for is the truth. And you know, at NABS, and that's why I wish we were there to hear and to bear witness so that we understand, because I know I have a lot to learn, and our staff agrees we want to learn more about what you have experienced on your homelands and what you have witnessed, and that intergenerational trauma, that blood memory that you carry. We want to hear, and we want to find compassion in our hearts and understanding so that we can walk this next path together. So I just wanted to start by saying that I listened a little bit to the speaker before me, and I sure love a strong Indigenous woman. I love to listen to our relatives, whether they're male or female, or you know, just young, from the youngest to the oldest. I love hearing how strong and how resilient we are. And so I am deep gratitude for those speakers who helped teach us about the traditional way of life and culture. So I just wanted to start by sharing that in our longhouses, we're always taught to share what's in our hearts and what's in our minds. So I just want to express that gratitude. Thank you. The National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, we refer ourselves to as NABS. Right now we are working on a Truth and Healing Commission, and we have a bill that's been introduced in the House and Senate. And tomorrow, the House of Natural Resources will be hearing more about the Truth and Commission, or actually it's our bill that's been marked up. It will be marked up tomorrow. And of course, we're asking for our Truth and Healing Commission, and it's House Bill 5444, for it to pass the House and go on to the Senate for a passage. And so people have asked, why a Truth and Healing Commission? Well, we have the right to know the truth of what happened in Indian boarding schools in the United States. Over the course of a century, hundreds of thousands of our children were taken or coerced away from our families and tribes and forced to attend government-sanctioned Indian boarding schools. These schools were tools of assimilation and cultural genocide, resulting in the loss of language, culture, and the permanent separation of children from their families. And to date, there has never been an accounting of the number of children forced to attend these schools, the number of children who were abused, died, or went missing while at these schools, and the long-term impacts on the children and families of children forced to attend Indian boarding schools. And so why is it important for us to have a Truth and Healing Commission? Well, we have a limited amount of time to hear directly from survivors and record their stories. A congressional commission is needed to locate and analyze the records from over 400, and NABS has approximately located 497 known Indian boarding schools that operated in the United States. So a commission would also bring together boarding school survivors with a broad cross-section of tribal representatives and experts in education, health, and children and families. And this would be to fully express and understand the impacts of this federal policy of Indian child removal. And so that's a little bit about the background of the bill that we've introduced. And we absolutely need as much support to help us find these truths, to help us locate our children, and to also make sure that this doesn't happen again in the United States and the those who occupy the lands here. So that's a little bit about the bill that I wanted to share. And as many of you know, the announcement by the U.S. Interior Secretary Deb Haaland at the Department of the Interior she announced her federal Indian boarding school truth initiative of last year. And so this year on April 1st, the reports came forward, and we recognize it as an important step of taking for government accountability. And we know that this is just a snapshot of the impacts of Indian boarding schools and the trauma that has been associated for generations, and the impacts that it's had on American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian people. And this is why it's critical to provide a path forward for healing for individuals, families, tribal communities, and indigenous communities. And these communities we understand that they have endured devastating consequences as a result of the Indian boarding schools. And so that's kind of a little bit of background. And in the bill that I helped work on and write, it's a snapshot of what we need to do, which some of the key provisions in the bill is it would help examine the location of the children. It would document ongoing impacts from the boarding schools. It would locate church and government records. Much of the records have not been given to organizations such as ours from the churches or the government. We're working to change that. Excuse me, it would also hold culturally appropriate public hearings to collect testimony from survivors and descendants. And also we would look at institutional knowledge gathering from subject matter experts such as yourself. And then through this report, we will look to have the U.S. Commission share the report publicly, and then they would provide a final report with a list of recommendations for justice and healing. So this commission and the work that we have ahead of us will be very important for our elders, for our children, for our family members to be a part of, and also to receive information back in which we've collected through the U.S. Commission. So that's a little bit of an update, and hopefully, if there's some questions, I'm happy to answer. A little bit of what the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition does is we meet with survivors. We help work on testimonies with survivors. We have an amazing board of directors, and we are continually advocating for the rights and the truth and justice and healing for our people. So we're happy to, we're growing. We're only a 10 years ago we started, and I've only been a part of the organization for 2. So we started with one person, and then 2, 3, and now we're approximately 12 people. So we're a small organization, but we're growing, and we have a mighty list of to-dos. So we know that we can't do this alone. We need your help and your support. We need your voice. And we also need the leaders in the United States to acknowledge the atrocities that have happened due to the boarding school era. And we need them to work with us to find some solutions as we move forward. So that's a little bit of a highlight. I don't know if there's questions or.
So does anybody have questions?
I think Tim has a question.
Deb, this is Tim Mentz. I want to thank you for taking the time out this evening to enjoy some hospitality by that beautiful song that was given to you. I've been hearing these songs since I've been here, and it's just amazing how it touches deep in your heart. I'm also a boarding school survivor, and we do have a story to tell. Sometimes it's very hard to tell that. But nonetheless, I want to welcome you. And I looked at House Bill 5444. And I noticed one section there that has the selections. And one of them brings up a member from the native Hawaiians. And for the purposes of me standing here, I don't want to talk for them or ask a question for them, but I was interested to the point where I want to bring this up of how that's going to happen. It looks to me like it may be OHA that's going to pick that person, or it's going to be a state agency that's going to pick that person to sit on this healing coalition. And I'm assuming that if you could go after information that you do visit here, the Kanaka Maoli homelands, and ask them who they want there as a representative. Please do that. What I experienced here and what I heard about was how the state treats our relatives. It's not a good story right now. And I do believe that if there's going to be true representation of the Kanaka Maoli, that you need to come here and find that out, or at least influence the people to come here and find out who they want. Don't ask OHA.
Okay. My dear relative, I have taken down the notes, and I will talk to our board of directors, and we will make that recommendation as well. So thank you for that. I see a question, the question in the chat is how many children were lost to these boarding schools? And to date, we do not have a number. And that's due to lack of the churches in the state not providing record to our people. And so that's what we're fighting for, is for government records, for church records, for private records, so that we could obtain those and create a database so that our relatives can help find their loved ones. And so to date, we don't have a number, and that's unfortunate. So that is something that we will be working towards. And we believe that and I don't want to mess this up, but the Kanaka Maoli, I apologize, I don't want to mess that up, but we want to make sure that you have access to this information as well.
Okay. I have a question. In doing the report, who did you work with to get the information? And was the information just about government, something about the U.S. government?
The report within the Interior was taken from records that the Interior had within their own government, within their own systems and their warehouse. So at this time, it was such a short amount of time for the Department of Interior to do this research. There were thousands of documents, and so they were able at this point to only identify a little over 400 Indian boarding schools that received federal funding. It did not account for the churches who also had boarding schools but did not receive federal funding. So NABS has identified 497 boarding schools, and so at this time we were just taken from record. So most of that is just identify, and we couldn't have possibly get through as many records as were stored in the Interior. And as a matter of fact, it was the Interior who had those records, and NABS has portions of the records. So we know we're missing approximately 80% of the records for our systems. So there's a lot of records out there that we believe are owed to our people.
Does someone have a question?
Aloha, Mrs. Parker. I have first cousins who are from the Northwest, and one of them committed suicide before she was 30. The other one would never speak about it, and I was very close to her, but I know that she disappeared out of my life for about 15 years, and I ended up finding her on Facebook. And so my question to you is, what do you envision the reconciliation or the reconciliation or the solutions to be at the end of this study? Thank you.
Aloha. Well, first of all, I'm sorry that you experienced that loss. There's so much hurt and pain that our relatives have experienced, and suicide and death is one of the results of what has happened to our people through the boarding schools and through taking of our lands. And we know that list to be very big, taken of our languages. And so these are all stolen from us. And so I send you my prayers. And your question, I'm sorry, your question that I'm trying to think of, what was your question?
What do you envision as the reconciliation or the outcomes of this process?
Yes, thank you. We've been working around the clock for several weeks, so sometimes it takes me a moment. It's getting late here over in Washington, but as far as what are the recommendations, that will really come from boarding school survivors. And at this time, there's folks who have recommended, well, one, they want their land back, land that was stolen through this time period. Another issue that I'm hearing from survivors and family members is that they want their languages. They want funding to support their language and to bring revitalization, cultural revitalization back to their nations. And for some, others want to, they have been harmed. They want justice in their own light, and for each person, that's unique. I met with an elder last Friday who was abused. He was sexually assaulted as a child. He was branded, assaulted, and the story was incredibly painful. And for him, I know that he wants that priest who abused him. He wants justice. He knows that priest is still alive, and he wants justice. So each person has their own requests that they have, and so this U.S. Commission would listen to these recommendations and provide that back to the United States government, and also share that with those who have come forward. So it's a spectrum of requests, and so we're right now, the biggest piece that we need is our relatives to come forward with their stories, and we know that that's a painful journey often, and yet there's others who they're ready to tell their story. And so we need to really uphold our relatives as they tell their story. And so right now, that's the piece that we're looking at, is the truth-telling part. And the next piece would be, what do you want from that? What do you hope to gain through telling your story? And we want to listen to that part too. And so each person, again, has their own requests. For some, they just want to be heard, and I think after that, hopefully those relatives will be able to say what will make them whole and well. What does repatriation look like? What does healing look like? And so we're at NABS. We're here for that. We're here to listen, but also to hold those who perpetrated against our children. We want to hold them accountable as well. And yes, these are crimes committed against our children.
Aloha, my name is Jocelyn Costa. I belong to the organization called the United Church of Christ. It was born through the ABCFM, morphed into the HEA, and is currently now known as the United Church of Christ. I would strongly encourage you to reach out to that particular conference and request for information that may be stored in their archives. The conference minister to date is Reverend Popham. The executive director for the properties, Andy Bunn. I would also ask you if you could reach out to the Association of Hawaiian Evangelical Churches and ask for information, or if they have none, why do they not have that information? Our spiritual leader is Papa Makua Wendell Davis. And so I would strongly encourage your department to reach out to them and find that story of the churches, because they're an integral part of our history and trauma, and we're waiting for answers. Mahalo.
Mahalo. I'm wondering if, Tim, if you can help gather some of that, the requests, the names, and send it to us at NABS, and we're happy to respond. Thank you. Mahalo.
Ms. Parker, are you doing anything to help individuals like the man you described who was branded, to assist them with getting criminal prosecution against their perpetrators? Because I think it's very likely that some of those that are injured and want to see justice against those who violated them don't know how to begin to bring a criminal prosecution against the perpetrator. So I'm just interested whether the Department of Interior is doing anything to facilitate that.
At this moment, to my knowledge, the Department of Interior is not doing anything to support that, because it would potentially be, the lawsuit would potentially be against the Department of Interior. And so at this moment, as far as, me being the CEO of the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, we are talking to attorneys and legal minds, and so we are right now looking at what is our path forward. So at this time, we don't have all the answers. Honestly, it's not something new to us. If we grew up, my mother-in-law sued the Catholic Church, and she won her case for sexual assault against her by some nuns. And so, it's going to take each person reaching out, and I know there's organizations who are reaching out to us right now to see what they can do to help survivors. So we are not to that point where our organization is helping in court cases, but we will get to that point where we find those who can help our relatives seek justice. So I've been CEO since December, so that's within my wheelhouse, and that's something I helped work on the Violence Against Women Act, and that's something that I'd like to see us reach that milestone, reach those goals of helping others provide justice. They deserve justice.
If the priests that violated him were to be indicted, would that include the Department of the Interior, because the department somehow engaged the clerical element for the boarding schools? Or did they contract with the church? Is that why you say it might spill over into a criminal prosecution that involves Department of Interior?
That's a beautiful question, and I believe that you're absolutely correct that it could spill out to the federal government. Yes.
I believe that the military went through this some time ago with the tailgate situation, and they actually had to develop brochures and information packets that informed the victims of their rights and told them who they could contact and how they could get some corrective legal measures taken, even though the military also was vulnerable. So it might be something, it's just a suggestion, that the Department of Interior might want to look into doing, something to inform those. It is wonderful that you're taking their complaints, but I think for some it helps them, like in your mother-in-law's case, if they actually get restitution to really bring closure to their lives so they can live mentally healthy after this type of assault.
Thank you so much. That's a lot of wisdom you were sharing. I didn't think of that route, but I will. I know I did send a text this evening to Secretary Deb Haaland, and so we will be talking soon. And I will bring your request forward to her. That's such an incredible suggestion. It's something that our relatives do need. Especially because how many can afford these court cases? How many can afford to get an attorney? It's not a lot.
Questions? Ms. Parker, I wanted to tell you that we had a march today. Let me move back. And we marched for the children today. And how many of the people here marched in the march? So I don't know if you can even see us, but there are quite a few hands up.
Thank you.
And it was really great to start this movement going. And we started with the fire, which Tim lit at 9 o'clock. And I understand that a fire was lit across different nations on the continent. And so I hope that that will give you a lot of support.
Mahalo, yes, it does. I know people say, why march? Well, my mom always has, her teachings are, you know, when folks gather and we pray and we sing, we summon this spiritual connection. And so that makes a difference. It really does. So thank you for the prayers and the walk, and it does bring attention to our issue and our work. And we believe in spiritual power. I do. I really do. I know that something that we were experiencing some of our tough roads when we stop and we collectively pray, we get answers. So prayer really works. So thank you. Mahalo.
And Ms. Parker, I think I share the sentiments of all in this room when we to say that we would like to invite you and your team to come to Hawaii to answer more questions, shed more light, and help us to resolve and heal just as you are on the continent. Yes?
Are you kidding me? Heck yes! Your homelands are incredibly beautiful. I've been there a couple times, but an invite, we will accept the invite, and we also would invite you to join us when we post for our conference, when we host our conference in the fall. So we'd like to extend the invitation to you as well.
Mahalo, mahalo. Okay, I guess I think you're about ready to turn in, and we want to thank you so much for coming on the live stream in the Zoom and sharing with us. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you for having me.
And we're now ready to go to the next part. The dinners are back on the table for those who ordered, and if you didn't order, feel free to take one, and then you can always pay me up at the desk here. And they're $12 unless you order the mini, which is $5. And there's a vegetarian too. Okay, so are we ready to do testimony? Do we have people who have planned to testify who are present? No? No? Okay. I'd like to give you the mic. If you would say your name so we can write it down.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know where I should stand, but aloha, everyone. Whoa, this mic's loud. I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for sharing your mana'o and your wisdom. Yeah, as a Native Hawaiian, I don't know much about these things, about the iwi kupuna, so everything that you guys share, it means a lot. And just to everyone for sharing your wisdom, thank you so much. We're just so really honored to be here. What am I saying? Who am I? I was a flight attendant with Hawaiian Airlines. I'm terminated now because of the current events that 98% of us were denied our religious or medical accommodation. Anyway, people have friends and family, Hawaiian Airlines. I dance hula in Waikiki, and I love dancing, as much as we can to share a culture. And I'm helping my friends who are, we have a big election this year, so I've just been volunteering. But I'm stepping forward to run for state senate in our area, so I just really appreciate everything you guys are sharing, because this is important. And people need to know, this is part of our history and who we are. So this is very important. It's really personal. And also my friend Joelle is also running for House in Palolo area. So please share, please continue to share all your stories, every idea. We need to know, and we need to share it. It just means so much. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, yes. This is what I want to do. Yes, that's why I'm here. So please share. There's so much I don't know, but I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard what you said, Auntie, about please be a voice for the people. And I think that's why both Leilani and myself are deciding to make a run, is because we're not politicians, but time and time again, we just feel that the people who are legislating down at the Capitol are not listening to the voice of the people. And it feels sometimes like we're in a pressure cooker. It doesn't matter how loud we get, what we do, they just don't want to have anything to do with what the people feel is the right thing to be done. And so that's all. Thank you.
Meetings, and we let them know what is what. The parents have say over them.
Amen.
Just like everything else. The voice of the people needs to start now. It cannot end with our kupuna. The elders around here, you guys seen what happens when people be quiet. They run us over. Not anymore. Not anymore. We cannot sit back and relax. We cannot stand by and just wait for something to happen. We got to start putting in the work now. Malama. Not only the aina, malama each other. That's very vital into this movement. That's the reason why our lahui is still here, because we malama. We malama our iwi, we malama kupuna, malama honua. Right? So if there's one thing we can take away from all this, we got to start malama each other even more. Because time is now. We hurt it. We stay waiting for a solution, like something from above can come and just tell us. But it's not like that. In your na'au, you're going to feel it when it's time. And the time is now. So it's the time. So we got to do what we got to do. We cannot let just the elders, to all the youth out there, all the people my age, it's our time to take this and run with it and ensure that everything that they put into this, all the work that our kupuna, our elders, and everybody put in wasn't for nothing. You guys never give up. You guys never get arrested for just let this thing fall apart. So we got to ensure that we carry this torch and we fight all the way. Whether it's in Koloa, Mauna Kea, Pohaku Loa, wherever it may be, White Lupe. We got to come as one. To everybody out there, I know you guys get problems with many people. Ho'oponopono is something we need to do. It's something that we are as Kanaka. We wasn't always fighting with each other. We was fighting alongside each other. So when we going to get back to that? We just going to let all these things just happen? No. We got to come as one to fight before they do anything more worse to us. I'd like to say mahalo to everybody over here. Standing rock to our kupunas that always been fighting on the front line. To everybody here. From our keiki that's over here, look at the future generations. They're already being brought up by what? Makua Iune. Yeah? That's the way we gotta go. This is Ohana. I don't know if you guys, we ain't gotta be, like Uncle said, no blood quantum needed. Swab the EV, swab your mouth, you see we connected. You guys can do soil samples and you guys gonna see that you Kanaka because of the Aina. Okay? So this is Ohana right here. We don't need to have the same last name, but we family. Trace your guys' genealogy. You guys gonna see we all connected. So again, mahalo to everybody here. Ayo! Ayo! Ayo!
Hi, my name is Bridget Hammerquist. I live in Koloa, and I want to thank you for having this conference, for everybody, Claire, and all who worked on it so diligently and put it together in record time. And I want to thank this man on my left, who brought 3 strong young men from Oahu and came and stayed in my home in Koloa, and helped me understand even better what we're fighting for. I was born in Hilo a long time ago, 12 years before statehood. And I know I'm white on the outside, but I'm Kanaka on the inside. That's right. And, it's always been my love of the land. And listening to the stories, I just wanted to share some with you because we're here for help. I'm working on a project now in Koloa, and it's big. It's going to change that whole coastline. And we've enjoyed a real quality of life there, even with the development that has happened. And it's been slow, but beginning 2 years ago, our officials, our mayor, who was also the manager for all residential and commercial leasing for Grove Farm, that owns 44,000 acres of Kauai. They sold some off to a billionaire from Tennessee. I think they're down into the low 30s now in what they own. But they're still a very powerful organization. They're owned by Steve Case, the former AOL magnate. And so Errol sat as our chairperson, and he just happened to put a bill through that passed last fall that was supposedly going to encourage development on Kauai because we weren't building enough homes for our workforce. Well, that was a BFL because the bill that went through had nothing to do with the workforce. It gave developers an exemption from our housing code if they developed in any of the town cores, Lihue, Koloa, Kalaheo. It also gave landowners, like Grove Farm, an exemption from workforce housing requirements that had been in place for 30 years. And I worked with a wonderful man, he's a PhD, Jim Chalier from Colorado. You can look him up. James Chalier has come and helped a number of communities in the state because we are, like it or not, we're a resort destination. And what he explained to me, and he's a very elegant man, he said, you know, you'll hear politicians say, just let them build. The more they build, the more that will be available for the workforce. And he said, that's not true when you live in a visitor destination. And you know that here on Oahu. He said, if you don't have legislation that requires a developer to build a percentage of workforce housing or housing that's affordable to the people who work in the community, then pretty soon they will be without homes, and the people who buy the visitor destination homes will start having difficulty finding people to keep their yards or help keep their houses or help run their restaurants or staff their restaurants. And that is actually starting to happen on Kauai. I'm sure it's happened over here. You're now up to 1.1 million on Oahu. We're still in the low 70,000s on Kauai, and we get a surge of about 30,000 visitors a day. So we're at about 100,000 with visitors. And of course, we are a small island. But our roads are getting congested. There's only one way around the island. And when they passed this legislation, the other thing that our Grove Farm County Council Chair did was he also passed a provision that if you build R10 or greater density, in other words, 10 units per acre or more dense, you're exempt from the housing code. And that will benefit Grove Farm greatly because they have a lot of property. It's outside the visitor destination area, and it won't have to build one workforce house. So what's happened in the years since that legislation passed? We have 1,500 units planned for Koloa Town. Now I think I want to go back and share another small story when I was younger, because I think it's important. Because I've asked myself, why did I work so hard to stop a 2,000 cow dairy that was going to put, the startup herd of 700 was going to put 200,000 pounds of raw manure a day on the valley floor at Mahalepu. Gorgeous coastline, gorgeous beach. And it took 5 years and 2 lawsuits to defeat. But Piero Midiar was going to put one of those 2,000 cow dairies on each of the 5 major islands. And then he said Hawaii would be milk independent. Well, that was a BFL again. They were really going to export the milk to Asia. And we found that out by going to the Department of Health, and the head of the sanitation division said, don't worry, they're going to make really good operations because they're applying for international permits. I said, well, if they're making milk for Hawaii's kids, why are they getting international permits? Huh? Yeah. So we fought it because 200,000 pounds of manure a day just with 700 cows. You can imagine what it was going to be when they had 2,000, when they had the herd up to 2,000. They did get the herd up to 3,000 in Big Island Dairy on the Big Island. And our attorney, I introduced him to the people in Ocala, and that dairy got shut down for the same reason ours never started. We live on islands that have a volcanic mountain, and it slopes to the ocean. So, and when it rains, the manure that was supposedly going to be fertilizer was so heavy and so much was going to flow into the ocean. So I worked on that for 5 years and said, so why am I doing this? Because it was hard. You know, I lost weight, I had blood pressure problems, and then I had a tumor. And I thought, why? I remembered when I was 8 or 9, and I lived in a home in Puako on the Big Island that my dad put there, put together. I was looking for a lost dog, and behind our house was all this halikoa. And so I crawled under the halikoa looking for this dog. And I went back, and I took out a piece of paper, and I said, Dad, there's a story on the rocks in there. I didn't find Trina, but I found all these stickmen and canoe, and what is this? And he said, what are you talking about? So I drew it for him. He got out his machete, and he wasn't little like I was then, and he couldn't crawl under the halikoa. So he carved a path in the halikoa. And he said, oh my God, Bridget, you found something. So he called the Bishop Museum. And they came, and this was about 1956, and they came and they cleared an area and they cordoned it off and they called it the Petroglyphs of Puako. And they thought they had uncovered all of them. And years later, I took Mama back for a visit after we had relocated to Kaloa. My parents are buried there now in Kaloa. I took Mom home to the Big Island, and we went on that new highway between Kohala and Kona. Oh my God, I said, Mama, look at the petroglyphs. Look at how much there is. There's acres and acres of the Puako petroglyphs. So when I was doing the cow fight, and then later when Nani came to me and helped me, I got involved in the fight to restore the water to Waialeale, which had dry stream beds up to a mile long at the time she came to me. I thought, somehow I must have made a connection with those people who made those petroglyphs, and they want me to do this. So I'm here. I came to this because we need your help in Kaloa. With all that development and with our county council and its dual representation, there's a lot of dishonesty happening. When they built out part of Kiahuna Plantation Village, they did it only after years of hearing before the Land Use Commission. But the Land Use Commission issued one very important condition. And they said before any parcel is developed, there first has to be a review by a qualified biologist for the species that are known to occupy, especially the endangered species, that may inhabit the parcel. And there's also to be a qualified archaeologic review. And I'm going to tell you something very important on the timeline, because I'm hoping people here will know people who can help us. What they did, our county, was they let this man come in to develop the last undeveloped parcel, and they didn't require him to do those two important things. But he knew about it, and he sent a letter to the county where he lied, February 3rd of this year. And he said he had completed the biological review and the archaeological review. Now, this same man had been grading the property with a no permit beginning January of 21. He hired a construction company that took down an ancient rock wall next to a heiau and disturbed the heiau in the process on this parcel. And there were wonderful women like Rosalind Cummings, Mana, and Elizabeth Okinaka, who saw this happen, and they made complaints. And Nani brought them to my home last summer, in April, I guess, because we wrote our first letters together in May. And we filed complaints with State Historic Preservation Division. And we detailed what had been done with no grubbing or grading permit. And this condition from the LUC said, no groundbreaking activity until these two studies are done on every parcel developed in that was a condition of changing the ag designation to urban. And our county planning department knew that condition was there, and they're the entity responsible for enforcing it. So we made the complaint to them, we made the complaint to the mayor, to the council, to SHPD, we sent a complaint to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. The only one to respond was U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And they did a detailed letter, and they identified the 5 endangered species. There are 3 seabirds, and a blind wolf cave spider, and an amphipod that can only be found on the south shore of Kauai. They're endemic to Koloa. They're nowhere else in the world. Numerous entomologists have come to see them because they're such a novelty. They're a blind spider and the blind amphipod, and they live together in our caves. We have a geologist on island, Chuck Blay, who worked with us when we fought the dairy. He has published about the caves and lava tube formations on the coast, the south coast of Kauai, the Koloa area. I don't know how they got him to say that he didn't think there were any caves under this parcel, but they did get him to say that. Meanwhile, U.S. Fish and Wildlife and archaeologists, including Hal Hammett, have identified caves that are designated endangered habitat within 100 feet, less than 100 feet of the property line. You were there, probably about 50 feet away, huh? Yeah. That one on the golf course. Yeah. So if there's caves to the northwest, caves to the northeast, and caves to the east, within a matter of feet of this parcel, and right on the Hapa Trail. One of them is right on the Hapa Trail, an antique Hawaiian trail, because this whole area in Koloa that's being developed now was part of what they call the Koloa field system. It was a Hawaiian habitation from 1350 to 1850. Mr. Hammett reported that back in 1972 when he was more honest archaeologist. And he reported even last summer, you guys, you can go to YouTube and look for a Hal Hammett archaeological conference that he gave on Zoom, and he picked 3 sites in Hawaii of what he thought was the greatest archaeologic significance. And guess what one of them was? The Koloa field system. And he displayed photographs and reconstructions of the avai that ran through this whole system, that produced thousands of pounds of sweet potato and kalo every year. Koloa Landing was our first port from the island of Kauai. The whaling ships would come in there, and they would fill up with potato and kalo and take it to the west coast. So it's really a historic area, and he knew it. But now he filed a 1 or 1.5 page, I don't know, Liz, it's not very long, right? May 9th. Nothing on the property of archaeologic significance. And then we had a biologist come after a full month of serious grading this May. It started April 5th, It started April 5th. Major bulldozers, major front-end loaders. No biologist, no archaeologist studied the property until after the month of rock crushing and moving. If you care to see historically what's happened to the property, we have a YouTube channel called Save Koloa, where we've loaded footage of the property that's been taken since last August to try and document the changes that have taken place. We have film, once they started blasting, May 23rd, they started blowing up the ground. And, you know, my thinking is, if they didn't think there was anything archaeologically significant, or they didn't think there was any of the endangered species that would be impacted, why did they wait for a month after grading to call in the biologist and archaeologist? So February 3rd this year, Pinkston gave our county a letter that was a lie. He said he had complied with the LUC condition, and they could now get their grubbing and grading permit. And he attached something called a Tetra Tech report, which was 40 pages. Rosalind put in a FOIA for it. I put in a FOIA for it. We went and got it. And when we read it, it didn't give biologic clearance. You know what it said? On page 14, it starts, the developer needs to hire a qualified biologist. And then it goes through the 5 endangered species that U.S. Fish and Wildlife has identified. That's what the report said. Did our county open the report and read it? I don't know. But they issued a grubbing and grading permit in March, the end of March, and April 5th they started moving earth. And now they're testing. And after they moved earth for a serious month, I'm talking major truckloads of rocks, lots of bulldozing, totally changing the burial mounds, flattening them, then they bring in an archaeologist and a biologist. You know, as I said to my plea letter to the governor, you know, if there were endangered species on this parcel, which is likely since they were seen by U.S. Fish and Wildlife just 50 feet away, they're dead or they've fled. I have no doubt the biologist is not going to find anything now. And that's what we're having to deal with because there's such a push for development. And I really appreciate you getting together here. And if anybody has any way of giving us some assistance, we have a little money and you know, we can pay for some stuff. We've got a lawyer that's filed a complaint, and we have a judge that's in bed with the county, I'm sorry to say. But it's really true. We only have one circuit judge on Kauai who can handle this case. And the other circuit judge, his daughter works for the planning department, so he automatically recuses himself if anything involves planning, okay? So we have one circuit judge, and I just went up, when we talk about water tomorrow, I'll tell you that story, but we just went before the Supreme Court April 5th, and Nani was with me, and the justices asked some pretty tough questions, right, of the county lawyer. They understood our case. They got it. I think we're going to get a decent decision. I'm hopeful. But you know, I don't really want to have to do that again. All that money, all that heartache, all those hours, because we can't get justice on the ground. So I'm hoping we can find a good archaeologist, a good, honest geologist. And we're doing something now. I won't reveal the name because I don't want to cause any problems, but there is an archaeologist on Maui who works for the county. And he told us how to take these raw pictures. Right, Elizabeth? And he's going to help us to do some mapping to prove what was on the parcel or what is on the parcel. And does this developer use any radar? No. Has he tried any underground radar? No. No. He's brought in bulldozers, front-end loaders, and now he's blasting. The company that's doing the blasting, as somebody said yesterday, Apex, had their business license in the state of Hawaii revoked in 2014. I don't even know how they can be doing it. So we could use a lot of help. It's a wonderful community, great people in Kaloa. You know, I think back to what Kona was like when I was young, and it's a little like Kona, you know, then. But anyway, mahalo for all of you getting together and allowing us to come. Thank you.
You're the best.
Oh, you're Kira.
Can you get Kira? Okay. Well, we're getting you, Kiara. Thanks. Okay, we're trying to get Kiara on Zoom. She's right there. Oh, okay. We can't find Kiara. Okay. Okay, Claire. Next. You can keep going.
You got to unmute your phone, Kira. Oh, Kiara, Lorenzo.
Can you folks hear me?
I can hear you. You can turn on your camera too, if you want to. Thanks.
Okay. Belina Mai Kako. I just want to start and put out my intentions. My intentions is to ensure that the next 7 to 21 generations have the same opportunities that we have the same gathering rights as we have, and also have the same ability to practice our cultural rights in our cultural lands. First, I'd like to just testify against all just the heaven that's going on throughout Hawaii Pai'aina, to all the iwis. I hope that they can all stay where they're at, and if they're not where they belong, they can return to where they belong, because that's where they wanted to rest. Second of all, I'd really just like to talk about all of our makua and all of the animals that Fish and Wildlife does a good job to protect, but I want to talk about the spirituality, right? The duality of these two things. Especially like in Koloa, where we find cave systems, we know that the Leina Aka Uhane, or the lanes that the Uhane take after you pass away, how these things are very much connected to these caves, and how our Amakua use these caves to whisper to us as a sort of way to guide us to where we belong. We know that not everybody gets guided, right? Whether it's because they were pilau or they did something bad and the uhanas don't help, and that's why we have wandering souls. But my main purpose is to make people aware that, like, the ape, the bat, the nene, the na, the spiders, all of our Hawaiian birds, to us, everything is amakua. We have this practice nowadays that, we only have 1 or 2 Amakua, but we have all of them. They're all of our ancestors, and they all want to help us. Our kupuna want us to thrive. They want us to live well, and that's why they stand so firmly. They pihaponoku, right? And they teach us, and they tell us, these are the things we have to accomplish in our life so we can propel our future generations. Because in our culture, that's what's most sacred, the children that are coming from us. And also the protection of Vai, and how important it is, and how essential it is, and how our kupuna's impressions are captured in these waters. For me, coming out of the Avava of Waipio Valley, on Moku on the Big Island, I know the importance of water. And a lot of people say, oh, wow, Waipio is so beautiful. Look at Hi'ilawe. But the sad truth is, because of these Big Five, because of these plantation owners, his lover, Hakala'oa, is not running. And for someone like from me, who my grandma's seen both of those rivers running throughout their whole life, it saddens me. It really does. It breaks my heart to know that water itself is dried. It's unfortunate, honestly. And I mean, it's no laughing matter. At the end of the day, people, they can believe whatever they want, but it's very much spiritual work as much as it is kupuna work. And I believe that through our kupuna, we know everything that we have. We don't need to be told. And for me to know that developers have this right over our iwis is just sickening. And what I stand for, and what I would like to see before I leave this earth, is Hawaiians to have all of the power throughout all of our pai'aina. Mahalo.
Claire?
Are we?
Test. Test.
Would anybody else like to offer testimony today? Yes?
Hello? Okay, it's on. But can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay. So today on our field trip, our march, we ran into the mayor. And a lot of people couldn't hear what he was saying. So I asked him directly, how are you going to save Wailupe burial caves? And he said, oh, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. And I told him, well, this is the third time he said that. So I told him, you know, we need to get a meeting with you because we're not getting anywhere. He's like, why haven't I heard of it? Why isn't it on the news? I'm like, because it's being blocked. You have good reporters out there. The producers are not letting it through. And I told him, you know, like, we've been trying to get a meeting, so we got his assistant's card. And she replied, and she's like, oh, yes, just send an email, and we'll get back to you. And I was like, yeah, we sent 3 emails. Right, the same response is, we'll let DPP get back to you, you know. And I was like, no, we need a meeting with the mayor. And there's just, so here we are on social media. This is our media. We're gonna try and push a meeting with the mayor. And I also wanted to let everyone know that the city is really trying to work on having their own archaeologists, since SHPD isn't working, since DPP, there's that disconnect. It still needs budgeting, so it's gonna be going through. Esther Kia'aina is gonna be putting it on. But yeah, we just have to keep on pushing the system. Mahalo.
You ready? Oh, we got Kapua Madaris in the house.
Aloha. Hi. Aloha, everyone. I came specially tonight for this. I was here yesterday all day, but today I decided I needed a little break, but I wanted to come and share my mana'o with everyone about what we've been going through in Waimanalo. And around this Pai'aina, and I just, even though I was a little awoke starting back in the 80s when I got involved with Punanaleo and Kulakayapuni and the fight to improve that program, those programs, to ensure that our kids had enough schools and enough facilities, enough curriculum, enough sites, enough transportation, and every single piece and component of that we had to continually fight for as parents, as makua, as kumu, and we did. And at that time we had the mana'o that if the state wasn't gonna provide what we needed for our keiki, then we would do it ourselves. And we did. We did through multiple fundraisers over and over and over again to raise funds to not only fund curriculum, but also to purchase everything for classrooms. I mean, everything, whatever the kumu needed, we raised the funds to purchase it. And as a makua, I didn't feel at that time that was pono, that we had to do that kind of stuff, seeing that we all were working parents mostly, and that the state had a responsibility, a kuleana, to educate our keiki along with the English-speaking keiki, that our kids were no less than, that they deserved to have the programs that they were entitled to, the curriculum, transportation. And I was once berated at school for not bringing my keiki on time. Where I lived in Wai'anae, my keiki had to go to school at Waiau, far outside the 1 mile district, or the 1 mile perimeter where they offer free transportation. And yet we were not offered that, that benefit. And so time and time again, we fought as parents. We went down to the legislature, we went to the BOE and fought. And then eventually schools started to be created for our keiki. And then we could put that on the side for a little while. But to this day, we just have only one K through 12 site on Oahu, which is ridiculous. because we have keiki now who live in Waianae and Makaha who have to go to school at Palolo Valley. And then if they want to play sports, they're out from before the sun rises, and they don't get home till after the sun sets, late at night, 10 o'clock, and then they have to study, and then they have to go back to school again. But this is what they do because this is what they love. This is their i'ini. And then many times I had people come to me and say, what are you doing? You're ruining your child. You're sending her to this Hawaiian-speaking school. What good will it do? How will she compete in college? How will she ever get a job that pays well? And I didn't listen. I felt that in Japan, most kids there didn't speak English, but they did pretty well. So that was my answer many times over. I would ask them, so everyone in Japan is stupid? But yeah, today I'm glad I didn't listen. Today my daughter is doing well. Not once did she attend an English school until she got to, or English speaking school, until she got to Chaminade, which is the college of her choice, because she wanted since 7th grade to study forensic science. And that was her choice to go to Chaminade because they had one of the best programs in the country of America. And she was very happy there. She did well. She competed with all the English-speaking students just fine. And today she just started about 2 months ago in her dream job, which was to be a CSI or death examiner at the medical examiner's office, and she is rocking it. So yeah. I'm glad I didn't listen to anyone, all those naysayers along the way. Today, and yeah, I'm so proud of her as a makua. Today is a new fight for me, a new awakening, and it started on when I moved back home to Waimanalo from Waianae to take care of my mom. And at that time, the Sherwoods / Hunana Niho Pilikia was starting, where our community was coming out day after day to sign wave to protest the building of a huge sports complex, of which some of our neighborhood approved of, some of our community members approved of, even though we had other sports complexes and facilities in our neighborhood that were dilapidated, that had been sitting unused for years, and all due to the state saying we don't have enough money to fix it. But yet they were willing to spend over $1 million or $3 million, mahalo Litmia, to build this huge sports complex that would encompass 700 parking stalls. And I don't know if you all drive through Waimanalo, but on the weekends, if we had to add 700 more cars to that traffic, it would take us hours to get home. And we do not want to widen our roads, because we saw what happens in other places that widen the roads, and it doesn't solve the problem. It just adds to the problem, because you got more people now traveling on those roads, and it become death highways. So we haven't allowed them to widen our road, and we fought to stop the building of that complex. And along the way, I learned that Sherwoods, or Hunana Niho, was a place of multiple burial mounds. It was the oldest dated Evie was found there back to 600 AD. And all of this I did not know as a youngster growing up in Waimanalo, because there were times I would take our dune buggy in there and go over all those burial mounds, not knowing what I was doing. And then, of course, as now knowing what it was, I would never do that. And that's always my plea to everyone that I talk to, that I help to educate, that once we know now, we have no excuse to say we don't know, or we know now, so now we have to take up the kuleana and contribute and do our best to do something to help our lahui move forward. And so in taking up my kuleana, I am trying my best to help my community. Got on the neighborhood board, am chairing a bunch of committees, 2 of which I'm very proud of, well 3, Parks and Recreations, because that's where we deal with so much hewa. And we were able to pass legislation, even though we're gonna have to still have another big fight and to get it enforced. At least we got the law, a little bit of law on our side. But the Hawaiian Affairs / Natural Resources Committee, I'm very proud that we have young people now who, Olelo Hawaii, who understand the importance of our natural resources and the importance of doing things through Kuana Ike Hawaii, or the Hawaiian perspective. And they have now formed a separate subcommittee, which got turned into a real committee. So I took that one on too. And I took that on because, again, the young people in our community, they saw the need for that, to start to investigate and to prepare our community to be more informed on na mea kuana ike Hawaii, so that we understand that there's a difference between celebrating Lei Day or Hawaiianized holidays versus celebrating makahiki and lono i ka makahiki. And so when Lono was announced that he'll be bringing Lono to our community to visit, we felt like we weren't prepared. And this brought about the need to start a committee like Kuana Ike Hawaii, where we can learn to prepare our community for these kinds of events. And in doing that, we decided that there's even more that we don't know about our community. We heard a mo'olelo from Kupuna about a spring, 2 springs in our community that we have never heard of, never saw, but yet there's a mo'olelo about it. 2 springs, a brother and sister that talk to each other. One ma'uka, one ma'kai. And so now we have another added to our list of kuleana to find those springs, to find out where they are, what happened to them, maybe bring life to them. And it was very, very hopeful. It brought a lot of hope to me when we went to Kanewai the other day, and we swam in that beautiful healing water at Kanewai, which is located kind of between Kuli'o'o and Niu Valley, and I don't know the proper names for that place. But getting in that water, it was healing. When I first went, I felt the healing. And when I got out, and then when I saw Auntie Lynette Cruz, she said, "Hey, did you drink the water?" And I was like, "No, we're all swimming in it." She's like, "No, you have to drink it." So I went back this last time. I swam to the far corner and I drank some. And it was amazing. I'm still here. Tasted really sweet. It was really awesome. And I feel that is mana for me, inside of me. And the healing part of it is knowing that spring, which was restored by Liloa and Chris and their hui. So what happened was outsiders had bought that place for years. They were using it as a party mansion, and it's not even a mansion, but it's like a getaway. They had actually filled in the entire spring, backfilled it, and covered it up. And so Liloa and Chris, with their hui, they were able to uncover it and restore it to its natural beauty. And like my good friend, sister Mikilani Young always says, restore the splendor to Mauna Kea, Mauna Awa Kea, restore the splendor to Waimaanalo, restore the splendor, the natural splendor and beauty to our Pai'aina Hawaii. And that's what we are all here trying to do, to restore the splendor to every part of our Pai'aina o Hawaii nei. And that iini inside of me to make a difference before I leave this earth, so that my mo'opuna will not be left with the kuleana. That's what keeps me going. And at age, 57, I believe, I sat down on a road at Hunananiho to save our iwi kupuna. First time in my life that I was arrested ever, but I decided that it was very important that I sit there and hold that space for our iwi kupuna, no matter what I had to endure. I was one of the last to be arrested, so I sat there for hours and hours in the hot sun at 57, and I did not once think I shouldn't have sat here. Never did I think that. I thought it was an amazing day, and I thought that if I have to do it again, I will. I never told my son that day that I was going to get arrested because he's a police officer, and I didn't want the lecture, but also didn't want to get him in trouble. I didn't know anything really about that kuleana of his, so I just didn't tell him. But of course he saw it on Facebook, and he called right away down to the person that had arrested me. By coincidence, was his classmate in the academy, and so he called her and said, "Great, you just arrested my mom," and and I got a lecture. But I did tell him that day that he has his kuleana, I have mine, and my kuleana called for me to sit on that road that day, and when it calls to me again, that's where I'll be, sitting on another road if I have to, and I will. So that's my journey now, is to do what I can. Though I do take care of my mom, and her dementia is slowly progressing, so one day maybe I won't be able to sit on a road, but I will be there behind each and every one of you whenever you need me. If I can't fly there, I will definitely be your Facebook internet warrior, getting all the information out to help you, and do whatever I can to help our lahui stand the ground that we need to take. We need to take that stance, and we cannot allow and stand for any more of this hewa that is continually trying to limit our right as Kanaka Maoli to everything. And just being here at this conference, I want to thank Auntie Claire for putting this together. I really thought this is an amazing event. And then too, I want to let you know that my kupuna, so I'm not a good, even though I can olelo Hawaii, I'm not very educated in history. So of course I went to Kamehameha for 13 years. And when I left there, I knew the American Hawaiian history. I didn't know the real Hawaiian history until I kind of got involved with Ahupua and started to learn some. But of course I was a working mom, as well as very, very involved in the other stuff, makua stuff. So yeah, I never took time to really learn the history, and I'm learning just little. But I do want to tell you that my kupuna, especially two of them, they fought to their last breath to restore our kingdom, to restore what our people lost. And they weren't successful, and in doing so, they lost everything they had. But they never stopped fighting. Robert Wilcox, Robert Willikoki Wilcox, Kona inoa, Wahana o Robert Wilcox, Ua Maleia ya Teresa Oana Kaulana La'anui Wilcox, Alela Wahana o Virginia Miller, Virginia Ua Maleia ya Mr. Miller, Kalamai, Wahana o Margaret Miller, Margaret Kahumanu Miller, Ua Maleia o Albert Brain, Wahana ia o Albert Brain, Ua Maleia o Naomi Wahine Kaupua, Glushenko Brain. ua hanau ia o Kapua. Angela Kapua Nani Brain, o wau o Angela Kapua Nani Brain. So, kapa ia ke manawa Kapua Maderas. Hi, so I know why this kia'i thing is, I was led to this kia'i kuleana because it's in my DNA to be a kia'i, and I intend to keep on going. So, I think that's about all I want to share today, except for that I believe that by us, all of this talking that we do and sharing of Mana'o, that it builds and builds upon what we, on our lahui, so that they understand why we're doing what we're doing and that they join the cause, because it will be to the benefit of them. One more thing. When my dad had started to share with us our history, I remember my children as young teenagers saying, "Papa, why are you not doing something about this?" You know, and they're like so mad at him that they didn't know their history, and then they were just finding this out, who they were. And he told them at that time, right now is not the time. I can go out and do plenty of things, but it won't be the time, the proper time. And like my uncle Philip Hatari always tells me, the time is coming. The leaders of today won't always be the leaders. There'll be new leaders tomorrow. So keep on going. Keep on fighting that fight, because when the new leaders come up, we'll have everything ready for them so that they can pick it up and move. Holomua. So, mahalo nui. Aloha. Eo.
Thank you. Anela. Makanoe, we're going to have you stand up in the front so you don't have sun behind you. Sorry. If not, nobody can see you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Makanoe Hufana. Aloha. I am a Hawaiian Studies major at the University of Hilo. I am one of the few OPO of my generation, and because of that, usually my sidekick brother in arms is usually here to speak because I am a very soft-spoken person. But today I'm here to speak because my kupuna are telling me to say something. So here I am, and I'm going to read this because if I don't concentrate on something else, I'm going to freak out. So I would like to ask, what gives you the right? What makes you feel like what you did was right? We don't come to your cemeteries, to your military cemeteries, and start breaking headstones and digging your people out of the ground, because they are not from this place and aren't tied to this Aina by blood. What is it you want from us? What do you want? Our iwi from other burial sites, and weren't enough desecration for you. Filling in our local i'a, our fish ponds, our lo'ikalo, our food sources, was this desecration not enough for you? We look at your flag every day, and we don't say a word when we could take it down anytime we like. We could tell you we don't like your flag, and it makes us uncomfortable, and it makes us feel like we are going to get attacked. Was that desecration and that trauma to us with your flag and our flag not enough for you? Polluting our waters, our streams, our oceans, polluting our skies, was that not enough desecration for you? Banning our language, our culture, and tormenting our people for being Hawaiian in Hawaii, was this desecration to a peoples not enough for you? Was digging into our Mānoa so you can see our sacred heavens, our stars in the sky, all for your own selfishness, Was this desecration not enough for you? Was bombing Kaho'olawe, Makua Valley, Lanikai Beach, Pearl Harbor to make your ship port that was so important, and you destroyed a tunnel that was home to many Mānoa? Was this, and not to mention the rest of the Pacific and native lands, of those people's lands, you've destroyed? For what? Your precious military? All for what? Your power? Was the damage you've done not enough desecration for you? Overpopulating the island so much, you've either pushed the native Hawaiians, our Kanaka Maoli, out of Hawaii, their home, or created more homeless than anywhere else in the world, because all you saw was making money, power, buildings. All of this you call progress. To you, was this not enough desecration for you? Was killing most of our native birds, our animals, our insects, our plants that you called so beautiful with your invasive solutions to our ecosystem that was beautiful and working before you came? Was this desecration not enough for you? My question is, what else do you want from us? What will you have when you have no land, when you have no water, you have no Hawaiian people to take care of that land and water that you call so precious? What will you have? We all love this aina, we love this vai. We love the waters, we love the people. We assume you love it too because you are here, but you don't love it because you destroy it. If you don't like what we are saying to you, please leave so we may mend and fix and make peace with all that you've disturbed. Because of you, I see my elders, my kupuna. Most of the people in this room that you see are my kupuna and my ohanas. And I see them cry every day because they wonder what will happen when they pass away. Because as you can see, there is maybe just me out of the many Kanaka Maoli Opio that are here. And my kupuna cry every day because they are not sure if the keiki are able to take the knowledge and use the knowledge that is being given to them. My kupuna are scared that their knowledge is falling onto deaf ears. The keiki that are here are crying because they want their kupuna to be proud and see that all their fighting and yelling and protesting and all their energy that's been put in all of these years was all worth it, and that it didn't go to waste, and their sacrifices were not in vain. And that this is so heva that I've come to rant and say my opinions here on a public platform where I will most likely lose a lot of people that I talk to. I have many enemies in my own Hawaiian studies building because of my opinions. And I say my opinions because I don't want my kupuna to see that the colonialized version of the Hawaiian studies has made me silenced after all of their efforts and all of their ike being poured in to make sure that there is hope later. And I would like to say that over the past few days of being in this conference, there is hope because we are here. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha mai kākou, lahui Hawaii. O Kaukau Hawaiian no poia mai ao. Noho wau Makeala Nui Kumai Post Street. Ku'u makua kane vela wahilani no laila ku'u ko makua hine pikake wahilani. Aloha mai kako, I'm Kaukohu Wahilani. I hail from Pu'ea. That's Waianae Valley. That's the original name for Waianae Valley. He Hawaii au mau mau. No more Hawaiians, no more Hawaii. I just was compelled to come up here, but before I want to share Mānoa, I just wanted for mahalo nui Auntie Claire, Oren, and entire staff that has made this conference possible. You know, couldn't be here yesterday. I had my niece's wedding, but we was watching from the morning. Came today to be here. Honored to be among warriors, seasoned warriors. Uncle Palikapu, Tita Le, Auntie Nani, you know, Laulani, all these seasoned warriors that came before us, that's still here with us. I just wanted to share my experience the last couple months. I am a kia'i, and I'm proud of it. In April, we went up to Kauai for the Iwi Kuamo'o project at Hale Aloha them. They got funded to share the teachings that was taught to them by Auntie Pua Kanehele them, right? I had missed the first class over here on Oahu, but I went to the second class, was weaving hinai, making hinai baskets so that our iwi kupuna can be placed inside. And just being in that second class was all the ike that was being shared by Hale Aloha and Kihe and Kalihua and Mana and Kahanu was Maikai. But I had missed the first one, which was the ceremonial one. You know, all the classes is very important, but the first one, that was all the spiritual aspect. That was all the pule, yeah? That was all the oli that we had to learn. And we had to kapukai first. I never did do kapukai. I mean, hi'uvai, pikai, but we never did kapukai. So the class, Moana Cruz, and called me up and said, hey, we get class in Kauai, Manokalani Po. So we went, and it was April 21st, 22nd, and the 23rd. And I got to meet my Kauai Ohana over there, Megan and brother Kona. Tito Manavaiakia and Nakai Lua, they was also over there. And that, learning the protocols to protect our iwi kupuna. From Waianae, we get iwi kupuna all over. But I just wanted to share that through that process, we had made pilina with our ohana from Kauai. And so, Tita Manavaiakia was watching her. And I was watching her videos before we came up. And if you guys never see the video that Kanani Fu wanted for scrap, I was like, wow, this, you know. So anyway, when we got up to Kauai, we got to spend some time and talk story. And then I remember telling Tita Manavaiakia, if you guys ever need help, kahea, we're going to kako and we're going to come. And so last Tuesday, so last week Sunday, there was conversation going on that, you know, we already seen the videos of the dynamiting in Koloa. And so the word went out that on kahea was going to happen. So I called Manavaiakia Sunday, I think it was Sunday evening, we had talked. And I told her, I said, you guys going to get on kahea? She goes, yeah. And then that was the Memorial Weekend, yeah? So she said it was going to be Wednesday because Monday was still on holiday. But then I would ask her, okay, but when they going to stop blasting? And she said, Tuesday afternoon. So I said, no, we're going to come up Tuesday morning. And we came up, myself, Brother Joe Aquino, Brother Kiako Maderis, and my Hanai nephew, Keone DeFranco. And we called Manavaiakia, and we came up, and we got to meet her hui, her little hui. I think only get one kane with them, kaneala. The rest all wahine, with all their nakeki. And I want to forgive them mahalo nui for them standing up in Koloa. So if you guys can pai lima for them as well. So through that process, we went, we never have a car, We never have one place to stay. But you know, if you're going for do things, which is pono, especially for going for protect our precious resources, our iwi kupuna, yeah. They're going to vehicle Allah. They're going to open the way. And sure enough, and Tita Liz said, hey, I get a place you guys can stay in Cologne. And that was Auntie Bridget Hamaquist's house. Auntie Bridget, mahalo, Auntie Bridget. We got to stay at her holly, and she was so graceful with us, having all these Kanakas over there. The first night we came, and then we got to meet her in the morning, and then we came back in the afternoon. I met Kamal, my Palestinian brother right there, and he was like, "Oh, who's all these Kanakas?" You know. But you know, let me go call Bridget, and we're all waiting outside, like we get the food ready. Manavaya Kel's husband Jesse, I want to forgive him a big shout out because the support system. She cannot do all that work without support, and my support system is my wife right there, Noilani. She kicked me in my ass all the time, but I love my wife. So anyway, we got to stay. We had a place, and then we didn't get on car. And they would take care of us on car, and then that was our limousine driver over there, Kiaka. And he was going because he was picking up his friends. But anyway, the process was, when you stand up for do what is pono for our iwi kupuna, nāko vehi kalani vehi ke ala. Yeah. So with that process, we went that Tuesday afternoon. Manavaya Kel said they start blasting at 4 o'clock. So we got over there, and if you ever been to Kuloa, so right next to the site is St. Raphael's Church, and that's where we're set up over there. Lava tubes all over, the ground hollow. You hit the ground like you hit him in Pahu. Yeah? Lava tubes all over. Tita Manavaya Kia, she also took us to all these significant places on Mānoa Po. We live on this island. They get 1 million people on this island. This island has been developed and developed over, and it's still like developed. But Mānoa Po, they need help. We all need help. Each island we need help. It's like it's so my kai to have each and every one of you guys over here today. Auntie I love you too, Auntie. So when we went to Koloa, now even get me started with going to Poipu, to the landings, to all these places that our kupuna was there. The places that she took us, my mind was just open up. I could just see and see our kupuna there. And now I see development, desecration. But last Tuesday was the first time I ever heard live dynamiting. If you guys never did hear, the freaking thing is surreal. And sure enough, before they're doing countdown, and Joe and Kiaka, they actually went to go holo onto the site. And if you know Kiaka, right, he got into it with the brother over there. What is his name? Colonizer Thompson or something. Colin Thompson, whatever. But he would stand his ground. Yeah, he make the way set for us. But then when they came back, and then for us on Oahu, we never did hear dynamite. We never did hear on countdown, but our sisters over there, they hear them. So they told us, no, they're going to get an alarm. Sure enough, Joe was like telling me, nah, I think that's going to be the alarm for Pauhana. Had the alarm right there. Huh? We all went get up and we walk. Came across. And Manavaya Kel's oldest son, give a shout out to Ryder. He had his drone, and he'd fly his drone up. He'd catch him, and we was right there. We didn't walk, but we couldn't be but we was right there for hear the blast, for hear the ground crack. If you guys never did, I tell you, if you guys let go, when they blasting again, go. Kona them know, Megan them know. But it was real freaking Kaumaha. Yeah. So we went there. And after that dynamiting was I was taken. We got for witness that. We went to all the lava tubes over there. If you guys see Puno Kekaulua's video, he went into the lava tube where he was, sitting in the county of Kauai. They put up a freaking gate underneath in the lava tube. What for? What is the purpose? Because get Evie inside there? Or get things that is Namea Hawaii? So we got for witness that. Yeah. What is that? PTSD or PST? What is that? P what? PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Again. We all lived through that, as Uncle Skippy said. We're not the crime. We're the evidence of the crime. And during this process, Brother Kona, raise your hand, Brother Kona. Brother Kona Wong, his son Kiaitu and his sister Megan. They're from Mānoa Pua too. And we have this thread. And Kona found Evie in Hanalei. And he needed help. But Kona them, we all went to the same Iwi Kua Mo'o project. So when we got to the site, was Kara Wilcox of the Kauai Wilcox. And Kona them went put the Iwi in the Hinai, which was my Kailoa. Mahalo, brother. But for us to be right there on ground zero, where our Iwi Kupuna stay. So we did protocol. Tito Mano went and talked to Carol, then she wanted to talk to all of us. And then she asked for my mana'o, and I told her, I said, there's a specific reason our kupuna was kanu over here. Specific reason. And after our kupuna, our kanu, yeah, the ground is consecrated. The ground is consecrated so that no more disturbing. So I think it was Joel when asked Carol Wilcox, how would you feel if your great-grandmother's bones was unearthed and taken out so that you can develop or you can build a house? And she said, oh, I'm good with that. That's not good for us. She no more koko. So she will never have that pilina. Yeah. But for B at that site was heavy because, and Shipti came, yeah, and the burial council came, and their first mana'o was to re-intern. So what does that mean? I'll learn re-intern. Oh, we're going to do protocol. We're going to take this Iwi Kupuna out of the ground. We're going to put them someplace else for peace so that they can develop. And I look at it and I said, there's a reason why this Kupuna was kanu over here. And now you're going to take them out and put them someplace else so that can get development? The next day they put up one whole black fence to have everybody out. But I just wanted for Mahalo Brother Kona, because he was the one. And Kona, I hope you come up and share more about that, because I know that's your story, but I really would like you to come up and share what will lead you over there to that site. Yeah. But no more Hawaiians, no more Hawaii. You know. And for the two titas over there, mahalo U.S. Kanako Iwi for running. And if you guys get inside, the boys get the keys. If you guys get inside, please. Mai pu'ina. Right? Just inspired. When is enough is enough. We get seasoned warriors of y'all. Uncle Palikapu used to follow him. Now he's here. All the works that they do, Sister Le, Auntie Puanani Rogers, Auntie Aiai, all the seasoned veterans, but now we get warriors that are here that are stepping up. You guys' work's never go in vain, Uncle. Auntie Nani, your work's never go in vain. Yours too, Auntie Bridget, Auntie Aiai, your work's never go in vain. In the immortal words of our Queen, Kaulana, never cease to act because you fear you may fail. And in the immortal words of James Kaulia, ahiki ke aloha aina hope loa, unto the last aloha aina. So with that being said, I come maha, but I'm also jazzed because we never alone. I get 40,000 kupuna from my mom's side, I get 40,000 kupuna from my father's side. And they're going to keep me in check. So if you times that by all the Kanakas over here, we got freaking army. Yeah. But they need our help. We're only as strong as our weakest link. Yeah. And until my last breath, if I got to be on Moai, then so be it. Mahalo.
Okay, since everybody here, I got some few pictures that I never posted on social media from Koloa. I went to Kauai, and Oren's gonna show some stuff. Maybe he can, talk about the significance of certain areas and stuff. Yeah, you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure some of you is like, oh, her again. So a lot of things that I know and understand is from Ike Papalua, and I know it's really hard for some of you to grasp that. And I hope you all aware that it's real for me and it should be real for you as well. Mahalo kupuna, confirmation. Standing here, I just want to share for Kauai. We are the oldest island, right? A lot of people always ask, how can Maui lineage be on Kauai? How can be? In the old days, we weren't separated by the water like that. Like, we never have that concept. We traveled, we journeyed, we navigate. We're navigators. Naturally, we're navigators. One Kane had 21 wives. Kamuli had 21 wahine. We all come from him. Kamehameha had 27 wahine. We all come from him too. They did that on purpose. One wahine, if she wanted to, if she was kapu enough, she wanted to have 20 men, she had 20 men too. What we know and understand in this modern day is foreign to our kupuna. But just remember, when they're waking up, they're confused because the land they see is not, when they die, that's not what it was like. And I know this because they'll make me see what it used to be like. They did it to me at Wailupe, and I was like, oh my God, this face is so beautiful. Like, what the hell happened over here? But then I was like, okay, kupuna, sorry, having a moment. And then they kept telling me, find out the name of that reef over there, then you're going to know the history of this place. I don't practice like I do on Kauai. Kauai, Koloa, is older than the 13th century. All when we hear it from people, right? We're like, oh no, we've been here a long time. You know why they only studied and they said, 6th century AD or whatever they said, right? Our ancient ones is places where they cannot find them, which is, thank goodness. But I've seen them. Growing up, our family is from the Napali coast. My uncle was the last caretaker of Nualolo. And I believe in time, the answer came that he was the last one to help reinterr Iwi in Nualolo. When he died, my 5th-time great-grandfather, Nahinu Malama, came to me that night and told me what was happening in Nualolo, that they were taking Iwi that was falling off the pali and reinterning them out in places like Koloa. And he kept trying to figure out why would they have done that. Then later on I realized Nualolo is known as the navigational Pico Point. Everyone around the world would land in Nualolo. The story of Laie Kawai, when we were fighting against the fence line in Honopu, I'm like, oh my God, Laie Kawai is the oldest. She's about 8,000 years old. In these meetings, and they're looking at me, oh my God, this girl again, she's so crazy. And I kept, don't you guys put the fence line in there? Most of our ancient burials are inside there. They can see it from, you have helicopter pilots say, that you can see the giants in the mountain. The iwi is exposed, but nobody goes in Honopu. And so when we was in the conference, one of the, not conference, but the iwi kupuna class, one of the auntie goes, oh, just recently I had to cover up one of them because they were gliding down Honopu, and there was an iwi there that had a lie around it in a circle. Do you know why that is? I was like, oh, auntie, I get a lie with me, and we understand a lie that one is Kane, one is Wahine. So the one in the ocean, or near the ocean, is Wahine, and the one in the mountain is Kane. And the Wahine going to utilize the one in the mountain, the balance. And then the Kane going to utilize the one in the ocean area for that balance. And you can tell the difference by the smell and the coloring of it. And these are things that we have, Ike Papalua, we have to bring back, because that is part of our survival. And so when the Iekavai came, I thought Kane, but it's not, it's a Wahine. And then when she showed me what Mānoa plains look like, they used to, on the Va'a, come across this plains that is now known as like a plantation. That's where the GMO is, heavy in that. And one of my cousins who's heavy in, the political side said, actually, you know what? A lot of the alterations to our vai happened in the time of the sandalwood. And I could never understand what Kamehameha Paea spoke when I met him up at, it's called Pacific Heights now. But the only one that I ever found, it's a heiau that they built this place on, that they have a place called Happy Science. But it's a sun heiau, dedicated to the sun. And he told me we come from the teachings of the sun. And then I started to kind of like, I'm sitting in this meditation, first time ever, and I see like this Japanese sun goddess and the emperors, and they're crossing over, and I'm like crying, and I see them crossing over in a purple mist, and then they go in the back room, and I'm like, can you call that lady out here, please? I gotta talk to her. And this lady's like, oh my God, you know why we decided to make our religious practice here? Kamehameha came to us in Japan and brought us here. And I was like, oh, cool, But really what had happened was the souls of those people transitioned. So later on I found out that she had been a descendant of that particular dynasty when they warred Chinese, Japanese, all of them, the huge war they had. And he had been like the great-great-grandson of the Japanese sun goddess, or Chinese, that one sun goddess everybody know about. I cannot think of her name right now, but she was there. And it was so funny because he was old, and I was like, okay, wait, this old man that has this like, he's an emperor. And as soon as I said that, he changed to a young man. Oh, okay, you young, But the point of it is that journey of Ike Papalua and where I'm at from then till now. That was 3 years ago. I remember getting scoldings by Kumu saying, you need to control your third eye, girl. And I still over there slapping my head because I'm like seeing things, So when I go on the burial sites, I try not to know anything around, because immediately they're gonna want to take me in the veil. And the people that I work with knows this. So I'm gonna be walking, and all of a sudden be like, oh, somebody hold my hand, because I'm gonna end up, if there's a pali in front of me. One time Kona and I went up, remember Kona? And I told him, oh, my grandma said never to come here nighttime. And he was like, nah, we're gonna go up here. It's like sundown already. And I go, where you stay? He's like, thinking I try to like check him out or something. I'm like, no, I need your hand, guy. I cannot see. I can only see them. And he's like, who's them? And I was all nervous. I walking back, and I was like, just take me to the wall. Took us half an hour out to get out. But I kept talking like, oh my God, they're all speaking to me in a foreign language, and it sounded like a cross between Rapa Nui and Tahitian. And I said, oh, this is the Birdman culture. These people are from the Birdman culture. And this is in Hanakapeai. And we never knew then till later that we stood, all of us, against the Hanakapeai. And when I stood at Wailupe, I saw the same markings in the rocks. They put the thing in there, right, and they hit them, so it comes and it cracks. And so that one Kane that we met in Hanakapeai, he said he's the only man in Hawaii that does it. And he talked to Kona about it. But I told him, my family used to do this, and it's the same thing we did. We take the pohaku, we whack them, and think crack. It's part of our masonry. We were masons, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, this is trippy. And I share this because it goes back to our understanding that we are not separated by the water, right? That's what Kupuna did. They made sure Moku was going to navigate in that path. and we was gonna find ourselves. Because a lot of times I hear it from every single one of us. I only mainly trace my genealogy in this area, on that time period. That's what tells you that kuleana, that ohana was in that place at that time period. And so I share this because I have a lot of kanaka mo'oli that go and get educated, and they come and they're being hired by OHA and all these agencies to translate our LCAs and royal patents, but they're not understanding the history. So when they're sharing it, they're accepting when a foreigner says, oh, I'm Hawaiian, and I come out and I'm like, actually, your family arrived here in 1878, and they came here for the banking system, and they get all gun shy because they're like, oh, finally somebody had catch them. Oh, but my ancestor's name is Kaulani Kau. I'm like, what? They named him after our ali'i? Holy cow. You know, but that's what they did. Then I get a phone call from my cousin in the mainland who's, you know, going through the Mormon church documents. And she's like, you're not going to believe what I get, you know, what I'm seeing. And I'm like, what you seeing? I already knew. She goes, they changed a lot of our documentations. And I said, how you know that? She goes, because I get the scroll in front of me, and I'm comparing it, and they're all wrong. And I said, it's interesting you said that, because when Ka'aloa came to me, I met Ka'aloa before I met Paea. Ka'aloa was the Kamehameha's great uncle. He was the high council. He's the one who told Kamehameha, do not go to Nuuanu, because if you go there and battle that, you're going to have to sacrifice every single line that carries the name Kamehameha. Kamehameha knew this. That's why if you look at everybody in our time that started naming themselves Kamehameha, they was all dying because they couldn't carry that kuleana anymore. That was a sacrifice that they had to make. And we don't understand this. But I did, because I was getting taken on that path, and I was going and going, and everybody's just like, oh my God, that girl's crazy, and I'll listen to her. And I kept saying, if you don't listen to me, that means you're not listening to them, because I'm just a vessel, and they're just sharing the message. And so anyways, Koloa. Koloa, in a pivotal part of our history, you got to understand we had the Great Flood, right? How do we know this? Because the story of Nananu'u and Valea, Namea is the parents of Nananu'u, right? Anybody, do you guys know about the Great Flood of Nu'u? Nobody knows about the Great Flood of Nu'u? That's what it's called. Perfect. So, Valea is a vow. Namea wasn't in Hanakapeai. I met her. She was bathing in the water. She had long black hair, fair skin, nice bluish, greenish eyes. She's the mother of Nu'u. How did I find out the time frame? I asked her. She's about 5,000 years ago she lived here. So I said, oh, perfect. And then I talked to her about it. The flood of Nu'u happened about 4,800 years ago. Later on, Namea came. Like 6 months ago, he came, wherever he came from, and we brought him back. We had to hike in Hanakapeai, Nakai and I. There were 7 of us that went in there. We did ceremony, and the 3 kani that was with us saw him. And so they're real. We got to stop taking the dates that these guys write for us, and our kupuna going to tell us. Because they telling us, get ready for the next big thing that's going to happen, and we are at the pivotal part, because in 200 years, the government going to cut us off. And we're going to have to rely on this very aina. What are we doing to preserve what our mo'opuna 200 years from now going to have? And so when we did crossovers down in Waimako Hiaka, so we understood, right? Because one of the elders from Mokuhonu, when we went to the Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, and we did ceremonies, one of the elders said, what does your people have like, what do your people do? And I was like, oh, I think we cross over souls, or like, we deal with souls. I was like, it's because they travel on the water and they come here. All souls exit through Kauai at Polehale. And all souls enter through, it's between Aleomano and Anahola as they're born, and they come through. I was like, a lot of leaders come out and tell us that, but they gotta travel through the lands before they reach here. And that's how we know that they're all connected. Hawaii Island, we have many caves that go out to Mokuhonu, caves that enter at Aotearoa. Kauai, Wairua, where Pihanakalani, that story, goes directly to Aotearoa. How do you know this? Take that name from Aotearoa, and you take that name, and then you map them out. You can see them. Then you take the iwi kupuna that you find, and you start mapping them out in the stars. That's how you navigate. I never understood this. So where Manokalani Po is all of our kupuna. We all, Keawe Poi Poi, the twins, Loni Kahaupu, Mahiolole, they all come from Manokalani Po. His burial sits at a very pivotal part of the navigational heiau where they train lua, but we also hanaud there, and we also halad there. It's 200 acres right on a pali there, but on spring that comes out from the top, that's the only thing that they preserve, and the whole entire place going to get developed with 200 luxury homes for the water. So when they started, the water washed out on the road, I came in again because I had 4 ancient ancestors in there. Tuvau, Tumenehuni, they were sacrificed for that water. I said, oh, you guys better not touch that water. Oh, you guys better not go do this. Nobody listened. So this is for the record because I know people are going to watch this later on. I said, don't touch that water, and they did. So somebody from the job site came over because they all know already what I'm like, and tells my husband, oh, your wife was right. We went walk inside there, and oh boy, we had feel them. They're in there. There's burials in there. I said, why would I lie about these things? Manokalani Po, after the War of Kukona, you guys heard about the story of the Iron Sword? When the outer islands came to Kauai, and there was only like 500 warriors that fought. Well, they hid in the caves. That's how we defeated that. Well, Maui, I think they held, but there was a kahuna from, not Waipio, but what's that waterfall between Hilo and Laupohoihoi? What's that main waterfall that everybody go visit? Oh, I cannot think of the name. Huh? Akaka. That kahuna lived behind there. She held that sword when they came over. She told her ali'i not to come. You guys was going to lose. Well, she had to gift the sword to our island. When Kamoli'i was taken and he died, Kahaulelea took that and dumped it out between Niihau and Kauai in the channel. All of the artifacts. Because at that time, our people were selling artifacts. And some of us were desperate at the time. And so that's what happened. And so when we go looking at, we look at Koloa itself in history, yeah, that is where they fought that particular battle. So most of the iwi in there is not from Kauai on the top layer. They showed me in my dreams, there's 3 chambers. Boom, boom, boom. Menehunis. And then you get the warriors of the 13th century, Manokalani Po. And these guys not from Kauai. So we have to respect the fact that they traveled, fought a war, and many of our people come from them. They just don't understand the connection of why it is we're trying to protect the burials, and they should be just the same. I'm going to close at this. Many of times that we're on the burial sites, there's children that are being taken out. They were not taken care of, and they're pretty much not tended to. So this one child at Poki'i Kauna had a dog on his lap, and he was taken out and removed into an unmarked grave. Now they're going to build in that section of that unmarked grave. He came from he's my tutunehinu. It's his sister's son. Now I'm obligated to figure it out. Every kane that ever worked on that job, they're all sick now, and they refuse to help me get him out to put him back by his mother and father and his siblings that died of disease. When I was in Kalalau that one time, remember Kona, and I said that there was a vahine that came up to me asking for her children. So here's the vahine, and here's her children, but because they died in a separate time, the mom died in the fire. So when they came in and took over Kalalau, they burned down all the houses, but we never know and understood the story of what they did. They raped the mom, and the kids went hide in the cave, and they ended up starving because they had burned the whole entire valley, never food, nothing. And these kids are in there with no mother, nobody in there. And the 3 of them died in there. So I had to cross them 2 over so they could be together. And nobody on that, they heard me. Remember that? Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I try to share. So when I'm not out and about with everybody else, they understand what kupuna needs to go through. Because to me, I'd rather them cross over than in this realm living with the greedy, the maki vai, the people that are only thinking about themselves. Because it's really sad. The longer they roam, the more they forget about themselves. And when you look at it, right, and you look at the po'o, why were they only taking the head of our kupuna to study them? What is the significance of our head, of the po'o? And so one time I talked to the archaeologist, he said, you can profile our people by the bone structures So, like I was sharing with Tita, when you're out there, famine, hinano, they ate hinano. Warriors are very quiet, but they're gonna make your jawline clench a little bit because they're like angry, resentful, you know. I had one uhane, one vahine, she was weeping the whole entire time. She wouldn't stop crying. Then I realized it was because she died waiting for her kane with her child in her hand that was also dead. And so why we cannot take the time, give room for them, our ancestors who we talk so highly of, we speak, name, everything, but we don't take the time to make the connection, to give them a story so we can share that story and carry them on to the next generations. Why do we not do that? Why is that not important? Why does Imako Lelo Hawaii make you afraid? We're not here to one-up each other, we're here to help each other. And so I share this because these guys, I was talking, they had to witness SHPD, DLNR, KPD. I was on the phone with all of them, with these guys. They was tripping out by the conversations that was being held, the permitting process and everything else in there. I kept telling them, look, this is what we got to deal with on a daily basis. So we're at the point of complaints and compliance now, right? And you know how that goes, a whole nother process, right? They're going to sit on it. And then now what next, right? So that's why we attended, to learn from you guys and to get solutions so we're not going through this. Because we stood on that land already. We kicked them out. Now, me, Liz, and Nakai with our children, who is smart enough as a woman to get arrested while your husband is working in an area that they cannot pick up their phone and their children is next to them? Which brainiac Kanaka gonna go do that and put their child in welfare or whatever the heck they do? Because trust me, that's what they do to us. You gotta have Konanen. Our kupuna is doing this because we gotta unite. United we stand, divided we fall. Preservation in place means preservation in place. Our people gotta wake up to that. The contractor on that Hanale job, he told me, oh, when he came in there, he was walking around real high chest. But after I had that intellectual conversation, I said, no, what the archaeologist is telling you is not true. Only when there's a large burial site do they leave them there, and they build right over them. When they have maybe 2 or 3, 14, 15 in scattered areas, then they take them out. That's what he said. He witnessed it in the 20 years he's been working that job. So I had to make him turn around that, because he's relying on the people that we know is dividing us, that's doing all the heva. Our own Kanaka men that's working these job sites. And so I don't get angry at them, you know, but we face this every day. When I go home to Kauai, we wake up every morning and we're back out there again. And these guys, they was tired because I had to show them. I drive around every single day for check on these burial sites. Kona, Mānoa, they're all going to get built on. So that's my cue. Mahalo, kupuna. So mahalo for your guys' time. I love you all. Mahalo. I think Kona's going to speak.
I'll let you stick around real quick. So we get some pictures right there. I'll show everybody behind you. So this right here is what the Hyatt, right? It's the Hyatt Regency, this one. This is where we get the hail on the right side. The makeshift hail that they put.
Oh, yeah. So this is Marriott Waihai, and that's the Kiha Honua hail.
So what they did right there is they desecrated to build these hotels. And they made this little hail. I'm showing you guys what they try to do. They're selling our culture. They're trying to make like that's ours right there. That's just one regular coconut tree, took off the top, they carved something out, and that's what they do right there. That's what they're doing to Koloa. They're selling it like Waikiki as a tourism location. Next picture, please, Oren. This right here was filled up. This is the hail, right?
Which one is this?
This is the one next to it, right around the corner. We go to sand. We get the.
Oh, so this is Sheraton Kauai. When they built this beach, it used to be all reef. So what they did is they took out sand from Kioniloa, and they found thousands of bones. And in that particular case, the Filipinos and the Hawaiians got into an argument. So the Filipinos had thrown them inside the concrete, and they became part of a hotel down the road, Arupuna. And then when Hurricane Iniki came, the whole entire hotel was wiped out. But that's what they did.
So you see that? It just looks like a normal little beach park, right? Something like this. You would never think anything's under there. That's what they do. They make it to accommodate tourism, and they forget about us. Next one, please. Right here is the cave, directly adjacent to the desecration site, on the Koloa golf course. This cave right here, very significant. This is where the spider and everything inhabits right here.
So this particular cave is within that 50 feet, I think it's a 50 feet buffer zone. But the interesting thing about this one is there's a little bit of a story about it where when they built the golf course, they pulled a tree out and the cave had collapsed. And so the tree trunk is still battleground. They're going to extend the hotel back into that sanded area again. That's upcoming. We're fighting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 current sites in Kaulana alone. And Liz and I have studied all the land packets. We go through all the planning. We stand as a planning. So we know exactly what's going on. So when we come out, we know the campaign, we know so Hawaiian is upcoming, and then there's Mānoa boys that are going to build that luxury homes up there. That went through the process of planning. I think there's a 3-step procedure. And then so now we're trying to get Fish and Wildlife. That's why the Department of Interior is very important. So Fish and Wildlife, we're trying to get them to come because they haven't surveyed the entire Kaulana area. That's what they said. It's very hard. So we're going to command them to come to Kauai and do a survey. We need it. And so everywhere in this area on the other side, once they get this going, they're going to build 200 luxury homes, 200-acre land luxury homes right across the street of this development. And they walk through there because Kupuna said, don't go to Hanalei, walk over here. We did, we walked in there. And then they finally got to see me channel and how I work when I become a conduit. And so I was saying all kinds of stuff in Olelo, Hawaii, which was really good because lucky Kanahele is our person to translate these things. And we found a watering hole and that they used to drink from. And so everyone was getting their own experience. But what was very interesting was to see the cultural layer that was still there and feel the difference between what's still there and what's not there anymore. What is this one here?
So this one right here is the golf course. In that area right there is the Makahea on the top corner. You see the multi-million-dollar homes surrounding it. Now within those homes is the investors of the developers, right? So they get parcel land over there and they get percentage of what? The homes that are being built right there next door.
Yeah, so it's a Keohuna Community Association. So in the Land Commission use in the 1970s, you have a question? So in the 1970s, Land Commission use, originally, this was ag land, right? Well, the state changed it to urban in 2010. So once it's urban, then the county's got to follow all the conditions, and there's 12 conditions. Most of these places never meet at least 7 conditions, and they still permitted these projects. And this particular heiau is Paualaka. And so when the Kai and I first went there, we realized what Paualaka meant. That's where we met Aila'au, and Aila'au told us the whole entire place would catch on fire. Like, he didn't tell us, but he showed us. And so right below this heiau on Poipu Beach Estates, which is right across the street, right adjacent to this, that's the agricultural heiau. So you can see all the ag parts, and it's all surrounded by homes. And these people have bragged to us about walking into our caves and saying, there's nothing in here. I'm like, no duh. So right across the street, there's 7 caves that you can actually walk into. And we found parts of the manoti, we found shell from the honu, we found like cultural significance, right, to our kupuna. We found a lot of bone fragments scattered all over, which meant they were taking them out so they could, the Kanaka Mo'oli was taking them out so there could be developments. So these 7 caves don't have bars on them, but the remaining caves on the outskirts of it, there's bars on them. That's how we know the iwi kupuna are there. And so following through on this, and you're coming on the west side, at the Kukui'ula area. So Kukui'ula and Kukulono. Kukuilono is the oldest lono heiau in Hawaii. And that particular area has cave systems that go long and far. And what's interesting thing about that is that between Kukui'ula and Keahuna, because back in those days, in 1950s, it wasn't subdivided, right? In the Mokupuni book, Kahuna of Light, he wrote, in 1950, they found an ancient casket and a mummified body with shrunken skulls surrounding this body. Shrunken skulls mean menehuni. That's what their skulls look like. And no one talks about it. Hyatt Regency, Sheraton, all of these resorts, we cannot find evidence of documentation other than people's oral stories. And that's the issue that we're having.
Next one, Orion, please. That's the cave right there. So there was a tree inside there before. They removed it, or tried to remove it. It caved in, then they planted one to what? Make like they didn't do nothing, right? They threw in something completely different, but to the left of this was a decaying tree that they pulled out. When they pulled it out, the cave went in. This is the kind of stuff they do. This is right there next to the blow-up site. Right across is where we've seen it live, felt it, shake, everything. What else do you think is inside that I felt everything shake, right?
Arkapuna.
Next one, please, Lauren. This is the development that they put out to everybody to be sold to. They're catering not to anybody off Hawaii. No Kanaka, no local can afford $2.2 million starting for this development. Now you can see that's the place that's empty right now where they're doing the desecration. That's where these homes at. Right next to it is that heiau that I was just showing you on that last picture. Right behind that is the Laka heiau.
Right. So I believe this is Pilimaya across the street.
Okay, so
the condominium.
Hawaiian Road right here,
right.
Going down to the left, and this is the development.
So across the street, they built this condominiums back in 2015. Right now, there's 30% of those condominiums, there's a lawsuit that they cannot disclose anything to us. But there's a lawsuit that's going on because the foundation is cracked right through the walls of the buildings. That's facing the side of this property that we're fighting against. So you know what happened, right? The thing had collapsed because they call it a void. There's a cave system underneath. So where Palikua is Kanu, there's going to be a pool structure. Where his ohana, which is I believe Kamanava line, because he keeps showing himself, that particular mound is about 15 to 20 feet in depth to where the cave is. And that's what I was told. He's buried by his family. And so that one going to be really scary because it's so close. And then the 2 sections where the mounds are in the east side and the south side are mainly warriors, but those ones are 30, 40, 50 feet in depth. Like I said, there's layers, right? I mean, I'm not from Hawaii Island, but I think you guys know and understand how caves are created and what works, right? And how it goes. Cool. Yeah. Well, interesting you said that. Pele came down, told us to do a protocol. We set it up. We did it, and every day we were going there as wahine and children to pray, and they would take off our offerings from the fence and burn them. So we all know what happens after all that, right? So she did. She came down, told me to do a specific protocol, and that was it. And she left. And this was about a month between Kanani Fu's video to the blasting. And that was it. And so when Uncle said that they came, it was Kanaloa and Pele. Kanaloa oversees the salt, he oversees fire. That's why I bought my alai. And I was wondering why it wouldn't light, but it was because I was offering the ash everywhere it was going over here. And then Pele came, and she made a prophecy about what would happen, because to her, we're all her children. And so for Kauai in particular, the journey of her starts at Polehale with Namaka. And so interesting enough is, we all come from Pele lineage, but I have a gift that Pele taught, and it's the maka where the eye turned red, right? And sometimes when my eye turn really red, then I know what that means. But Lono Makua taught Pele about fire. And it was Lono who taught me about these things. And so when we came in there, he told me, strike the stick 4 times, and then he gave me an oli, and Nakai Ilua was there. Like, I don't even know what the hell I'm saying, but I'm oliing, right? And Nakai said, oh my God, if this is true, you don't even know what you were saying. And I said, oh well, it is what it is. Nobody listening. So I hope with what's being said, and we can come together, and I truly believe that something gonna happen where this gonna have to end, right? So.
The next one, please, Ari. I don't even know what's next. That's the Heao right there we gotta come to, right? You tell about this one.
So, I mean, to be honest, it's really hard for me to share with you guys these things because it's the trauma that happens, that constantly happen. But I was trying to explain to them with the different Heaos, it's all pico points. And really, they're all being rededicated to Io. And I cannot tell you guys, Kupuna said, let you guys learn your own history of the connections of our Kupuna to these picos. Because I'm going to share something, and it's really not only from my own line, right? My own koko, my own practice. Because we all have different practices. But this particular heiau, it's a navigational pico point. And this ties to Kamakahele. And Kamakahele told me she had 9 attendants at Lomino. Do you guys know who Kamakahele is? She is Kaulana's mother. Kaulana's wahine, Kamali's mother. Kalamai. Anyway, she told me that anyone who desecrates her lineal descendants will burn from the inside. And that is a gift from who? Pele. So a year later, I had somebody from over here who had sought a kahuna from all the other islands, Maui, Molokai, Kona, Big Island, and here. She had a dream, and she came to Kauai. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. The next day, I said, where are you staying? She said, Kolo. I said, perfect. I took her to all these picos. She told me, I'm so sorry. I'm burning from the inside. I need your help. Why is that? And I said, can you please tell me what you found out in the past 3 months? That my family was selling all these lands, Maui, Kauai, Hawaii Island, and they have 30, 40, and $50 million in offshore accounts. And I said, how do you feel now? It went away. I said, all you have to do is admit. And she said, but why you? I said, because I'm the first one to see Kamakahele when she wakes up. Because that's what Kamakahele told me. You're going to have one choice. You can take it off or you can leave it. And I was like, I didn't know what that meant. But then we realized, Akahi Kavalu, George Humehume, they are in the same pico of Kanaloa's heiau that is being desecrated right now. And these guys got to see it. You could see it.
You can see it right there. Look at that. You see above the clouds. I don't know if you guys see this on face looking down.
Yeah.
You know? But they're doing this for what? Gentrification, to put their people on our heiau. This location is beautiful, untouched. Right?
Yeah.
This is unbathed.
Yeah, that's fine.
That guy wants to bring his friends' boats all the way up to their house.
So the same owner of this lot owns 2 developments in this area. So 50 luxury homes across of the harbor. They want to build a private marina. And then that's the section that Kamakahele, where her burial cave is, they're going to build a water hole. So when they build that, not a water hole, what is that, the waste? A manhole. So when the water comes down, it's going to fill all these burial caverns with our ali'i, with our significant people, right? Our ancestors, and going to go right into the ocean. And so he also has 41 units behind. And I'm sorry to say this, but there's an agreement with Kanakamo'oli people to take whatever they find, because they don't know who's in there and what the significance is.
These guys are doing research of the land that we should be doing as Kanaka, and they're figuring out these little loopholes to steal it. That's what Zuckerberg did. That's what they're doing all over. They get their little group of people who got big money, millionaire, billionaires, and they're putting together these little things and they're taking over. And they know what they're doing, they're paying off people inside.
Are we done with this repowering?
Yeah, next one.
Oh, because Uncle Rocky likes speak, that's why.
Yeah, we got 10 more minutes.
Oh,
Next
okay.
This is the desecration. Not only do they just blow up the clock, the first thing they do is bring the...
Yeah, so this particular one, when we drop coins inside, it's pretty deep. And so when SHPD did the walkthrough before I came here with us, They walked through with them. What the developer was doing was covering all the pukas, all the voids.
They were bringing in 8 big trucks loaded with dirt.
For cover up all the openings.
The dirt. They cover up the holes with the water machine, lay it out flat so you wouldn't see the cracks in the ground. Next one, please, Oren. This is the hole that we witnessed happen right in front of our eyes. 50 feet deep, 30 feet wide. They cracked this whole mound down.
So the guy, his name is Hunt, one of the investors, came up to us before this had happened and said, there is no iwi kupuna in here. There is only blue rock. How many of you guys know about blue rock? How many of you guys know? Is there value in blue rock? There's big money. So in one of my lives, that little boy that was with us, Liz's son, said, they're gonna find a really big blue rock and it's worth millions. Like he was like saying it over and over in the video. And I was like, I know. And he's like, they're close too. They know it's in here. How do you think they know that rock exists in there? They've been studying this land. And the interesting thing about it is Koloa where a lot of the blue rock come from. And Kupuna was adamant about that rock and the significance of our, like the connection between us. So,
next one, please. This right here is the area that they desecrated completely, flattened. There was mounds on the right side, left side, right in the middle, everything. Completely just disintegrating to the ground. Holes walking through the whole area.
So this one here is on the southeast of the property. And so, like I said, there used to be a pohaku that we hanau on. Like every single cultural part of that land is pretty much depleted on the surface. There was a pohaku where the souls exit. It's like a labyrinth. I've never seen something like that. But it was a labyrinth. And it's, if you guys know and familiar with our mo'olelo or our history, that right there, what does it mean? Creation, yeah? The spinal. That is exactly what that, hey, I get chicken skin. That's exactly what that particular pico had looked like before they bulldoze them.
If you walk close to it, you see the hawk. See the Hawaiian hawk flying through. It's there. Every time we're there, we're doing business. Next one, please. Right there. I don't know if you guys can see a footprint inside that pohaku. Big footprint. There is significance in that area. You find things, round rock pohaku. Everything in that area. There is things around there. I guarantee that. I feel it. I don't know if that time, but I feel it around.
So going back to the old trails that Moku Keawe Vahine here was speaking about, in history, a lot of Hawaii has been purposefully like hidden. And a lot of our old maps is held by the Robinsons and the Knutsons, the same family. But we have a lot of evidence that they were the main ones that was selling our iwi and then funding people who were returning our iwi. You see where the problem lay? And no. What is that?
This right here. This is what they do after. They push it into a cloud to make like nothing was disturbed.
Yeah.
Watch them from across, just coming in, pushing everything. I was like, this is they blow it up, grab their things, and just toss it in a pot.
So that day that they were witnessing, I got a phone call from a po'ete'oteo who owned a business that the Knutson Trust held a meeting that same day. And she told him, we know about these burials. We were taken there as children. From the Knutson Trust, by chance.
Next one, please, Lauren.
Uncle Rocky like talk though. You're making me public enemy #1.
Next one, Lauren. This right here, you can't look sideways. This is the nene goose that was lost in the area. They kept on flying, coming in, looking for their nest, looking for their babies, then fly away, come back around in circles. Witnesses multiple times. That right there should be stopped itself. Today I went to see Dylan and I showed them that, and they said that's a federal crime. But so is desecration.
Yep.
Next one, please, Lauren. That's the holes that they would drop the rocks inside, and you can still see through the cracks, and you can still see below you. There's big caves below you.
So if you guys wondering what procedures was taken, In the beginning of this, in December of 2020, I filed for a burial registry and a lineal descendancy, cultural descendancy application, where our head of our historical SHPD, Kauanoe, sat on my paperwork the whole entire time. I never get one reply till the day before the video of Kananifu. And it said that it mixed all my genealogy paperwork, but it said that I had to give them paperwork that I already had given them. And then later on, they lied about even receiving it. And then I sent 2 more times to Hilo and Oahu, and then they claimed that they don't have it. And I send them the whole email. I had it registered mail with a return receipt, and now they're fumbling their thumbs like, we don't know where your paperwork went.
Next one, Oren, please. This is the explosive company right here, Apex Explosives, that have the revoked license. Drill in the ground, seize the dynamite in the ground, nothing more. I can probably start remove all that.
So MP Financial is from Nevada. Here in Hawaii, in DCCA, they have what's called a brand called Meridian Pacific. And so when we filed a complaint with their bonds, the one that they have on the permitting is a completely different bond number. And so when we filed the complaint, they sat on it and then they lied through the whole thing. So the County of Hawaii, as of right now, are trying to cover their tracks because they lied and we have them on recording. And these guys got to hear my conversation with them to admit that they couldn't pull the permits because the permits had already been placed and the damage is already done.
Next one, please, Oren. This is what the KPD is doing to anybody over there that's trying to stop the desecration from happening. They're putting fake abandoned vehicle stickers on the cars, but there's no license, no information of the vehicles, nothing.
Sorry. Where's Uncle Skippy? Okay. No, we should be out already, yeah. Here, Uncle. Oh. I guess maybe we will wait, then Kona guys can talk about that one, and then, yeah. Sorry, Uncle.
That's okay. Ano ai kako, ko inua raki kai uli o kai kolu ehu. Noho wau maa puna. My good friend is here. I'm with him. I became aware of it. Now, as an artist in my profession, I was aware of the lies long ago. I am 78 years old. I've been on this planet for 75 freaking years. I've seen the desecration, I've seen the corruption, and I have names for every one of those events. Now, I respect all of you young people because a lot of you have degrees, right? How many of you have degrees? Okay. Well, if you guys need a degree, someone that you guys were talking about, people with professions, people with background, I got Dr. Fisherman over there, Dr. Chonet. Dr. Chonet can feed 20 people with just one throw. Now, can you people do that? 20 fish feed 20 people? See, this is what's missing. Brother is 49%. I'm 50%. He's not on homestead, I'm not on homestead. How's that? Wow. Now, if we're going to talk about the rules and regs of how we are governed and how we are told to live, then that means you young people are responsible. You carry the burden. We're done. 75. Now, that burden that lays on you will be a tough burden because as brother, we fought the fight. There was nobody to help us. We didn't have young people. We didn't have an army. We didn't have elders to support us because we were what? Troublemakers. That was our title. Oh, today you're head of a department. Oh, we were just troublemakers, rabble rousers. That's the hard part about putting together an idea, this is what this is, an idea about how we can develop another good idea from an old crappy idea. The wheel's not broken, it just needs to be replaced. Election time, you guys know election. Who runs for OHA? Who makes decisions for OHA? Who sits on the Hawaiian ethics committees? And who tells us Hawaiians how to live? Please. I wanted homestead so I can carve for the rest of my life. If you guys find me in my studio with the mallet in my hand, I have achieved that. Why? Well, how many art sculptures can I find that is relating to me? I look at that airport, there's nothing reflective of us. I go to Vancouver, it's Indian. Boom! You go to Denver, it's Indian. You go to Santa Fe, it's Indian. Geez, where am I? I told Polly when we came into there, where the hell am I? Born, raised here, Kali boy, both of us Farrington grads. Now, that's hard. That's hard. You look at your city, you look at all your friends, they're all dead. Now I have a whole new audience of young people. Now, how do we work this together? Together, right? Now, if he's 49% and I'm 50, that's already a break in the road here. That's what we got to do. There's no such thing as blood quantum. Talk to Tim. There's no such thing as blood quantum. It's kingdom or tribal or clan. There's a word. Find one. Ohana, name them. We had that before everyone came. Learn your history. As an artist, I have no degree. I have no degree. But as an artist, I had just one thing in mind. I'm going to show these haulis, and haole no mean white. I was going to show these haulis what Maoli art is all about. That's why you guys got this. This is what we did. We built this place up because there was no education on Maoli customs and traditions. You guys all come from different backgrounds. You guys all come from different ethnicities. But you only have one drop of Kanaka blood. Which one you gonna call? That one drop or the 70% Danish or the 70% French? French, family come from Rue, Duvershel. Danish, family come from Copenhagen. I know my Haole side, but they're not Haole. They're just white guys. My Maoli blood tells me my responsibility is what we do here today and the days to come. I was not going to come. I was not going to come until he came to my house. He said, hey, Hawaiian, come on. I have been through this so long and so many years that it is frustrating because you guys can see I'm nervous, eh? It is frustrating to fight a battle uphill because sometimes your people are the obstacles. Sometimes the administrator becomes the obstacle. And it just happened to be one Hawaiian guy like Ayla. Ayla was nothing when we were living in Waianae. He didn't do anything with Makua Valley. He didn't do any of that. But, boy, he found a job. Brother's unemployed. Hey, I like work for all that. Ah, you too old, uncle. Hey, wait a minute, I'm 78. That doesn't make me uncle. It makes me kupuna now, right? Age difference, age difference. We respect things. That's why we're angry. We don't like to see things messed up because then who do we hand it down to? You guys. And what have we done? See, this is for you guys. Fight the fight. The next step we have to fight is go to Washington. The hell with these politicians. If these politicians got balls, and I had a lot of good politician friends, Sakai Takahashi, Richard Wong, you name them. They were my friends. But they all turned caca, yeah? We cannot do that. You have just one thing, that means honesty. Ilinahi, the truth of things, it is important. As human beings, this is what our responsibility is to other human beings. Before you can become Kanaka Maoli, you better walk that talk, okay? Mahalo. You're on.
Thank you. I just wanted to share a poem, and you know, I take no credit nor responsibility for these words because it came to me pretty much in a dream, but it is a message for all of you. And today when we took the walk, we started off at the palace. So imagine yourself back at the palace in her room. You're in her room. She's invited you there because she wanted to send a message to all of you. So if you were left to your thoughts, what would it sound like? Would it be the humming of a song or a sigh contemplating the wrongs?
Can you hear the pin drop? Or do you continue the quilt and not stop? Perhaps the piano brings you up to a place to find comfort until you can plead your case. Did they listen and make right what was not? Or did the ones who apologized over time forgot? You are moe wahine, that is a fact. But truth, honor, justice, and love is what they lack. Take the flowers we bring you, put them to good use. The paper it's wrapped in, which is the most current news. We will take up the petition for love of our nation, no matter what they do, such as military installations. We are told to give up, too much time has passed, but one in a canoe must set course and be steadfast. We don't have a choice to sink or swim. She has taught us to have faith and follow him. So as we set our course for sailing, do not fail to try for fear of failing. Message from our Queen.
So, you know, nowadays, nobody gathers and nobody brings instruments anymore. When we used to gather, everybody bought instruments. But I guess the only instrument we get today is our leo. We gotta bring back those things, the kind of kapila times. These are the times that we sit around and we teach our children. I started doing this with my children every Monday. And I only teach them Hawaiian songs. They can learn all the other songs on their own. But I teach them, this is one of the songs that we need to sing. This is the song that starts the avocation to free our minds, to secure what is ours. So if you want to turn to the song, or if you know the song, sing along. I'm not here to entertain you. This is an interactive part of the show. So I like hear everybody sing it. Sorry if it's not in the right key. Maybe I go change key. Mau kau kau? Ha. Kaulana Na Pua o Hawaii. Paana hope o ka aina Hiki mai ka elelo loko ino Palapala anu no me ka paka Hu olelo Hawaii? Anybody can olelo Hawaii? We need to have this done in English too. If someone can translate for us. No more? That's like I know can either. I'm one of those generations that never get the opportunity. But we know what this song is about, right? This is when the annexation was coming about. And they said, no ways, we don't like that. We're not going to have it. This created a Kui petition. The Kui petition was taken to Congress and was accepted. Here we go. Kaulana. Kaulana Na Pua o Hawaii Ku paama hope o ka aina Hiki mai ka elele o loko ino Balabala anun me ka paka Pane mai Pane mai Hawaii moku o ke ave Koku ano hono a opi lani Ka ko o mai kau ai o mano Pa upu me ke on kuki ai ewa Aole Aole ae kau i ka pulima Maluno o ka pepa o ka enemi O ihuhi haina kui ai ewa Ka pono sivila a o ke kanaka Aole mako Aole mako ai mina mina I ka puhukala o ka puni Ua lava mako I ka pohaku I ka maho o ka ahena Mahope Mahope mako o liulani Loa e ka pono o ka aina Haina ia mai ana ka puana Ka poi ia loa I ka aina Hano Mahope mako o liulani Loa e ka pono o ka aina Haina ia mai ana ka puana Ka poi ia lo I ka aina Mai kai You know, mele is important to us because that's how we speak, no? Yeah? We people of song, like our brothers from across the ocean. That's why we always kanikapila. These are the things we gotta teach our children. We gotta take time to come together, let them sing, talk story. Because those things live in us. If we don't pass them on, then they're gonna lose them. The schools cannot teach us this. They can teach us many things, and it's not bad. But the best school is where? Home. Home is where the attitudes come in. You know, and you want to as my brother collect his thoughts. But you know, music is important. As you can see, they spoke their words in Mele and ai and the pules that she teach. They're not only about the prayers, but what's contained in those words is the mana, aye? Mana. This song, that was the last spoken breath of our people. This song is their testimony that we will live free. And you will not take us. You can pretend. You can pretend. And you can make up things. But these are the words of your kupuna. This song should be in every house. This song should be sung everywhere we go. Because this perpetuates what our ancestors left to us. This song kept us free and sovereign. How do I know that? Anybody ever read the 1959 Admissions Act? Anybody raise your hand? I did. I found in subsection 19. And you guys get your guys' cell phones. Go look. It's important. Because you know why? That 1959 Admissions Act, this rings through it. It states that the United States cannot pronounce upon anybody their citizenship. They cannot take it away, and they cannot restore it. And they said that that's because of this movement. This is because of the Koe petition. This song was a Koe petition song. This is what kept us free, the Koe petition. But these are people united, and they sang this song. They honor the Ali, Liliu. Call all the islands. Moku Keawe, are you here? Is Moku Keawe here? Mānoa Kalani po. Yeah. Honua Pihilani. Maui. Yeah. And of course, who is here? Kukiai Heva. Yeah? We here. Again, the song reads true. We here. We answering the call. We came together. We fighting those things that our ancestors fought against. These things we talk today is why they did this. So that we can stay free. We're not in prison. We just haven't found the door yet. Go back. Look to the past. I told the children that one of the things I went to, anybody know why Ijo Kamaka Vivole in that one photo shoot, he turned his back to the camera. Anybody know why? Right. Because he understood that the only future was in the past. Because for us Kanaka, there is no future without our past. All the stuff they take away from us, it make us want to forget our past. Ole, without our past, there is nobody. And that's what they want. They want us to be nobody. But our ancestors left us the roadmap. They told us, and they took the Koe petition. Anybody know 103, 150, whereas 29? What does it state? We're still sovereign. The problem is not sovereignty. The problem is exercising that sovereignty. So they never take your sovereignty away. They say that. The 2014 summary for the DY agreement, we don't need recognition. You know how many times they recognize us in law? Sorry, it has to be, but they said they recognize us 150 times. So Kakabill is 151. What they're saying is, do we recognize ourselves? So my brothers and sisters, really, it's in you. Ahupua gave you what you need. They kept us free. The United States recognized that. From the time they said this, do we have a treaty of annexation? What do we have? Well, they gave us a resolution. What is that? Nothing. And it's actually a takeover, right? They never, how can one foreign country overthrow one kingdom that's not even theirs? If you read the document 103, 150, read the whole story. Yeah, they get the disclaimer at the end, but they tell you that not one Kanaka was part of that. They say that openly. So why I tell you these things? Set you free. right? The preacher says, the truth will what? We talk their laws. Is that the truth? Ole, you prisoner. We play their games. We play in their government. Are we free? Because it's lies. Open the mind. Open the maka. Listen to the ancestors. They're talking to us because they know we're free. They know we're sovereign. Then we got to be sovereign. Again, they never take the sovereignty. They just took the ability for us to try to exercise. Take away our language, take away our culture. So we got to build those things. Go back, learn the language. 2, start doing the things that we used to do. Come together. Have kanikapila. Teach your children the hula. Teach them the songs. Teach them the molelos. Opae, all these kind of songs. That's us. They get all the stuff inside there. We let those things go, then we forget. I'm not, you know what I mean? My thing is not to tell you what to do, only give mana'o. And hopefully, you know, I talk to you guys, I don't talk like this to the government officials. I talk to this because we all get one thing, they no more. The puvai. The na'ao. We the kekeokaina. This is our ground. So we got to make pa'a. Yeah? We don't gotta be ugly, but we gotta stand strong. Ku'e. Ku'e means be intelligent. Because our people were intelligent. We know that we was the most literate country in the world. In 12 years, 90+% of our people could read and write. In this position, we say now, we on the bottom all the time. But that's what they want to do with us, keep us on the bottom. But we going, yeah, we go forward. Yeah. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. I was inspired by that hula and that mele and the mana'o for our mele aipohaku. There's another one that comes from that same era, written in the Nupepa. Mele no kapuni lile lile. It talks about the muhe'e o ka'aina, the changelings of the land, the two-faced people that only care for the puni lile lile, the shiny things, that want to grab our land, that want to grab anything they can just for the money. This whole conference has inspired me to share this hula with everybody. You know, guys, I'm not one eloquent speaker, but I'm present. My gift is hula. My gift is pule. My gift is my lokahi with you, with all of you. Yeah. I am an aloha hope loa until that last aloha aina. This mele talks about how Judas had betrayed his Lord, but he wouldn't have had he only known the love of his onehanau, of the sands. If he'd only known how special the lands of his birth were, he would have never betrayed his Lord. Likepu me kahaule. Likepu me na kanaka with their hands in the cookie jar. You know what I mean? So I dedicate this one to you guys. Just push play on top of that one.
Kona, ike ia ina hana poha.
Aloha. My name is Anela, my Hawaiian name. Oanela Koinoa. Noma kaha mayau. And I just want to aloha Anakala Tim from Standing Rock and the Lakota people. Aloha. I know the camera is over here, so aloha to the people watching. But to all of you, to the Luhui, as I consider myself a keeper of the bones, somebody that is into iwi kupuna. It's hard to say it out loud. Those are the thoughts in my head. Like, I wear iwi, I wear bones. I just do it by accident. I go to the store and I'll see the skull earring and then I'll buy it and hide it in my hair because it's precious, something precious to me. I grew up like that. In the neighborhood where I grew up, Honakaihale, we were told that the iwi was in the ground and that the houses were built like that, they were in place. So the linear descendants would come to our house to honor their kupuna and pick the pua from our flowers, from our tree, and make their lei in the yard and spend their time with their kupuna. And so we got to know the lineal descendants of the iwi that was interred in our yard. That way they became our extended ohana. And we shared our pua from our tree from when I was a keiki. So discussion was had in my house from when I was running around. That was just normal. I thought that person that was laid to rest, that's how life was. Now I'm a Hawaiian Studies major. I have 2 degrees, Elua. Thank you. My family's very proud. I'm the first in my family to graduate, to go to college. I'm from the ghetto, so, my whole neighborhood is proud of me. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm more than that. I'm also a kia'i. I'm more proud of being kia'i than I am of anything else. Than when I walk through the grocery store and someone says, I know you from Facebook, from kia'i. I see you everywhere standing up and you're doing so much, Or, slow down. You're speaking more Hawaiian than I am, I don't understand you. I don't speak Hawaiian, and I accidental, right? I'm a Hawaiian language major, so by accident. And I'm so proud of myself because I'm in tune where I want to be. So then I'm living my dream that I want to olelo Hawaii, right, fluently, because I want to speak to my kupuna and I want to speak olelo Hawaii fluently to my teachers, right? I'm my kumu, a proud hamana of this school. This is my school, Hawaii Nui Akea, this hale where we stay. And I'm so proud to be here, and I mahalo you for bringing me here, for Uncle Tim from Standing Rock to bringing me to my most special school of knowledge, of Hawaiian knowledge, Only my second time being here in presence because of COVID, so the hale is open, and we get to sit here and have this discussion, but I am testifying now before DOI, who's watching, and the Lahui, and the Dakota Nation and other tribes that might be tuning in and our enemies that may be watching. Because I want to make it understood to the Lahui, especially those that are disconnected or detached, the modern day ones that like to buy the property across the street and clear the land, or even the ones that are fighting with our cousin Kai at the burial council, or don't want to call HPD because they're gardening in their yard and they find a bone and they just want to put a planter over it and never mind it. They don't want to touch it. Leave it in the backyard and just don't clear that corner. Because a lot of us are working very, very hard on restoring the Ahupua system from the mountain to the sea, where my friends have food-based systems and are working very hard to restore the Lo'i and the Loko'ia. I have other friends working very hard on language revitalization and documentation. We have our native friends on the continent, all through Canada and all through the Americas, through South and Central America, working on encyclopedias and dictionaries to document their indigenous languages before they die, endangered and threatened and even dead and dying languages, documenting them, bringing them back through digital recordings and media. The documentation of our cultures and stories, so many stories were told today, but how many of them will be documented? How many mo'olelo of these mo'olelo will be properly documented so that we can Google search them and cite them properly in legal cases and in research documents and peer-reviewed materials for our essays and theses? But I heard of so many things today. You know, we're an oral people with the oral traditions, but some of us, myself included, are working on documentation. So I'm a double major, Hawaiian Studies and Mo'olelo O'iwi, documentation of Hawaiian indigenous studies and Hawaiian storytelling. It's very important to me, Hawaiian literature and history. I wish I could find some way, a creative way to write everything down and have it in an anthology, everything. But the importance of this testimony to me and why I'm sitting here bothering, I'm shy to speak. Kala mai kumu, anybody who might say this. But I'm shy to speak, but it's because the iwi are critical to the Ahupua system. In our system, as you heard before to everybody, we all have scattered dreams and ideas of where the iwi belong, and it's in our na'au and our pu'uvai, just like the Loko'ia and the heiau, exactly like the luahine, which is the temple, and the lo'i. The iwi is critical to the Ahupua system as well. It's the vahipana, is the sacred space, and it's worth saving. So when my neighbor across the street, 12, 15 years ago, cleared their land with a tractor and found a skeleton and then reburied it outside of their house and didn't tell anybody, and just thought, that's good enough. We made a nice place for it. They had an archaeological site that was critical to the entire Hawaiian civilization. It was critical and important. The kapuna are kanu in a specific area for a specific reason that is critical to an entire Ahupua system. In regards to where position of the hale, in position to the hale pea, and in position to the hale va'a, and position to the forest, to the sacred species, to the native species, to where the temple was, to where the mountain peaks and the pico and the things that align I'm sorry, let me finish that, and to the waters, mostly to the waters, since we're all about Kani right now, right? And poor Oahu, our waters are all poisoned with gasoline, but if we can stand by this, our brothers and sisters in Kauai, they need us. They didn't tell you maybe the conversations that are being had in the back. Today you might have seen me during this event running around volunteering because I'm volunteering registration and cleanup, but I get the best conversations when you do that, right? You get to hear everybody talking story in the parking lot after, right? So I got to hear a lot. In Kauai, the iwi are in paper bags. My friend told the KPD who's gonna jump on the dynamite, and the cops told him, good, do it. The Kanaka. HPD would never talk to us like that here on Oahu, but on Kauai they did just last week. I know because my friends went because I stayed back and I just backed them up from here. So that's happening on Kauai. And we can tune into that. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. So I just want to notify everybody, the Lahui, we need to stay activated and notified. If we're caring about, restoring the Lo'i, we care about the Loko'ia, we care about cultural and environmental conservation. This concentration about iwi kupuna on a global scale is just as important to all nations. it's just as much a human right as it is food, air, and everything else, okay? And so, as well, the conversation has been had that maybe we should take this to the United Nations as far as UNITRIPS being violated, as far as indigenous rights, human rights having been violated, and I'm surprised that it hasn't been yet. You know, and so as a lohui, we do need to consider maybe that being our next big gathering. And so that's all. I just want to mahalo everybody. And like my good friend Kako, who said, we were in the presence of the greats, right? The legendaries. And the greats coming up, and now we're all coming up, yeah? So I'm honored to be in the presence of fellow kia'i and everybody else. And I hope that this inspires new kia'i and new people to enroll in the Hawaiian Studies program and get involved. Aloha.
Better picture. Come on, sis. Come, sis. Oh, you're gonna do the pictures, okay? Aloha, everybody. I was trying to avoid coming up here and talking because it's not my thing. Aside that I'm not afraid to ride bulls or ride big waves or climb down the pali or that kind of stuff, but talking is not my forte. Unless I have to, and I'm a kia'i ko'i. Let's see. I guess I better introduce who we are. And I'm going to read a little bit of my moku out because I haven't studied it enough. But Mākua wahine kaumehe iwa, Mākua wahine ka apu vai, sorry. Mākua kani ka Kaulana, and Mākua wahine ka makahele. Mākua kani ka muali'i, and Mākua wahine Debra kapule. Mākua kani Oliva kapule, and Mākua wahine manene. Mākua kani kiaka kapule, e Mākua wahine hana ha'alulono. Mākua wahine Lois kaleola kapule, e Mākua kani James Edwin Teles. Mākua wahine Esther Montgomery, e Mākua kani James Edwin Teles. Mākua wahine Marjorie Peke Teles, e Mākua kani William Wong Sr. Mākua kani William Wong Jr., and Mākua wahine Deborah Kerr, and I am Kona Wong. That's one genealogy line. And a little bit about how I got to studying that. I was in a point of my life where things weren't going so well, and I had to make some changes. And one of those changes was quitting alcohol and drugs. Yes, sir. That was 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago. I put that aside, everything, the nicotine, the drugs, the alcohol. And I hadn't had much to save for my life up until that point. I have 2 kids, 1 little girl and a little boy. And I thought to myself, you know, you better start doing something different, something meaningful. Because your time is halfway there, you know. And so I started searching inside and feeling, you know, to know who you are, you got to know who you come from. I don't know who I am. I was teased in school because I'm white, but my father's side is Kanaka, but my mother is Haole, you know. And so growing up, my dad was, I come from a fisherman family. All my uncles are all fishermen. But I realized that I didn't know who I was. And so going and asking my grandparents, yeah, where do we come from? Who are our grandparents? Where did they live? What did they do? What do we have in record of them? And so they gave me all of our mo'okuahau as much as I could, and I started studying those lines and visiting the places that they lived, and started studying the stories, yeah, right? What they did. And going over there to those places and giving them my aloha, yeah? And meeting them in spirit. And having someone, if I couldn't do it myself, chant the lines and open up the lines. And I would go to families and ask them, hey, I'm going to go over here to this place. Yeah, I'm going to chant these lines with so-and-so and so-and-so. Is it okay? Is it okay if I go? And I started sitting at night, going through my mo'okua and I would talk to my kupunas, you know? And I would ask them, you know, for help. And you know a funny thing, when you ask for something, it comes true. Especially with these guys, because as we thought that they're not here anymore, that's not true. They're very much alive, you know? And they would come to me at night, and I had visitations from them, you know? And they would sit there, and they would come after these nights of studying my mo'okua, and they would come by the window, and they, hey, boy, like that, you know? What can we do for you? What do you want? You know? I would say, I want to know you. I want to know me, so I can help them, my kids, you know? And so with that journey, I met Mana, and Mana, she helped me with some of my opening up of the lines, and she talked about Kalalau and some of the experiences that we had together. We blocked some development that was going to happen in the Napali. There was a bridge that was going to be built there, and we stopped that last year. We also cleaned up the Napali coast. There's a bunch of hippies that were living in Kalalau. We cleaned that up, and now it's open for the families to go in. So I've been practicing these things that all of you have been teaching me by me watching all of you. So I'm so honored to have met you guys here today, you know, and this weekend. It's huge for us. And I'm practicing our rights, is going into places. I got cited by the DLNR multiple times, along with Mana as well. And we just recently won our cases. Dr. McGregor sat in my case, and she helped us through Article 12, you know, to access our points. We studied our genealogy and found out through that. I got to meet my kupunas, you know, in spirit and in the places, and I found out where their land was and the land claims and who it was given to by which king and who it was passed down to and how it was lost. And the history of Ko'olau the leper coming into the Nepali and hiding and meeting my grandfather and them taking care of them and all of this stuff, all of this history, all of this stuff we've been learning. And along with that, learning about who we are, right, stems from these guys, the Iwi Kupuna. Where are all the kia'i for protecting them? You know, where are they? There's nobody on Kauai. You know, there's Mana and our gang, a few others, but in general, I looked around and I was like, where, you know? So when I asked for the, not the kuleana, but when I asked for the help, I put myself down. Whatever it is, wherever I'm needed, yeah? That's what I want to do through knowing this, through knowing you. Whatever you guys need, yeah, use me. Use me. Why am I in Kalalau? Why am I here? I'm here to connect to you guys. So when I go inside there and I go on top of the heiau, yeah, and I say my line to them, and then I state my intentions for being there. Yeah, they take me through the valley, and I documented this whole place for a year. 1 year, I interviewed all these hippies that were living in the largest archaeological archipelago in the whole archipelago. It's Kalalau Valley. Rock walls that you guys would not imagine, the most beautiful rock walls and formations that is 3 miles deep by 2 miles wide. And I've mapped the whole place out in about a year and a half. More than the DLNR, more than the state. And we've brought out all of the trash out of that place in about a year's time. And while I've been doing this and practicing this moku, and going to, when I enter the places, right? You go and state who you are. Before, I never used to go and say who I am and announce myself. I used to just go. Now when I go, oh, I know what to do, so I go in there and I announce myself. Sometimes they don't want you to announce yourself over here. They say, no, not over here, boy. You wait till in the morning. You're too late already. They tell me when I go in the Nepali, you're too late, dark already. Everybody's sleeping. You wait till tomorrow morning, get up early, and go over here. Oh, okay, go sleep. The next morning I wake up, the whole camp's sleeping, everybody's sleeping. And they wake me up early. Everybody's sleeping, and they tell me, okay, now's the time, come up here. Oh, okay, so I go to Go to where they call me. If you quiet and you listen, yeah? If you quiet and you listen, you'll hear them. I promise you that. And I'll share with this one experience about the Eevee. I hear them call me to a certain place. Yeah, and I look up. And I'm like this in my shorts and my slippers. And I look up on the poly on the side, and I see the route to go up. There's all bushes and thorns, and it's a mess, and it's dangerous on top. And I was like, really? You want me to go up there, you know, like this? I only get slippers and I was like, oh my gosh, are you hearing what I hear? And, you know, okay, I'll go over there. I'm coming. I go. So I find my way up this goat trail, and I go way up on the side of this poly, and it's at the entrance of one of the valleys in the Napali. And I climb up on the wall, and they say, okay, here's the place. And I come around the corner, and I touch the rock, and I look at the rock. There's a rock wall there. I go, okay, I understand. I can feel them inside the wall. I say, okay, I understand. I do my Moku. And then I see in front of me, there's a cave directly in front of where I was doing my ole. And I walked in the cave. And then I look in the corner of the cave, and there, I knew already. She was calling me. I knew it was her. And there's the Eevee sitting in the corner of the cave, in the back of the cave, you know. And I cried. That was the first experience I had where it was so strong, you know. Where they're calling me. Where they you introduce, you know. And I sat down and I spoke with that person, that kupuna that was in there. And I told him what year we were in. I told him who I was. I told them what we experienced today. And they couldn't imagine where we are. And I would hate for them to see the pain they were suffering and the direction some of the families have taken. But that if you can help me, I promise you I'll do my best to do my part. And so since then, this was about 1.5 years ago, since then, now I get calls like you guys wouldn't believe. And when they call and they ask you to go, I go. So I don't know if okay, some of the first pictures up. This is Hanalei, the north shore of Kauai. And this is one of the sites that I got called on. And now it's to the point to where I pass by these sites, yeah, and I just hear, whoo, and I know, okay, all right. I know the sites are coming up. I've already droned and documented a lot of the sites to be aware of what's coming up next. But when I hear the hui, the call, I turn in, and this is one of the sites that they found the Eevee on. The X marks the spot, and we stopped the project, you know. And they go through the process. They go through their process, and this is a county area that they're developing and making bigger. And the archaeologists come, Shipti comes, Burial Council comes, and these guys shake and bake within 24 hours, shake and bake, and they're ready to move on. Within that fast, within 3 days, the Eevee is ready to be moved out of this. This was the particular one, was the first one out of the 3 that I'm going to talk about real quick. And when the Burial Council came out, yeah, they stated that they needed a place to do a reinterment, and that if everybody on the site was okay, we had the contractor, we had the head of the department that was there, we had somebody from Shipti that came through, and then we also had the archaeologist. And everybody said yes, move the Eevee. And when it came to me, I said no. You're not moving this Eevee no place. You're not moving it no place. Because you guys skipping some steps. Where are the most important part to me is, where are the families of this guy over here? Where are the family? Why are you guys not talking to this family? Why not checking in? How you can make a decision this fast? Me, I'm new to this kind of stuff, but I can tell you what, this is wrong. You know, I'm a descendant of this place, but I cannot speak on behalf of the families that are connected to this land. It's your guys' job to go find him. So anyway, long story short, they didn't, that I know of, reach out to any lineal descendants besides Mana. Mana came over there because she knows. I don't know if they reached out to her. She came on her own accord. Can you go to the next photo? So this is the next site. And this is AMS. This guy's from Hilo, I believe. There's two sites after that last site that I came upon, and this was a week and a half ago. And one was at our beach site, at our pavilion, and the other one is on this site that you see in the photo here, which is directly across the road. And the same thing, hui, Kona, stop, you know? And the guys were just starting to dig, not at this site, but the one across the street. Oh, who's that? And I made a kahea out to them because the day before this, I had to hold the machines off. I had to stop the project. And the owner flew in, and they were going to push this project through the next day. They're trying to make me make the decision to either re-intern or leave in place because I was the only one standing. I said, again, I cannot do that. That's not my job. I don't have the privilege of making that decision. Nonetheless, you guys never went through your guys' process yet. So it's on hold again. Stop the project. Yeah. Thank you guys for coming out for that, yeah. This is one of the guys that put up the gate and stopped me from going in day before yesterday. Today, they were in there digging by hand, and they're going to continue. You know, with the authority that Burial Council said, leave in place or re-intern doesn't really matter to us. You know? Yeah. Brother guys can testify to speaking with Carol Wilcox and giving their mana'o as to how they felt as cultural descendants of that place. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the project I'm on right now. I actually almost never come because I didn't know if I had anybody that I could call to check on this while I've been gone. But I do. I have somebody that's been checking on, and they're definitely moving forward with their plans. They've stated that they're going to leave the EV in place and that they're going to build a farm around. This EV was right in the middle of the farm. And the one that is across the street, I don't know if we have photos of that, the pavilion one, Megan? That one there, they're digging today, they're changing the cesspool, and they're putting in a new one that is much larger. Instead of using the same area, they're digging a whole fresh area. So now, you know, 99% chance you're going to hit something, guys. You already know, get somebody over here, you hit them last week, what is the chances you're going to hit somebody else? Now what are we going to do? You know, now what are we going to do? You guys already know, get somebody right there and you're going to dig right there, you know? Yeah, it's not in the plans because it's not big enough. They're making it bigger. After they remove it, they put a sign on the Yeah, but anyway, so grateful. I'm learning as I'm rocking and rolling, you know, as we're going. I depend on you guys for watching you guys' videos, so I mahalo all of you for the stance that you guys have taken years back, and I get to, you know, learn from you watching on YouTube, and now I have you guys' contacts so I can call and ask questions, and we've been talking to everybody that we can get a hold of on our island to step up. This photo here, let's see, she's showing you guys Kalalau. So this is Kalalau Valley. That's 2 miles wide of flags by 3 miles deep. This is only the first 3 months of flags, so there's not very much there. But I ended up with 58 of those flags. Here's a group of us that went in and did some of the cleaning. These guys flew 12 helicopter loads out. They've got much more to go this year. The DLNR and the state parks guys have been ducking and diving from me because we're doing their job for them. And they're citing us because they don't want Kanakas to return home. They don't want them to know that they have the access to go. So they've been fighting us in there. And we, like I said, we had 50 people, several occasions that came up and helped us in the valley after I marked all of these camps. And you got to know now, these hippies been living in there for 40-something years. Yeah, long time. So what does that tell you? Who's watching the door? Where's the Kanakas? Yeah? Where's the Ohana? Nobody stay. Nobody stay. So these guys are going in and out, making a whole village in there. For almost 50 years they've been in there. The rock wall formations, they take them apart, they make all flat stone. They put their tents on top. They take all the round stone, they make fire pit, and then all the big pohaku that was rounded on the top, they stand them up and they paint one circle of white around the top, and they put red dots for the eyes so that they can do their meditations. Yeah, so they do. Yeah, we give a whole thing about this. This kalalau thing is, but again, it goes back to protection, right? Protection and knowing who we are so that you feel like you have something to stand up for. So now my job is like going to all the cousins. Hey, you guys, I see you guys on the Moku. How? I see you guys. I see you. All my guys I've been raised with, the guys I went to school with. Hey, is all your families, all your hotlines are there? How come you guys only going down by the beach and drinking beer? Go up valley. Go up valley. They need help, your kupunas. They're alive and well. When you go and sit there and talk to them, they wake up. They wake up. These hippies, they were tripping on me. You go up these pulleys, yeah, with these goat trails, that you would think, okay, this is like death up here. Somebody would die climbing up these trails. The boulders are big like this, and you hit one and they all roll down. And then you say, okay, and I'm a hunter too. I hunt all over the mountain. I hunt all over the pulleys. And I come up to these places and I'm like, oh, this is nuts up here. And you find one string, one small little rope going up on the next cliff. You go, oh, these guys are way on top here. They want to go to where the water comes out of the wall. And that's where they set up camp. And they take tours up there. They do meditation up there where they take all these groups where they go drink from Mother Earth. Yeah, they paint on all of the pohaku, on all the stones. They paint all of themselves. These are like the fairy lilies of the valley, is what I call them. They all painted up, these guys, when you go and sit there. They're all painted up. The avatars up there, they really are. I promise you that. And they're, on ayahuasca. They're trying to get in touch with. They say kalalau is has a pico point in there, so they're calling down on the power from inside of that valley, So there's one of the here's some of the waterfalls. So you see this right side right here. If you guys can imagine, me and my brother, we got lost. We was thinking we would climb on top here. I climb up this wall right now, all the way up here, all the way up here, all the way to this till I hit over here, and I'd climb in and I'd go inside. Grant you that waterfall on the bottom. That thing is about 350 feet. That one on the bottom, maybe 400 feet. That thing is huge, huge waterfalls. And in these trees, you're climbing up walls to the trees. And then you get out of the trees and it's just black with lantana. And you climb into the lantana. You get on top of those waterfalls up there, hippie camps. Nuts, hippie camps. Yeah. So, but why? There's the beach where we land over here. This is Kalalau. This is Kalalau Beach. Again, nobody watching the front door. And what are they? I look inside there. They're digging under all the rocks. They're looking for something. So all the big pohaku that are in Kalalau, you notice they're digging for something because they read our history, these guys. They read our history and they look, oh, there's a story with this guy and he has a musket. Oh, there's Ko'olau with Pi'ilani. Oh, he has a rifle. Oh, he was buried here. Oh, this person was buried there. Let's go find their bones. Let's go find their artifacts. So they're going all through there. I'm looking, when I get to their gardens, I'm looking for their tools because the only way to get them out is to take down the gardens. And they hide their tools under the rocks. I started noticing under the rocks, not only has their camping gear and their tools, but it has these extensive digs that they would do with nothing in it. They're looking for something. What are these guys looking for? I go into the rock walls and I look at some of the rock walls. I go, oh, these rock walls look all off. They take apart the rock wall and they put rigid containers inside to hide their stuff. You know the big metal rigid containers? Yeah, 3 miles up the valley, hidden in the wall. That's desecration, These guys are running amok in there. So as of now, last week I only kicked out one guy, so we're doing really good. And the Napali Ohana has now taken, yeah. Yeah. The Napali Ohana is now taking interest to go in there and to start taking a presence in there. So a lot of work. We appreciate, everything that we're learning from you guys. Thank you for having us here. And yeah, that's us. Yeah, you guys let go. Whenever you guys let go. Yeah, can take you guys in. Yeah. When you guys ready.
Mahalo. Can I say one more thing I wanted to add? And I heard it from Kona, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. That he mentioned about when you're asking your kupuna for help and then they come. I have an auntie, it's my dad's sister. All through his life growing up, he didn't know he had a sister, another sister. She was given away at birth. So she was raised on the in America. but she knew that she was Hawaiian. She didn't know who her family was. But all through her life, Grandpa would come to her in her dreams, and he told her she needed to come back to Hawaii and find her family. As a teenager, her mom and dad loved her, but they were po'ehaole. They treated her very well. But she was always mad at them because they wouldn't bring her back to Hawaii, and she could find her family. So when she was a teenager, they took her to a concert. Kamehameha School's Concert Glee Club came up there and did a concert in her hometown. They took her to this concert, and she said as she sat there, she thought all she could think of is one of these kids up here singing is my cousin, is my ohana. And that's all she could think about. And she went home with the pamphlet, and she kept it. And then at times she would be so mad that she couldn't find her family that she would crumple it up and throw it in the rubbish. And then later on she would go and get it and dig it out and make it all pretty, put it away. And that happened many times throughout her life. And then one day, Kupuna would always come to her, and he would always tell her that you need to dig up our voices and then we will manifest to you. And that's what he would tell her in her dreams. Dig up our voices and then we will manifest to you. And she wrote a book about it. And the book is something of ancestry. I can't remember the book, but, and her name is Leilani. Uncle Ivan and Auntie Leilani Holmes, yeah. Anyway, she did. Eventually she came to Hawaii and she found us. And one day, she found my dad's cousin first. And it happened to be that when she met Auntie Oana, they're talking story, and Auntie Oana said, but I was in concert glee. We went to this place. And she said, what year was that? And then when she told the year, she said, I was at that concert. And she go, wait. She called her husband because she was here. She called her husband in San Diego, and she said, go dig out that pamphlet and look at the names. Is Oana Salazar's name on there? He said, yes, it is. So one of those people was her family. But she did. She came to Hawaii through coaxing of Kupuna, and when she came to visit Ohana, she saw a picture of an older man on the wall. She said, hey, that's my Kupuna that's been visiting me all this time. And come to find out it was Robert Wilcox that guided her here to find us. So I do believe that when you manifest, when you dig up history about them and learn about them and bring it to light, that they will manifest to you. Mahalo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Hikalea, and some people call me Hikiana Lea, so I like that too. I heard that a couple of times in the last couple of days. I'm from Waimanalo. My start in this current movement started somewhere around the end of February at Wailupe. And my ohana come from Wailupe, yeah? In that area, Wailupe, Wailai. But I've been around the movement, how about from the 1990s? I was at the struggles at Kaupō, Makapu. We traveled the islands, you know, Kekaha, Kauai, Maui, Hana. I traveled a lot during the struggles and kind of drifted away, taking my ohana, raised my family. And what got me going again was a gentleman by the name of Chris Kramer from the Wailupe burial situation. I was watching one video and I heard him mention one of my grand aunt's names. And I was like, who is this guy? I don't know this guy. Not knowing much about my family's history, just that they came from the area. And so I went seek out Chris, and I found Chris, and I went ask him about this tutu apo of mine. And he looked at me, he was like, and I never knew who Chris was. And he said, really? I said, yeah. I heard you mention her name. How is that, in relation to you? Or I understand the area, but I'm just trying to create one story that I could figure things out. But that led me on this short February, March, April, May. This is June. Short 4 months and maybe a week or so, I had this influx of, I have never experienced in my family, as recent as Sunday. I'm not one guy that like to get up and speak, to be honest, but I'm going to start from Sunday. So from Sunday, at Wailupe, I never sleep for over 48 hours. And I never feel tired. I was here yesterday. I wasn't tired. And I had these experiences during my night. Of course, my beautiful wife sleeps with me, and she knows I never sleep. But but what I got over the last 2 days at least was something that I can hardly find the right words, because it was in relationship to my ancestors, yeah? And they were coming at me in different fashions. And what it took me to, in conclusion, maybe an hour or 2 hours ago, sitting here listening to all these beautiful stories about not beauty, but about who we are as a people. What it took me to was, in a struggle that I was in earlier, like I said, during the whole, brother said PTSD, yeah? We used to use that phrase and call them post-traumatic sovereign syndrome. That was our interpretation of that. But what it took me to was, it wasn't about just me, now that we're dealing with Kupuna and Evie. It was about all our Evie. And that just came to me as I sat there. So I'm going to aloha everybody, because that tells me that we're all related. Kupuna no make stuff hard. They make them easy. They take something and they find one easier way for doing. That's how I was raised. Yeah. It was always like that with my dad. Even if he knew what he was doing for the last 20, 30, 40 years, he wanted an easier way for do this. And then he come, even if it's the simplest thing, but he turned it into an easier process. And that was lessons in life for me. But so my story from Wailupe in the last 4 months took me to do some research. And the funny thing is that a lot of the connection came from my mom. And what it was when my family actually lost their property down the road from Wailupe, we were under the impression, and that's what I got the story through my family, that the burials of our family was covered over with the Waialae Golf Course. And that was their Kaulana burial ground at the very far end, going east of Waialae Golf Course, just before the bottled water supply pumping station. Waialae Iki Cemetery is what it was called. And my mom used to tell us stories about when she went there, that when you left the house and you had to go use the outhouse, there were burials between you and the outhouse. Yeah? So all of those things was coming back to me, about all of this. But what really hit me, and this is what I leave with all of us here, and especially those that are out there, watching us out in what they call, on TV land or social media, is that no way to come that far. Because what I did uncover just in the last 2 weeks was that my great-grandmother great-great-grandmother we thought were buried there was actually dug up in 1964. You know, written on her death certificate in pen on the very bottom. Buried at the cemetery in Pearl City, Sunset Cemetery, that is caving in. I just found this out. It's amazing, you know, what comes to me. And no way, you know, that would be my word for today. No way for us and our people. Not so us, we here. The rest of our people out there. No way till they start digging them up. You're not going to know. Maybe they dug them up already. You know, there was in their final resting place. They chose that place, or their family chose that spot. They wasn't just put there. They was put there so they could stay there. You know, that's a hurt feeling. Yeah, that feeling just went sink in when I read that. You know, and it wasn't just her. I get at least 3 certificates. I realize now they write them real small on a death certificate. Exhumed or removed, reburied. And it's crazy. But that's what my kupuna brought for me, and that's what I like to share, so that everybody else out here know, wait, come join forces. Let's make this movement move. You know. Aloha no, mahalo nui.
How are we doing, everyone? I think we're about ready to call it a night, eh? Kanilo, you gonna sing us another Kaulana Na Pua to close? Would you sing us another Kaulana Na Pua to close? Okay. Until then, everybody keeps thanking me. There are many people who put this together, including Palikapu and Tim Mans, who just left. Tim was so tired. He stayed up all night making those red flags. You know, he was so, his vision of the red flags was so strong that they had to be made. And so he stayed up all night making the red flags for the walk today. But that's the kind of person he is. It's like all the way when he does anything. So, you know, it's, that spirit of his, and he didn't say today, but he is a child who was taken, right? No, he said it yesterday. He was a child who was taken from his home and put in boarding school. He apologizes. He just couldn't. He was supposed to talk about it today, but he couldn't do it. So those things are so real, and we are going to have a group that's going to check in with Deborah Parker and her team at sometime in the near future. And if you're interested in being part of that, just give me your name so that we'll make a time. It's probably going to be something like 9 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock their time in the Central, and 2 or 3 on the East Coast. And so they're interested in keeping in touch with us. I just want to let you know that. And it was quite interesting to me to hear her talk today. And I want to thank Oren and Kalai. Kalai came from Maui to help. And also Kaniloa. and whoever else is over there, I guess there's a guy over there who kind of snuck in and came and helped. And so thank you to all of those people. But the people that really, the two ladies who really need to be thanked is Ai, who, you know, they're even going to come and close up for us the next day to make sure everything is good. And really a big hand for Manu Kayama. She's our host, and without her, we couldn't have afforded to do this at all. And the way they make the rules, she has to be present when we're doing anything. So she's given all of her time to come and sit here while we set up and do everything. And she gave quite a talk today, didn't she? Oh! So, Kanilo, are you ready? Are you ready? No? Okay. You know what? Did you all get to see the video, the short video that Kalai made? She made that for this to kind of go with the live stream when there is dead time. Kalai, do you think you could bring it up? Kalai? Kalai? No? Okay. Well, then we could stand a few moments of silence. Ole? Well, why don't we come up, make sure everything's inside this room, and then we'll circle around to end the night. Yeah, just has to be inside the gate. Yeah?
Let's go sing that time. She told me earlier. Nah, it's not over there, people. Okay.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Kaulana Na Pua, Kaulana
Amen.
Essa.
Kaulana, you can come and put down the gates. Mahalo.
Yeah, that's good. We had a lot of oh, yeah? Couldn't find the last
You have a flashlight over here.
Yeah.
How about this, real quick?
Something from them there. Familiar for everybody, not just one person or something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, beautiful. Oh, yeah. Love you guys testimony students.
It's written, so you just gotta go do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Thank you guys.
See you tomorrow.
And we will